Welcome to LitRPG Realm. One world, one system, endless power.
1. Terms and conditions. I pried my eyes away from my phone and glanced over at my bedroom window as the morning light crept in. Rays of golden light poked through the curtains, and motes of dust floated about the sunbeams without a care. I had been awake since before dawn and watched the sunrise. What little sleep I had was restless. To say I was excited was an understatement. To say my friends were enthusiastic would also be putting it lightly. My phone buzzed nonstop as I kept my gaze turned to the world outside. This was the most active our group chat had been in, well, forever. The most engaging conversation we've had in years. I wish I'd gotten more sleep, but not because I was going into work. No, I had called out today. And tomorrow. I had the rest of the week off, in fact. First day of my vacation, you see. Cashed in my hard-earned, paid time off, not to get on a plane to visit a white sandy beach or stroll through millennia-old ruins. It was to play a video game. Now, this wasn't just any ordinary video game. Some highly anticipated sequel or a new IP from a beloved developer. It was a game that, until today, had only existed in the realm of science fiction. The maiden jewel of a console that made even the most current generation of gaming systems as dated as the Atari 2600. Astro Blade Eternity Online, or AEO for short, was the flagship video game for the technological magnum opus of eccentric billionaire and hardcore gamer Aidan Dorora. By the late 2020s, virtual reality consoles had reached the mass market and were as commonplace as the previous generation of consoles. But like anyone, with practically limitless money, a brain full of ideas, and a biotech research company, the ominously named Singularity Tech, at their disposal, Aidan Dorora wanted to, let's just say, up the ante. He wasn't satisfied with boring VR, as he called it, despite how cool it was. He called it nothing more than an illusion, something that you enjoyed while sitting in a chair and waving your hands about like a drunk swatting a fly. So, like countless politicians going back to the dawn of civilization, he made a promise, a pledge. He vowed that he would unlock what he called full descent technology, that he would bring to the masses a gaming console where, instead of just awkwardly dancing around in your living room with a helmet and gloves, you were actually transported there, fully immersed. All the senses. It was a bold claim, to say the least. I remember how crazy the internet went for it, how it was the talk of the media for weeks. I was a bit cynical when I first read the press release. Skimmed through the comments and threads on internet forums, watched interviews. Sure, maybe he would come up with something, but it would probably just be a more advanced VR, and it would be way too expensive for the mass market. When he first made the announcement, it was all my friends and I could talk about. It monopolized the conversation as we speculated about it. Dwayne was even more cynical than I, saying that it would never happen, that this was all some ruse for Aidan to boost his company stock, gather investors. Lisa was more excited about what the possibilities of tech like that could bring to the world. Mitch was the only true believer. His older brother Tom, on the other hand, simply said, "I'll believe it when I see it." Despite the lingering doubts I had about whether or not the tech could be made commercially available in my lifetime, it was hard not to be a little hopeful. Singularity Tech wasn't just some no-name tech startup. It had made huge strides in 3D bioprinting, effectively erasing the waitlist for organ transplants, and brain-computer interfaces for improved prosthetics. Aidan himself had some redeeming qualities, despite being a member of the rather notorious coterie of tech billionaires like Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg. Philanthropic like Bill Gates, down to earth like Steve Wozniak. Aidan Dorora had often called himself a humanitarian futurist and progressive innovator. While Dwayne said it was all just PR speak and he was just as megalomaniac as the rest of them, it was hard to argue with the results. If it came down to it, I'd trust Aidan with a brain chip over someone like Musk any day. Years passed. Speculation and rumors grew out of the silence from Aidan and Singularity Tech. Whispers that he had failed miserably and refused to show himself in public out of shame surfaced. Tales of disastrous tests, with volunteers coming back different or not at all, dying from technical malfunctions or left in a vegetative state spread across the internet. One of the more popular rumors was that one participant's consciousness never returned to their body, instead making its way into the internet. They would hijack people's computers and send out digital SOS signals. While never proven, it did become a Hollywood film that was panned by critics and moviegoers alike. Lisa was the only one of us who went and saw it, and said that she was glad she didn't see it sober. The news of Aidan's success came out of nowhere. I remembered they posted the announcement at like 3 a.m. or something like that. He never reported any kind of update or any kind of teaser about it. There were no leaks. No hackers managed to get insider access. Nothing. Anything that was posted was debunked or refuted. I remember waking up to well over 100 notifications in the group chat and watching the announcement video over my morning cup of coffee. Aidan called the technological breakthrough the uninspired name of the Full Descent console. It had a futuristic hockey helmet look to it, with a full face shield made of glass that was the device's HUD. You'd plug it into a normal power outlet, though it did have a battery purely for backup. What surprised me the most, apart from the device's price tag of $4,500, was that the console required a hardline internet connection of at least 1 gigabit minimum. Sure, you could use Wi-Fi for the lighter applications, but to fully utilize the console, it needed to be directly connected. Included in the announcement was the creation of ST Studios, a game development company that included some big names, which, by their very nature, gave some hints as to what the game arriving with the console would entail. At the time of the announcement, I wasn't sure if I was going to get the console. It was a ton of money. Not to mention, Dwayne wouldn't shut up about the dangers of being a first adopter. He was the friend who never got the newest phone, never bought a new car, always used, and not because he was broke. Sure, he had some insight, being a mechanic and engineer, but his viewpoint always teetered on paranoia and doomsday cynicism. Lisa and Mitch were adamant about getting one. Unsurprising for Mitch, he was the biggest nerd of all of us. Tom didn't take much convincing. Then again, he was the only one of us who was able to purchase it outright from Singularity Tech and not have to opt for the more affordable payment plan options. Budgets for the next 5 years living off of instant noodles and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I was single at the time. Still am. My job paid pretty decently, even better now, so I was pretty secure in my finances and could take the hit. Dwayne still grumbled about not just the dangers of being a first adopter, but about pre-ordering an unproven device, all the way up to launch day. Not long after pre-orders began did Aidan start to tease information about the game that would come with the console. To no one's surprise, it would be an online role-playing game. But don't think I wasn't excited about this. I fucking love RPGs, and there were a few online ones in which I had put a considerable amount of time. As did Lisa, Dwayne, Mitch, and Tom. We all played them. Some more than others, some longer than others. It's how we all met, after all, playing video games and Dungeons and Dragons in high school. Then life pulled us apart, plucked us from our hometown and scattered us across the country to pursue higher education, careers, romance, or whatever called out to us. Tom landed in Southern California, became a businessman, and got a fancy house. Dwayne wound up in upstate New York. Lisa moved to Texas to teach high school science. Mitch joined the Marines. And myself? Well, I landed in Utah, of all places, a project manager at a mid-sized tech company. Despite our best efforts, we drifted apart. It's what happens, life and all that. There was always the group chat, but it wasn't always active. Tried to do online D&D, but that didn't last. Talked about current events, discussed a movie or show. We didn't meet up in person again until Tom's wedding. It was during the reception, fueled by an open bar, that we all made a solemn pact that when Astroblade Eternity Online went live, we'd do everything in our power to be there at launch, to log in on day one and play together, just like the good old days. As we drew closer to that fateful day, today, more information became available. Astroblade Eternity Online would take place on a planet called Lieria, with your garden variety fantasy race options, human, elf, dwarf, and orc, but also fully customizable. No predefined class system. Instead, players would pick and choose from a long list of skills, including crafting and other professions, and tailor their characters to however they wanted to play, nothing of which were released to the public. Then, months before the game's release, just when its hype and expectations couldn't be any higher, Aidan Dorora casually mentioned the prize during a press conference at a video game convention. He remained cryptic, gave away no clues, no hints as to what it was. Cash prize? Company stocks? All expense paid vacation? Digital immortality? The internet ran wild with ideas and possibilities, with some, Dwayne among them, arguing that it was nothing more than a publicity stunt, that sales figures were down and Singularity Tech was trying to recoup development costs. If that was the case, then the stunt worked. Anticipation was so high it escaped the stratosphere. It was all anyone could talk about. It dwarfed any other video game news. Every major developer scrambled for what little attention they could get, fought tooth and nail to stay relevant. Discussion about AEO and whatever this prize could be dominated internet forums. Speculation, debates, and analysis about what the game would entail, what players would expect to encounter. I'll admit I got swept up in the discourse, contributed my own thoughts and ideas, though chiefly among the friend group. We had talked about what characters we would make and theorized about just how advanced the technology was. The supply couldn't keep up with the demand. Singularity Tech was the sole authorized retailer, direct from manufacturer. But that didn't stop retailers and scalpers from trying to sell what they could get their hands on. I even saw some listings going for triple what I paid. Of course, Singularity Tech did put out a warning saying that buying from third-party vendors did come with a risk, and doing so meant they wouldn't be liable for anything that may occur. I called out sick the day the console arrived. It came a couple weeks before the game would launch, giving everyone who bought directly from Singularity Tech a chance to make sure everything was in working order, that any technical glitches were smoothed out. It wasn't even delivered by one of the major carriers. A representative of the company came and hand-delivered it, confirmed that I had all the proper infrastructure to run it, and walked me through the initial setup and calibration. Then it was just a matter of waiting for that fateful day. Today, I tossed aside my phone and climbed out of bed. I had a schedule to follow. Started with some brief but strenuous exercise, a shower, and a fully loaded breakfast. I put on the most comfortable clothing I had and made sure the apartment was locked up tight. Glad I didn't have any pets or kids to worry about. Then I climbed back into bed. It was finally time. Years of anticipation, rumors, speculation, doubt, excitement, anxiety. The console powered on with a melodic whir that sounded like the engines of a futuristic starship as the LEDs that dotted the surface put on a vibrant show. The glass screen on the helmet came to life as the system went through its laundry list of checks, all coming back green. Watching the countdown was agony. I ignored my phone as it buzzed incessantly on my nightstand, likely the group chat blowing up as the last few minutes ticked down. This was my New Year's Eve in Times Square. I didn't want to miss this. I knew how game launches could be, that if you're not one of the first in, then you could get locked out as the servers hit max capacity or simply overloaded. Been witness to plenty of failed midnight launches. I'm sure Aiden and his team thought of this, planned for any contingency, but still, I wanted to be the first one in. This was something I dreamt of ever since I was a kid, from the moment I got into science fiction and watched things like The Matrix. It's why I loved fantasy so much, why my favorite genre of video game is single-player RPGs. I just wanted to escape into another world, leave behind my mundane one and be someone else. Wield magic, ride dragons, be the hero. I slowed my breathing down and took long, deep breaths in an attempt to calm the excitement that had me literally shaking. Somehow, I managed to achieve some semblance of calm as I closed my eyes, breathed in deep once more, and left the real world behind. 2. Decisions. The transition was a bit unnerving, and that was putting it lightly. Created solely to develop Astroblade Eternity Online, ST Studios had put out a pretty hefty disclaimer saying that players might experience some motion sickness or vertigo during the login process, not to mention a pretty obvious warning about photosensitivity. The waiver that I had to sign was as thick as a book. Logging in. Talk about a massive oversimplification. Aiden and his team of engineers, developers, scientists, and programmers had somehow managed to construct a device that took a person's consciousness and inserted them into a fully immersive virtual world, one that the player wouldn't be able to distinguish from the real one. And what do they call it? Logging in. Like it was just as simple as typing in a username and password. It honestly wasn't as harrowing as I expected. I was prepared for something akin to like riding an extreme roller coaster after pounding down tequila shots, or spinning around in one of those gyroscope things that astronauts train on. In the end, the most jarring aspect of the login process happened after the initial bright white light. When my eyes adjusted and my head cleared, I found myself floating in space. Just floating there. Not in complete and utter blackness, but surrounded by a dazzling display of countless stars, nebulae, and distant galaxies. Whoa, was all I could muster. I was so entranced by my surroundings that it took me a few moments to notice that I was wearing nothing but a pair of plain white boxer briefs, as if I had just rolled out of bed during the summer. My virtual body was, unfortunately, anatomically correct, down to the very last freckle. I poked at the fat on my stomach and frowned. I mean, I wasn't like morbidly obese or anything, but I could lose a few pounds. I wasn't the most active guy, and contrary to popular belief, you could purchase alcohol in the state of Utah. If you're wondering how my digital avatar was anatomically correct, it was part of the account creation process. The envoy from Singularity Tech, who delivered and set up the device for me, had thoroughly explained that part of what they dubbed the interview process was a full body scan using the camera installed on the console. I had to strip down to my underwear, though if I really wanted to, I could have gone full nude for the camera. The rep said that this part of the process had been thoroughly investigated and signed off by a multitude of independent and government agencies. He said that no actual images were stored on the device and that it was simply used to create my avatar. It was one of the reasons why the device was only available to those over the age of 18. Anyone caught cheating the system would be permanently banned and their devices seized from them. My curiosity had gotten the better of me, and while I floated in space, I pulled aside the waistband of my boxers. I mean, everything looked right. I did opt for the full nude scan, after the representative had left, of course. I didn't see why not. "Hello?" I called out into the void. "Hello, and welcome to Astroblade Eternity Online," the voice said. "Please wait. The system is loading the character creator. You will be transferred there in a few moments." It was a calm, pleasant female voice that didn't sound at all synthesized. It made Siri, Cortana, and Alexa sound like Stephen Hawking's text-to-speak voice. Okay, cool. I wasn't quite sure what to do with my arms, or legs for that matter. I just floated. "Congratulations," the voice cheered. "You are one of the first 100 to log in. You will be rewarded with a special in-game item upon completion of your character." Wait, for real? I raised my fists into the air and cheered. This had the immediate effect of making my body slowly rotate backward. To be perfectly honest, I had expected the system to crash from the sheer volume of people logging in on day one. Perhaps it did, and I was one of the lucky few to sneak in. Or maybe there weren't as many people trying to get in right at launch. A couple of moments later, I was greeted by something else, a floating text box, about as wide and tall as a shoebox, but thin as paper and semi-transparent. I couldn't help but laugh as I read the message. "Press here to continue on to the character creator." It vanished with an audible blip, and a strong gust of wind blew at my back. Yes, that's right. Wind. In space. Forget the fact that I was breathing in the infinite vastness of a digital universe. It was the sudden appearance of wind that pulled me out of the immersion. The space wind pushed me forward, moving faster and faster as the galaxies, nebulae, and stars blurred into streaks toward a rapidly growing bright white light. When my vision cleared, I found myself standing in a room. The sudden appearance of gravity threw me off balance briefly, but I quickly adjusted. I shivered. Yes, shivered. I know, I felt cold. Not just that, but I could feel the texture of the floor against my bare feet. A diamond-plated metal floor. I squatted down and brushed my fingers against the pattern embedded in the cold, hard floor. "Unreal," I muttered. "Unfucking-believable." The room was sparse. Metal walls and ceiling. A dark, dull gray, like what you'd see inside a shipping container or a walk-in freezer. The space itself wasn't all that big, like a 2-car garage. And like a garage, it was illuminated by a pair of fluorescent lights that gave off a barely audible hum. Cold, dry air was pumped in from vents on the walls. The stale air of a windowless office in a warehouse building. On the wall in front of me was a large screen, maybe 15 feet wide and 10 feet tall, with a thin black bezel. The screen was currently off, but provided no reflection. In one of the corners back behind me was a large glass tube that ran from floor to ceiling. It had no visible seams, but it was definitely wide enough for me to fit in, with room to spare. To my left, an industrial metal table with a large metal storage trunk on the ground beside it. Like the glass tube, there didn't appear to be any way to open the chest, but there was a single indicator light on the top that glowed a steady red. To my right, a pair of reinforced double doors. The kind that contains some sort of big monster, or perhaps the infinite vacuum of space. Now that I think about it, it did feel like I was in some sort of space station, with the lack of windows and the recycled air. I took a step forward, and the screen in front of me came to life, and the female voice from before returned. Before you can create your character, the system must first run a suite of diagnostics to test your connection to the game. Please press the green button to begin. I was about to ask, what green button, when a small pedestal rose out of the ground several feet in front of me. It stopped at about waist high, and the button glowed a radioactive green. I glanced down at my feet for only a moment before I confidently strode forward and pressed the button. Test complete. Beginning next test. And so on it went. The system exposed my virtual body to warm and cold temperatures, assaulted my nose with a variety of smells ranging from the mouth-wateringly delicious to the fragrant to the downright nauseating. Before continuing, we require your consent, the voice said. For what? To make sure that immersion is seamless, the system will need to conduct a thorough evaluation, very similar to that of a full-body massage. The exam consists of robotic hands touching your entire body. While not required, it is highly recommended. If at any point you don't feel comfortable, I can stop the examination and we can move on. Do you consent? I shrugged. Sure. The robotic hands appeared, and the voice wasn't kidding when she said it would equate to that of a full-body massage. It not only felt unsettlingly realistic, but was also strangely pleasurable, though definitely not as relaxing as an actual massage. After a while, the voice announced the end of the diagnostic as the hands retreated back into the floor. I could finally create my character. I rolled my eyes, muttering, I'm sure I'll be the last one into the fucking game at this point. No one has entered the game, the voice replied. 66.4% of players are currently undergoing diagnostics. 1.3% are still at the loading screen. You are part of the 23.3% in character creation. The remaining have disconnected. I scratched my head. Oh, well, that's good to know, I guess. I couldn't help but feel bad for those poor souls still at the loading screen. Indeed, the voice said. The screen in front of me switched from the diagnostic screen to the character creator. After the loading screen finished, it displayed a blank male mannequin. Next to the doll-like figure were several fields that were either empty or filled with null values like name, race, gender, skills, etc. A holographic keyboard appeared and floated in the air in front of me. I tested the keys. Despite their near transparency, they felt as real and solid as any other keyboard. You may begin creating your character. I will try to answer any question I can. My name is Adi, your personal assistant. Thank you, Adi. You're welcome. I cracked my fingers, yes, they actually cracked, and shook out my limbs. Character creation was an art form, and a well-designed interface could lead to some amazing characters. And I'm not talking about just original designs. For years, players have been, well, I wouldn't call it abusing character creators to make recreations of actors and celebrities, characters from past video games, movies, comic books, etc. The opposite was also true in that some players purposefully created the ugliest, most deformed, Picasso-inspired individuals just for shits and giggles. Imagine a world saved by a clown-faced freak of nature with a chin the size of a bowling ball and eyes spaced too far apart and protruding out of their heads. I wondered how long it would take for me to come across someone's faithful recreation of the ogre Shrek. My options were laid out in front of me. As Aiden had announced, I could choose from one of the 4 standard-issue fantasy races: human, orc, dwarf, or elf. I had wondered if there would be some additional unannounced additions, like tiefling or dragonborn, perhaps unlocked through some kind of extensive chain of quests, but no matter. I was also surprised to see that while you could choose one of the 2 binary options for so-called biological sex, there was a third option available if you wanted to blur the line, so to speak. I browsed through each of the 4 races just to see what they looked like. Orcs were muscular and brutish, wide-shouldered with flat faces and square jaws, complete with an underbite and a pair of short, rounded tusks. Their skin choices were all earth tones, from black to brown, tan to green. Elves were slender, with sharp features that gave them an arrogant look, and, of course, pointed ears that were a couple inches long. Dwarves were short and stout, tough as nails, with big, bushy beards. Pretty typical, just missing the heavy Celtic accent and rampant alcoholism. And, of course, humans. Don't need to elaborate there. My hands froze. Not from a technical issue, but I guess you could call it a personal one. Character creation was probably the most discussed topic of AEO, my friend group included. I had intentionally been vague about what I wanted to play, giving non-committal answers when directly asked. It was a topic that, to be honest, kept me up at night on occasion, more so as the launch got closer and closer. It wasn't that I couldn't decide what class I wanted to play. That was obvious from the get-go. I always loved stealth combat, sneaking around, nearly invisible or completely invisible in some games, ambushing and assassinating players, unlocking areas, or finding treasure that others couldn't get to. Zero doubt that I would pick anything besides this game's iteration of a rogue. I also knew that I wanted to play an elf. I raked my fingers through my digital hair as I stared at the options on the screen. Male, female, other. For as far back as I could remember, I would always choose the female option when a game presented me with the choice. I mean, sure, I could say it had something to do with how aesthetically pleasing game developers often made female player characters. I played games to escape, and what better way to escape than to play a character with a different gender than my own, right? But this was different. I wouldn't be sitting comfortably on the couch or in my chair while the character existed in the world beyond the screen, or written down on a sheet of paper, a puppet where the strings were buttons, controllers, dice, and plastic miniatures. The character I made here and now would be one that I lived and breathed. It would be the body I controlled whenever I logged in. I would feel whatever it felt, move as it moved. Whether that was a tall and broad-shouldered orc or a short and stocky dwarf, a lithe elf. Among all the characters I've played, there were none as near and dear to my heart as Callinestra, my D&D character. She was the first character I ever made when Mitch ran us through our very first campaign in high school. Hundreds of hours, countless adventures, brought to life in other role-playing games. I exhaled, tilted my head back, and fixed my gaze on the metallic ceiling. Would it be so wrong for me to play as a woman? Would it be frowned upon, labeled taboo? I didn't care what everyone else playing this game thought. I'm sure many were exploring the option to play as the opposite gender, or for some, playing as the one they wished to be. No, that quandary was directed toward my friend group. What would Lisa say? Would Tom and Dwayne tease me about it as they did back when I first made Callinestra? Or any of the other female characters I played as in later campaigns? I know Mitch wouldn't care. As DM, he had to roleplay as all sorts of characters, male and female alike. Would they call me a creep? A pervert? Would they even care? I had always wondered what had drawn me to playing as female characters. Was my claim of liking the way female characters looked just a cover? A way of avoiding any further questions on the topic? Was I overthinking this? Probably. I mean, I could always make another character. I would also be lying if I said I wasn't the least bit curious. Seriously, though, how often do you get the chance to see what it's like to be in the body of the opposite gender? Ah, fuck this. Let's do it. I selected the option for female, and, like a sculptor chipping away at a block of marble, I began to methodically create my character. The temptation to shape this iteration of Callinestra into a walking cliché, a porn star heroine, was a little too strong. I entertained the idea for only the briefest of moments, really just to see what she would look like, before quickly hitting the reset button when I realized that I would very likely become some lonely guy's wank material. Draw the gaze of everyone as I sauntered past, whimsically huge breasts bouncing, absurdly curvy hips swaying. Try again, I mumbled as I started over again and again. After what may have been hours, I stepped back from the screen and marveled at my creation. I tilted my head as I rubbed my chin. Eureka! After all these years, I finally managed to bring to life what has only lived in my imagination since I first thought her up when Mitch taught us how to make our characters. I decided to make her my height, which would be taller than the average female elf, but would mean not having to get used to a different vantage point. I knew Dwayne was dead set on bringing to life his character that he has also played since those early days, a dwarf cleric. Mitch, Tom, and Lisa hadn't decided on what they wanted. If I were a betting man, I'd say Tom would go with some sort of orc barbarian. Lisa and Mitch, your guess was as good as mine. The elf up on the screen was pretty. I mean, come on, I wasn't going to make her ugly. And after settling on a more modest physical build, I looked her up and down, spun her around to view from all angles to make sure I didn't accidentally fuck up somewhere. She had an athletic build that wasn't too muscular, curves that weren't too promiscuous, and, of course, blue hair and eyes. 'Cause, why not give a stealthy character radioactive neon hair? Once I had triple-checked her appearance, I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and confirmed my choices. The next bit was easy. I knew I wanted to play a rogue, so I selected the core ability modifiers, skills, and abilities that best fit my desired playstyle. I scrolled through the seemingly endless list of passive abilities that could be unlocked later, most of which were secret or hidden, identified only by question marks. AD chimed in as I moved on to the final section of character creation with the warning that character names were unique and that no special characters or numbers were allowed. Not only that, but the game was designed with highly advanced recognition software, so no clever name sentences or anything profane or discriminatory. I audibly sighed with relief when the green checkmark appeared next to Callinestra. Warning. All character design choices are final, AD said. You will not be able to edit anything other than hairstyle and color, tattoos, and other cosmetic options upon entering the game. I did a quick once-over. Oh, fuck. I'm really going to do this, aren't I? I pressed yes. Excellent. Please enter the chamber to begin, AD said. I turned toward the glass tube in the back corner. Seemingly out of nowhere, the frame of the door appeared within the glass. Then it slid back and opened. Please enter so we can begin the next phase, AD said again. My entire body quivered. I hadn't been this nervous since, well, ever. My feet felt so heavy as I struggled to move toward the glass tube. Was this regret that was making my muscles tense and my joints frozen? Or was it doubt? Fear? Oh man, why did I decide to go with a female character? I'm so fucking stupid. Oh, fuck. I peered back over my shoulder at the large monitor. The finalized form of Callinestra stood in a relaxed pose, wearing nothing but a plain bra and panties. The system displayed her front, back, and profile. A close-up of her head, her face, her bright ocean blue eyes, and the faintest hint of a smirk on her lips. Something about her just felt, I don't know how to put it, but right? Reassuring? Maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. It could be fun. Who knew? I glanced over and spotted the chest beside the table on the far wall. Its once red light now yellow. What's in the box? I asked, trying to delay the inevitable. your starting items and equipment. They will be provided to you upon completion of processing, AD said. Please enter to begin. All right, Eric, I said to myself. No more stalling. Get in there and get this over with. Moving quickly to stop any last-ditch attempts at backing out, I stepped into the glass tube, hoping and praying that I didn't make a colossal mistake. 3. Old habits. As the seam vanished, effectively locking me into the glass tube, I glanced up one last time at the character design that I had settled on. I smirked. I was no artist, so any attempt I made at bringing Kali-Nestra to life resulted in abject failure. I had commissioned a couple of artists over the years, and while their renditions were incredible, they weren't the exact image I had in my head. And while what I had come up with in this beyond state-of-the-art game was not 100% perfect, it was pretty fucking close. Fuck me, I muttered, wondering what the hell awaited me when the rest of the group found out what I had decided to go with for my character. Without hesitation, AD chimed in. You may not engage in self-stimulation in the processing room. Please wait until you're in the game to engage in sexual activity. Failure to abide by this rule will result in immediate removal from the game and a temporary ban. My eyes widened as I tugged at my digital hair. How could I not foresee this? How could I be so fucking blind to what else this technology was capable of when making the choice to play as a female character? No wonder they imposed such a hard age limit on this device. The porn industry alone is going to pay billions for this technology. There was an audible hiss, and I got a whiff of something sweet. When I looked down, I saw a cream-colored gas forming at my ankles. With each moment, it rose higher and higher. Shit! I changed my mind! Why did I fucking make this decision? Oh, fuck! Hey, 80? Can I just, log out and back in? Start over? You cannot log out here. Please be patient while the system prepares your new virtual body. Well, it was worth a shot. The gas was up to my waist now. Then my chest. I am never going to hear the end of this, I muttered. The process will only take a few moments, AD said. Do not be alarmed. As the gas rose up to my neck, I stood on my toes, trying to keep above it as long as I could, as if it were water rising up around me. I couldn't see a thing as it enveloped me. It was so thick I couldn't even see the wall of the glass tube. It wasn't a bad smell. Kind of smelled like the glazing of a donut. Fuck, now I was hungry. So it begins. My skin tingled as I felt a warmth grow in my chest. The hair on my arms stood on end, then vanished altogether, leaving my skin almost silky smooth. But then things got, awkward. My body felt like it was being stretched, pulled, and squeezed in all different directions. I lifted my hands to see them change right before my eyes. My fingers thinned, becoming delicate almost, nails polished smooth. The warmth in my chest deepened, almost as if something was being poured into me, reshaping what was already there. My shoulders felt lighter, almost airy, as if they were subtly retracting, narrowing. I caught a brief glimpse of my reflection in the glass, but it was blurry, the gas obscuring most of it. But I could see my form changing, becoming softer. A tightness spread across my waist like an unseen force was molding me, pulling me inward. My hips twitched involuntarily, widening with a slow, strange pressure. I could feel my center of gravity shifting, like my body was learning how to balance itself all over again. When I glanced down, I saw that I now sported a flat, toned stomach, narrow waist, and wide hips. It wasn't painful, but it was disorienting, like I was being remade from the inside out. Then tightness moved between my legs, and I felt something particularly important to me absorb into my body. Oh, fuck! Your brain is adjusting to your new virtual body. Do not be alarmed. The process will be over momentarily. Momentarily, my butt! I closed my eyes, not wanting to look down at what was no longer between my legs. I tried my damnedest to just ignore all the weirdness that was going on, especially what was happening to my chest because, well, it felt a bit heavier. Then came the face. It started with a tug, almost like my skin was being pulled ever so gently in different directions. My jawline softened, the once sharp edges smoothing out. I ran my fingers over my cheek, feeling the bones shift and rise, my nose slim slightly. The gas curled around me, wrapping my body in its sweet embrace as my hair, once short, grew longer, brushing against my neck and shoulders. I caught glimpses of it in the reflection, a bright neon blue. My legs tingled, and I could feel the muscles reshaping, growing smoother, leaner, while my hips flared out more. I steadied myself, taking slow breaths, but each one felt strange, my chest rising and falling in ways I wasn't used to. Before I could process what just happened, an exceptionally loud fan whirred to life, sucking all the gas out of the glass tube. The giant screen that had previously displayed the character creation menu had vanished. "Transition complete," Adie said. "I once again require your consent for post-transformation diagnostics. While not required, it is strongly recommended since you chose a form different from your original body." "Sure, why?" "Initiating diagnostics. Please relax." I covered my mouth in sheer terror when I heard what came out. The voice was high-pitched, airy, and feminine. It was not just a woman's voice. It was the voice of a seductress, a succubus, a siren who lured men into their doom. I don't even remember there being an option to select a voice. Just like before, the robotic hands appeared and thoroughly, and I mean thoroughly, examined my body. No wonder Edie asked for consent, although I don't remember them being this cold. But unlike before, this felt different, and when they finished, I left unsure of whether or not I should feel violated, turned on, or impressed. It would have been one thing had I gone with a male character, but for the first time in my life, not only do I know what it felt like to have breasts, but to have them touched. It was a strange, powerful, bizarre feeling that I wasn't given time to fully process. The door reappeared in the glass and opened. "Please exit the chamber, Kalinestra," Adie said. "Your equipment and gear are waiting for you in the chest. You have been provided what was deemed appropriate for your chosen skill set and character design." I took a hesitant step forward before it dawned on me. Adie called me by my character name, and not just that, she actually pronounced it correctly. "Wait, hold up," I said, wincing at the sound of my new, alluring female voice. "Did you just call me by my character name? And you said it correctly, too." "That is correct, Kalinestra. I have been programmed with a vast phonetic library of languages from all over the world, including fictional and invented. If you have any issues with your provided gear, please say so. Also included in the chest is your special item for being one of the first 100 players to log in." On the far end of the chamber, I spotted the chest, the indicator light now green. I stepped out of the chamber and cringed. I was not, and don't think I ever will be, ready for the bounce. It was hard to ignore the two new additions on my chest. They weren't huge by any means, but they were still breasts, and they still bounced with every step I took. Rose and fell with every breath, moving in ways I've never had to think about before. The weight of them pulled at my chest, and I instinctively tried to cover them as I moved across the chamber. The air felt colder somehow, brushing against skin that felt unfamiliar. Too soft, too smooth. Every sense felt heightened. I'm more aware of my skin, of every little breeze, every sensation. My hips shifted as I stepped forward, and I felt the sway immediately, a motion that was completely foreign. It's not just that my legs move differently. They're shaped differently, too. They brushed against each other, thighs curving inward in ways they never used to. Every movement felt like it happened in slow motion. The muscles worked in new patterns, a new rhythm. My body was reacting to forces I've never had to consider. Before I even realized it, I was already on the other side of the chamber, as quick as if I had sprinted, but I wasn't even the slightest bit winded. Strange. As I approached the metal table and chest, a panel in the wall beside the chest flipped over, revealing a full-length mirror. I spotted my reflection and did a double take. That couldn't be me, could it? There's no way that what I saw was me. This is. I leaned in close and examined my new face, fingers tracing the pointed arc of my ears, the sapphire blue of my eyes, the neon blue hair that cascaded down past my shoulders. I was at a loss for words. Never in my wildest dreams did I think this would happen. That not only would I finally get to experience playing a full immersion virtual reality, but also do so from the body of a different sex, through the eyes of the character I made half a lifetime ago. Couldn't imagine how my high school self would react if I went back in time and told him. I took a couple of steps back and admired the rest of my new form. As pleased as I was with how it all turned out, the thing that surprised me the most was just how much better this body felt. The fact that it was female had nothing to do with it, or maybe there was something there, but that was beside the point. It was the fact that just standing here, I could tell that this new form was stronger, faster, flexible, like I had upgraded from a plain sedan to a high-performance sports car. I had visible muscle tone, a firm stomach. I could bend down and touch my toes with ease. Though I had to stop myself several times from grabbing at my chest, now was not the time to be experimenting. Was I really that out of shape back in the real world? Was this what it felt like to be in shape? And to think that this was a more toned-down version. What if I had gone with an Olympic bodybuilder, or had chosen the orc race and maxed out the height? Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but 7 feet tall. And green. I managed to pull myself away from my reflection and stepped up to the large chest. The outfit it contained was both expected and unexpected. The game provided me with a full set of starter equipment that was really just plain clothing and enough pieces of armor to say you're protected. There was a shirt, if it could even be called that, a pair of trousers, and fingerless gloves. The shirt was long-sleeved and a forest green color, but a low-cut crop top that left my entire midriff exposed in the almost cliché sense. The pants were form-fitting but comfortable, your typical tan-colored trousers, and like the shirt, made from high-quality fabric that was more akin to something found in near-future sci-fi than the supposed high-fantasy world of Astro Blade Eternity Online. To go with the crop top and further solidify my status as a walking cliché, the game decided that a pair of thigh-high, high-heeled boots would be the optimal choice for footwear. Don't get me wrong, I always admired a woman in thigh-high boots, and despite the voice in my head daring me to put them on, I chose to go with common sense. I wanted to play a rogue, not a stripper. "Adie, can I maybe get a different pair of boots?" I held up the provocative footwear, still wincing at the sound of my voice. "Something more practical? And a longer shirt." "One moment," Adie chimed. The boots vanished and a new pair appeared in the chest. The high heel was gone, and instead of thigh-high, they looked to be about knee-high. After putting them on, I stepped back in front of the mirror to see that my flat abs were also now, thankfully, covered by a shirt. After seeing the boots the game originally offered me, I could only imagine what else was available. I'd bet my life savings that I'd come across a chainmail bikini before the end of the week. No longer naked, I equipped my meager offerings of armor that the game provided me. All a dull, dark gray, it was enough to cover my shins, forearms, and chest. I wrapped my knuckles on it to test its hardness. Seems durable enough, I shrugged. Note: once in-game, you can change your armor from your inventory screen, Adie said, unless you prefer to do so manually. The next piece of the puzzle was a belt made from dark leather. The belt had one pouch on it and 2 hip holsters that contained a pair of daggers. Like a gunslinger in the Wild West, I unsheathed the twin blades and, much to my surprise, managed to skillfully spin them around with practiced dexterity. Fucking hell, I said, in awe at what I didn't know I could do. The blades had a slight curve, polished bronze guard, and a grip made from some dark hardwood. I returned them to their sheaths and donned the last article of clothing, a dark hooded cloak. There was one thing left in the chest, a small polished metal box with no discernible way to open it. Press your thumb on the surface, Adie suggested. I did as I was told, and after a moment there was a click and the box opened, revealing a gold ring with emeralds embedded in the band. Adie, are you proposing to me? I chuckled. Before Adie could even respond, I slipped it onto the ring finger of my right hand. It fit perfectly. The lights of the room reflected off its multifaceted, polished surface. To inspect an item, just touch it and the item's description will appear in front of you. The small tooltip window appeared with a pleasant-sounding bloop and floated in the air before me. I read the information aloud, more to get used to the sound of my new voice than to learn about what the ring was. Ring of the 100. Gives the wearer a bonus to health, mana, and 1 stat of their choosing. A submenu appeared in front of me, and skimming through it for a few moments, I chose to get a permanent bonus to stealth. A little extra sneakiness couldn't hurt, especially in a game I'm wholly unfamiliar with. With all your gear and items equipped, I shall finalize character creation, Adie said. The user interface filled my vision. Much like the UIs from previous virtual reality games, it clung to the corners of my vision. The user interface is customizable, and you can choose to hide parts or all of it if you so wish. In the top left corner, I saw my character's name, current level, and below that were 3 bars. The first was the health bar, thick, full, and colored green. Below it was a blue mana bar, and below that was a completely empty bar that Adie then informed me was my experience bar. It wasn't empty for long. Not only did it fill up a quarter of the way, but the border went from white to gold. For 24 hours, players will receive bonus experience points, Adie said. The AI started listing off helpful information, reminiscent of tips that players would see at loading screens. She showed me how to access the menu and inventory, how to add friends, open chat bubbles, the usual. I tapped on the pouch on my belt and my inventory appeared. In it were 2 items, a player's handbook and a beacon stone. Currently, the beacon stone was worthless, as I hadn't set foot in the game world and bound it to a location. I tapped on the handbook, and a moment later the thick, heavy tome materialized in front of me. It remained suspended mid-air until I took hold of it. Holy fuck, this thing is heavy! I flipped through a couple pages before closing it. Then it vanished in a puff of smoke. I'll take a look at that later on, when I have some time to kill. I've wasted enough time in here already. I'm sure the rest of the group was already in the game waiting for me, cursing my name. I took a quick gander at the equipment screen. It was like any other from the countless games I've played prior. To be expected, my gear was all your standard low-quality starting apparel, their names colored gray. All except the ring. Its name radiated a bright, golden color to highlight its legendary status. Could not be traded, sold, or destroyed. Locked to my account. A mainstay. Then, the wall that had previously held the massive screen opened up, and once more I had to pick my jaw up off the floor. My theory about being in a space station proved to be true, as I stared down at the lush garden planet below. Liaria, the setting for Astroblade Eternity Online, was the lone planet in the digital solar system. Much like Earth, Liaria had a moon, Mara, and the 2 celestial bodies orbited the sun, A star, with a backdrop awash with stars, colorful nebulae, and galaxies near and far. I summoned the courage and leaned forward to peer down at the planet below. Unlike Earth, Liaria was mostly land, but from my rather high vantage point, I spotted several large patches of water scattered about the surface. I could pick out mountain chains, deserts, large open grasslands, and dense jungles. Every kind of ecosystem was present in this fictional world. I very much planned on stepping foot in each one, visiting the entirety of this planet's surface. All I could do was hope that walking wasn't the only mode of transportation. Please let there be dragons I can ride. Please, please, please. A light came on above the heavy doors at the far end of the room. It spun slowly, an indicator light, as the doors creaked, then opened ominously slowly. I expected some monster to come in from the darkness beyond, a roar to alert me to its arrival, as if I was some challenger in a gladiatorial arena. Instead, Adie's pleasant voice chimed in. When you are ready to enter the game, please step through the doors. Warning, once you do so, you will not be able to return to this location. Any items left behind will be destroyed. I glanced back at the table, at the chest next to it, and confirmed that I had left nothing behind. Like when you check out of a hotel room and examine every square inch just to make sure you didn't forget your wallet or a charging cable. I knew the chest was empty, but I still opened it, 'cause you never know. Maybe something spawned in it after I closed it. All clear. I started toward the door, but stopped after a couple of seconds. Adie, what if I want to make another character? There was a pause. Then the AI spoke. Players are currently limited to one character. Additional characters may be available in the future. I shrugged. Worth a shot. As I approached the doors, Adie bid me farewell. Thank you for choosing to play Astroblade Eternity Online, Kalinestra. Do enjoy your time here. One last question. I glanced back over my shoulder. What is the prize? I cannot provide any information. You will be informed after entering the game. Goodbye. I expected the doors to be some kind of portal, that when I passed through, I would be instantly teleported to the game world, that I would arrive in the starting area wherever that may be. If there even was one, that is. One of the most popular theories centered around the idea that the game had no starting area, that instead the player would be randomly deposited somewhere. Most, if not all, role-playing games had some sort of starting area, a safe place where the player could learn the ins and outs of the game before moving on to the more difficult and less forgiving areas. Some games just threw you to the wolves, slapped you in the face, and said, "Welcome." Aidan Dorora had always been a critic of linear gameplay, said that it took away the player's freedom and the desire to explore. I'll admit that I was a subscriber to the no starter zone theory. It all sounded well and good, that it would provide a challenge and separate the weak from the strong. But now that I'm in the game, well, the character creator, I hope to God that there was that cushy, comforting beginner area. A bunny slope to figure things out on. Fall and not have to worry about tumbling down the mountain. Instead of walking out into the world of Liaria, the doors unsurprisingly led me to another room. They closed behind me, and after doing so, another set of lights turned on, and I couldn't help but groan at what lay before me. It was an escape pod. Of course it had to be something grandiose and over the top. Couldn't be something as simple as walking through a shimmering wall and appearing on the planet's surface. I shouldn't have been surprised. Aiden had always had a flair for the dramatic. As I approached my entry vector, I pulled the hood of my cloak up over my head and enabled the profile privacy lock, one of the features that Aiden informed me about as I was getting geared up. From my own experience, every online role-playing game I played, if another player was an ally or a member of the same faction, they could walk right up to you and fully inspect your character. Get intimate details about what gear you had equipped, if they had any kind of enchantment or boost, your stats, what you've unlocked or achieved, and most importantly, what level you were. Built into Astroblade Eternity Online was a privacy lock that, when enabled, all anyone could find out was your name. They couldn't see what level you were or what your gear was. Nothing. Only way to get past this was through a friend request or a party invite. All that was provided was enough information to distinguish you from an NPC. While I mainly enabled this to go with the theme of the mysterious rogue, it was mostly to eliminate unsolicited attention. Last thing I wanted was lonely, horny players trying to slide into my DMs. I shuddered as I thought about what kind of attention I would have received had I stuck with the porn star build. Yikes. Then again, I probably could have made a killing. All those thirsty guys willing to pay for my attention. Then I remembered 80's warning when I was in the transformation tube not to engage in self-stimulation. If I could do that, then I'm sure players could have full-blown sex as their characters. If that was the case, I whistled. Aiden Dorora was about to become the world's first trillionaire. I stepped into the pod. Like climbing into the seat of a roller coaster, I connected the straps and pulled down the harness. With everything locked down and fastened, the metal doors of the pod closed and sealed themselves shut. Nothing happened. Then, after looking around, I found a large switch. Hold on to your butts. I pulled the lever, and a heartbeat later, I was shot off the space station and barreling down toward the planet. 4. A whole new world. I absolutely fucking hated roller coasters. So when the game decided to launch me out of the space station like a fucking cruise missile, all I could do was scream and curse up a Category 5 storm. Holy fucking shit! Bellowing at the top of my lungs was the only thing that kept the contents of my digital stomach from exploding out of my mouth. Not like I had anything in there to begin with, but still. The escape pod had very little wiggle room. The glass in front of me was less than an arm's length away. Small lights dotted the inside. The brightest glowed a solid red above a monitor the size of an index card. It displayed a number declining very rapidly and a progress bar filling up as the planet below grew closer and bigger. I gripped the handlebars so tight my knuckles turned white. Is this the fucking loading screen? I shouted over the roar of the pod entering the planet's atmosphere. Aiden, you are one sadistic bastard! The pod twisted, and the light of the sun filled the interior. It rotated further, and the planet of Lieria filled my vision, drawing near rather swiftly. A robotic voice instructed me to prepare for landing as the ominous red light shifted to a more cautionary yellow. The progress bar on the small monitor was now 3/4 full as the exterior of the escape pod started to glow. I was entering the planet's atmosphere, hoping and praying this pod wouldn't explode. I didn't mind flying, and while I wasn't prone to air sickness, turbulence still put me on edge. That and the plane's descent. No matter how many times I've flown, I always envisioned the wheels breaking as the plane touched down on the tarmac, sending it into a skid. So when the clouds cleared and I saw the planet's surface rapidly approaching, I knew the game had somehow glitched, that whatever mechanism was programmed to stop me from crashing into the ground like a meteorite had failed, and I would die before I could even play this game. Maybe it'll give me a chance to redo my character. Go with, like, a buff fighter, Conan the Barbarian. I could hear the opening drums from that soundtrack already. Instead, I closed my eyes as the progress bar neared completion and braced for impact. Only, it never came. After several heart-pounding, infinitely long moments, I slowly opened my eyes to see that I was on the ground. Well, on a raised landing pad, to be precise. There wasn't any crash. The pod simply landed. I didn't even feel it slow down. There was a loud click as the yellow light turned green. Then the hatch popped open with a long hiss. I was immediately greeted with a warm breeze, gentle and welcoming, as the several restraints and buckles unfastened. I pulled back my hood as I took a hesitant step out of the pod, my legs still a bit wobbly as the adrenaline from the pants-wetting, vomit-inducing descent began to wear off. But whatever after effects from the descent lingered, they faded as I was swallowed up in the pure serenity of my surroundings. The landing pad was located in a small grassy clearing in an evergreen forest. The sky above was a bright, brilliant blue filled with puffy white clouds. The breeze formed waves in the grass, rustled the leaves in the nearby wood, brushed my neon blue hair. I closed my eyes and breathed deep in the smell of the forest, of the grass, the wildflowers in the field, the warmth of the sunlight on my face. It was all impossibly realistic. I walked down the landing ramp toward the dirt path that twisted away into the woods ahead of me, completely, utterly speechless at what surrounded me. My boots crunched on the dirt with each step, leaving behind footprints. I knelt down and combed my fingers through the tall grass, feeling each and every single blade brush against my fingers. I scooped some dirt and let it fall. "Fucking hell," I muttered. I plucked a blade of grass and brought it to my nose. Undeniably real. "How did you do it?" I said aloud. "How is this even possible?" To say this was a technical achievement would be like saying the moon landing was a weekend job. What Aiden and Singularity Tech had accomplished here was on par with the invention of the internet or the first personal computers. It would change not just video games, but technology forever. One giant leap toward the singularity. People are going to live their entire lives here. A thought crossed my mind. What if this was all some sort of elaborate ruse? That I wasn't in some digital fantasy world, but a real one, located somewhere in some distant part of the universe or some other dimension. I shook the thought from my head and couldn't help but smirk at the other wildly far-fetched and outlandish theories that circulated the internet in the years, months, and days leading up to the game's launch. I remember one that claimed that the console actually killed you, and this is just some digital afterlife that you could never return from. I plucked a wildflower and gave it a whiff as I continued my stroll. It was a vibrant purple flower, reminiscent of lavender. The new message alert jolted me out of my contemplation. A classical bit of fanfare, it had the same effect as a warning siren, and I nearly lost my balance. "Oh, what the fuck now?" I said to the floating opaque notification window. A quick tap on the pop-up revealed the contents. It was a message from none other than Aiden Derora, though he signed it as Game Master Raiden. I pressed the play button. There wasn't any other option. "Hello and welcome, Calinestra," Aiden's voice said, obviously altered. He sounded way more charismatic than he did in the interviews I've seen. Despite Aiden's massive success, he wasn't the charming billionaire you'd expect. He was a tall, lanky man who, in the early days of his career, maintained a head of hair in what could only be described as permanent bedhead. He was like any other hardcore nerd you'd find on the floor of a comic book or video game convention, except that he had more money than the rest of the attendees combined. He described himself as the man behind the scenes, the brain, not the face of the operation, the Wozniak to Apple's Steve Jobs. "You've taken the first step in what will hopefully be a billion more." "Blah, blah, enough with the welcome bullshit," I said, waving my hand around in annoyance, willing it to move faster. Aiden continued. "Announcement about the prize a couple hours from now. I strongly suggest you remain logged in to hear it. Good luck and have fun." "Wait, what? Say that again." But the message had ended and Aiden's voice vanished. Gone was the memo with no way to reopen it. There was, however, a notification for a new quest. I brought up the in-game menu and navigated my way to the quest log, and there it was, unostentatiously called The Prize, with a description as short and as vague as can be. "An in-game announcement about the prize will occur in several hours. This announcement will be viewable no matter where you are in the game. I wholeheartedly urge you to remain logged in to learn more about this life-changing reward. Once more, good luck, have fun, and welcome to Astro Blade Eternity Online." "A reward, huh?" I muttered. "Sounds like some sort of cash prize. Probably a nice chunk of change, too, knowing Aiden." I glanced around at the forest and sighed. Starting zones at the launch of a new MMO were usually chaotic clusterfucks on an apocalyptic scale. Players everywhere fought over quest targets, whether it was wolves descending upon some farmer's sheep or gathering herbs for an old and lazy alchemist. It became a game of who could react the fastest to the respawns. I had devised a plan for such an occasion, should the starting area for this game be like all the ones before. Your best bet was to be as quick and efficient as possible. Crawl through the muck and filth into greener, wide-open pastures. Get ahead of the storm, so to speak. But with this announcement, players had probably opted to straight up abandon whatever starting area there may be, step out into the game as a whole in search of whatever treasure Aiden buried. I pulled my hood back up and continued down the narrow trail into the forest. Under the shade of the canopy, I spotted and heard all sorts of wildlife. From small insects to birds to rabbits and squirrels, even a deer. After several minutes of peaceful hiking, I exited the woods and came upon a village. The small trail that I had been following widened into a road that led into town. The buildings had this modern yet rustic look, as if to emulate a medieval town while keeping the perks of modern-day living. Almost all were either 2 or 3 stories, with one building that stood taller than the rest. As I walked down the main street, I spotted the usual landmarks, shops and stalls that sold everything a brand new player in a role-playing game needed. Likely low-level armor and weapons, bags, food, and drink to replenish your health and/or mana, maybe even potions and flasks. I passed by cookie-cutter guard NPCs dressed in dull gray armor and equipped with swords and shields. One NPC, a guard that looked to be a day away from retiring, approached, and after a few sentences of scripted, mildly insulting dialogue that included terms like greenhorn and tenderfoot, suggested heading over to the training grounds to learn how to properly swing a sword or fire a bow. I simply smiled and politely declined, muttered a few choice words before stepping around the guard. While a good idea in theory, my number one priority was getting in touch with the rest of my friends, if they'd even made it into the game yet. I expected this village to be more populated. I'm sure if it wasn't for the prize, it would have been a hive of activity. It wasn't completely empty, there were still players milling about. But still, I was prepared for a literal swarm of players. As far as I was aware, this game didn't have multiple instances, no parallel dimensions to keep from overcrowding. We were all going to share the same place. One possibility was that there were multiple starting locations scattered across the planet to help spread things out evenly. Logically, this made sense, but it was a nightmare scenario for anyone trying to play with one or more friends. I wouldn't see any of them for days, if not weeks, if they were spawned elsewhere. Unless, of course, there was some kind of teleportation system. But I digress. What players I did see strewn about were surprisingly varied. I had expected to see a certain combination of race and gender more represented than the rest due to my past experiences with other massive multiplayer online role-playing games. But then again, that was a character on a screen. What I saw surprisingly little of here, though, was women. Or rather, deliberate digital eye candy. It wasn't uncommon for female NPCs in fantasy games to be designed to be a bit more visually appealing, in order to lure in a certain demographic and drive up sales. Hate me all you want, but I won't deny that I love a woman in a chainmail bikini. There was a saying as old as the internet itself that claimed that there were no women on the internet, and that anyone claiming to be a girl was actually a guy in real life. However, this wasn't like any other video game. You weren't controlling a character on a screen, staring at their backside for tens or hundreds of hours. So it would make sense that, given the opportunity to actually step foot into the body of a woman, few of those guys seemed inclined to do so. The first 2 female player characters I spotted upon entering town were wildly different from one another. One was a tall Amazonian-looking woman who could crush a skull with her bare hands, and the other, well, let's just say they decided to go the porn star route. She wore next to nothing. Thigh-high black leather boots with a heel you'd see on a stripper. The rest of her attire consisted of a fishnet body stocking, booty shorts, and a tube top that had just enough fabric to cover her nipples. Her hair was long, layered, and black with streaks of red. It was a form even more promiscuous than the one I had, jokingly designed for Callinestra. The woman, who decided to name this vixen of an avatar Electra, had also decided to not opt into the privacy filter. She was a first-level scoundrel. And I'm sure that if the game had allowed it, she would have included a link where players could donate to her livelihood. I could only imagine the kind of messages she was getting, and it made me all the more thankful to have my privacy lock enabled. It wasn't the only setting I had chosen to enable. Since I wasn't playing in front of a screen, I didn't need to worry about motion blur or other graphical settings that were limited to what hardware you had. Instead, the only settings AEO provided you with were content-related. For example, there was a nudity filter, which I'm sure would have blurred out that outfit Electra wore. I had left that one disabled. The filter I did enable, however, was the one that limited visual blood and gore. It's not that I get queasy or faint at the sight of blood. It's just sometimes developers can get a little carried away. The tooltip did say that it wouldn't completely hide gore, just that it would be significantly reduced. Like lowering a film rating from R to PG-13. As I continued deeper into the village, I passed by a number of players who loitered about or sat around as they navigated through their menus or flipped through their copy of the hefty player's guide. While I could see the semi-translucent pop-ups that floated before them, what I wasn't privy to was what was on them. If I peeked over their shoulders, all I would see was a blank screen. There were a pair of human characters, one in robes and the other in chainmail, laughing among themselves as they typed on holographic keyboards, obviously part of some private chat. Most players kept to themselves. I got more than a few passing glances, double takes, and prolonged stares. My armor wasn't revealing. Okay, sure, it did contour around my breasts, but it was downright Puritan compared to that Electra lady. What drew their eyes was probably the fact that I was a female elf with neon blue hair. More at home in a cyberpunk game than, say, a fantasy. Which reminded me, I should be on the lookout for male characters with a rather idealized physique and avoid them at all costs. I'm not looking to join your harem, thank you very much. Wanting a little more privacy, I stepped off the main road and took refuge in a shaded alley. I leaned against the stone wall, but before I could even open my friend list, I got a new message notification. Normally, the privacy lock would filter any unsolicited messages and stuff them into a folder that I can sift through, like an email spam folder. But the fact that I got a notification either meant another message from Aiden, or one of the game's many support staff, or more likely from one of the group. Prior to the game's launch, we all shared our unique friend IDs that we received during account creation. There were two levels of friendship, so to speak. There were your in-game friends and your real-life friends, those you know and trust. While you could add anyone you come across to your in-game friend list, if they had the privacy lock enabled, all they would be able to see is if you were logged in or not, sort of like following someone on social media. If they friended you back, then you could message them as if they didn't have the privacy lock on. Of course, anything hidden by the privacy filter was made visible if you friended someone using the friend ID number. I opened the message window and smiled when I saw who it was from. It wasn't Aiden or one of the other GMs, but from a player character by the name of Lutho. 5. We're all noobs once. Well, that's a relief, I muttered. Though, to be honest, I've been so entranced by this game that I've completely forgotten about even checking the social tab in the game's menu. Would have been a quick and easy answer to the question of whether any of my friends were even logged on. I brought up the menu with a few quick gestures. Everyone was logged in. All but Lisa had entered the game proper. She was still in the character creator. Dwayne had decided pretty early on that the character he was going to make for this game would be his original D&D character, a dwarf cleric named Lutho. He was the only other one besides myself who had grown so attached to their original character that they had recreated them at every opportunity they could. Lutho Deepstone, if I remembered the full name correctly. Callinestra's surname was Thorn. I had used up what creative capacity I had for her first name at that time, but I ran with it. Lutho.
Don't tell me you're actually playing a chick.
Lutho.
Wait, is that your elf character from D&D?
Lutho.
Dude.
I rolled my eyes and sighed heavily as I summoned the holographic keyboard. I knew Dwayne would have the most animated response. Tom would give me shit for it, but not much else. At least I can rely on Mitch and Lisa to have my back. Callinestra. I see you also decided to go with your cleric. Did you actually choose a dwarf, though? Lutho. ... Lutho.
Perv.
Lutho.
Accept the group invite.
I closed out of the chat window with a swipe of my hand and muttered a string of curses under my breath. I'm going to have to come up with a good reason as to why I decided to play the opposite gender, aren't I? Something besides, well, that it just seemed right at the time? Is that weird? Maybe that I was curious? At the same time, I could just be like, why the fuck does it matter? This was my choice to make, so deal with it. A bit blunt, and easily seen as a test of friendship, so perhaps not. I don't know. I still can't believe I went through with it. I raked my fingers through my neon blue hair, glanced down at my new form with all its curves, additions, and subtractions. I mean, sure, my real body has curves, just not the sexy kind. When the group invite prompt appeared before me, I had to steady myself, prepare for whatever the group decided to hurl my way. Knowing my friends, there would be an initial stream of joke insults, primarily from Tom and Dwayne, but then it would be out of their system, and then continue on as if it was nothing. Just accept that it was my decision and move on. Friends rag on each other, after all. Several player icons appeared in the corner of my vision below mine. Beside their pictures were their health and resource bars. In addition to Lutho were Adam and Ronnie. Adam was obviously Tom. He was always terrible when it came to naming characters, which meant that Mitch was playing as Ronnie. Lutho had considerably more mana than the rest of us, whereas Adam had none at all. If I had to guess, he was likely playing some sort of barbarian character, and instead of mana, it would be like a rage meter or something. Adam. Oh, what the fuck, Eric? Lutho.
No, it's Callinestra.
Callinestra. You guys don't have to be assholes about it. Adam.
You know us. Did you expect anything else?
Adam.
Where the fuck are you, Mitch?
Lutho.
He's getting the guild paperwork filed.
Callinestra. Have you guys heard from Lisa at all? Lutho.
She must still be.
Lutho.
Oh, wait, she just landed.
Adam.
Sweet baby Jesus.
I was about to open up my friends list to see what Tom was going on about when I got the notification that someone else had joined the party. A character by the name of Bob. Bob.
What up, fucknuts?
Callinestra. How in the hell did you manage to secure that name? Bob.
IDK, but I'm going to wear it like a badge of honor.
Lutho.
Especially when I'm seeing names like Anuthazur and Skoseumi.
Adam.
I've only seen 7 characters from LOTR so far.
Callinestra. How many male elf archers named some variation of Legolas? Adam.
4.
Adam.
In addition to the 7.
Bob.
What a bunch of uncreative jerk-offs.
Lutho.
Says the character named Bob.
Bob.
You can suck my cock.
Bob.
Literally, you can suck it now.
Adam.
Congrats, Eric. You're not the only perv anymore.
Lutho.
You touched your boobs yet?
Callinestra. Well, you both can suck on my metaphorical cock. Bob.
Dude, you made a chick? Righteous.
Bob.
Where are you so I can give you a high five and slap that ass?
Lutho.
Check your mini-map.
Lutho.
Adam and I are in a tavern.
Lutho.
Come find us.
I minimized the chat box and pinned it to the lower left-hand corner of the screen. I knew what I was getting into, but it still put me in a sour mood. No, Dwayne, I have not fondled my breasts. I'm tempted, sure, but I'm going to at least wait 24 hours before I give in to my deep-seated depravity and satisfy a curiosity that apparently all men share. A quick tap on the square minimap brought up a much larger and more intricately detailed version that filled the bulk of my vision. I navigated through it as if using a touchscreen the size of a television, panned and zoomed across what little of the map had been revealed to me. The town was, for the most part, fully visible, with all the streets, alleyways, and buildings. My own marker was a gold arrow, with 4 green dots indicating the rest of my party. 2 were next to each other, 1 was alone in another part of town, and the 4th was coming up the trail from the landing zone. When I zoomed out, the town map became an island in a sea of gray. Going further, that gray became featureless regions on the planet-wide map. Based on what the map said, the town was called Dorore Outpost in the Gustia region. When I zoomed all the way out, the flat image became a sphere that I could twist and turn, akin to Google Earth. My ears twitched. I closed out of the map and heard heavy footsteps and the clink-clank of metal armor approaching rapidly. Then the dark alley got even darker as a massive figure stood in the entrance. If it wasn't for the fact that floating above this hulking, colossal figure was the name Bob, I would have shat my pants. The orc winked and produced a toothy grin.
Hey, good looking. Why don't you turn around and show me that ass?
Bob's voice was as deep as he was tall. And he was fucking tall. I had spent what I considered a significant amount of time crafting the character I now embodied. I won't lie to you and say she was only modestly attractive. She's a female elf. By default, they're stunningly gorgeous. You have to put in an effort to make them ugly. Lisa, on the other hand, had decided to do the opposite. Bob was as ugly as he was tall. And he was really fucking tall. I made Kalinestra taller than the average elf woman, and Bob the orc made me feel like a dwarf, even though I was just below shoulder height. He had to be at least 7 feet tall. His face looked like it was smashed in with a hammer and left to heal that way. He had short, messy black hair, moss-green skin with one tusk longer than the other. His eyes were a bright yellow and wore a permanent crooked grin. His teeth were surprisingly bright white for an orc. He was decked out in a full set of dull gray armor, and slung over his back was a tower shield. Sheathed on top of his hip was a spiked mace that was as big as a basketball. "No helmet?" I asked, eyeing him up and down.
And hide this beautiful face?
Bob's laughter reverberated like a subwoofer cranked up too high.
I have one, it's just hidden.
To prove this, Bob brought his knuckles up to his head and knocked on the invisible helm. Clang, clang, clang. I nodded. Neat. Didn't realize that was an option.
Helms are the only piece of armor you can hide.
Just how fucking tall are you?
7 feet. Maxed it out.
He leaned forward.
I see you maxed out some of the sliders yourself.
He chuckled and wagged a finger.
Couldn't help yourself, could ya?
Says Miss 5 foot nothing, I sneered. Bob put his hands on his hips, a surprising feat given how narrow the alley is.
I'll have you know I'm 5'5", not 5 foot nothing, Miss Double D's.
I folded my arms across my chest, feeling suddenly very self-conscious. I turned away from Bob. This is like in the middle of the slider. I could have made them way bigger. Bob slapped his thigh and chuckled.
What? Didn't want big old titties? Guys are always raving about wanting girls with big knockers.
He pointed down at the lower half of my body.
Did you keep it?
I felt my cheeks burn and glanced further away. I did not.
Bold. So, have you, probed it?
No, of course not. I squinted at him. Have you?
I got yelled at by the disembodied voice, so I waited until I had landed to whip it out, just to take a look-see.
Bob said with a grin that stretched from ear to ear.
The first patch of snow I find, I'm writing my name in it.
I smacked my forehead with the palm of my hand. Of course you fucking would. All right, let's go meet up with the others. I turned and started walking toward the alley's exit, but stopped after a couple of steps. Can you even do that in the game? Bob shrugged. Then, after a long, awkward pause, I continued walking. My ears twitched. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Following instinct, I leapt to the side in time to watch Bob's massive hand swing by, missing the spot where my ass was just a nanosecond ago. a message appeared on my screen. Dodge skill increased by 1 point. 9 points to rank up. Can you fucking not? I shouted back at Bob, my face burning from either fury or embarrassment. Maybe both. Bob shrugged again.
I can't help it. I see a nice ass and I want to smack it. Must be all this testosterone. I feel so manly. Oh, yeah.
He flexed and posed and flexed again like he was part of some competition.
Is this what you guys feel like all the time?
Fucking hell, I muttered. It was a short, uneventful walk to the tavern. As much as I didn't want to admit it, I was actually thankful for Bob's presence. It seemed that having a 7-foot-tall orc walking by your side was enough to discourage lingering gazes and would-be suitors. Though anyone that did stare gawked at just how fucking tall Bob was. Some even gave him kudos for the name choice. I could only imagine how jarring it must have been for Lisa to step into a body that was twice the size and about 1,000 times more muscular than her own back in the real world, like a pilot stepping into a giant mech. The wooden tavern door creaked as I pushed it open, and the smell of smoke, ale, and roasted meat rolled over me like a warm wave. Inside, the tavern was a lively blur of flickering lantern light and shadows cast by the low-beamed ceiling. Long tables sprawled across the room, packed with patrons clinking mugs, their laughter and banter blending into a pleasant din that buzzed against my skin. Elves, dwarfs, orcs, and humans alike. It was exactly what I expected it to be. What I always imagined they would look like. The bar stretched along the back wall, gleaming with the luster of years and the touch of 1,000 elbows. Behind it, a muscular man with a gray beard and bald head that shone like it was polished. A non-player character, the barkeep cleaned a glass with a rag that might have once been white. No two characters were alike. And while everyone started off with the same drab-looking armor, there was as much variation in the looks and styles as there were the players that wore them. But even so, there were trends among the various looks that gave away what the player had in mind for their class. I wasn't spared from curious glances as I navigated the tavern. Despite my hood covering most of my head, and my cloak covering most of my attire, I wasn't completely invisible. At least, not yet. Perhaps I should have gone with a more natural-looking hair color. Then again, I did spot a dwarf rocking a neon pink mohawk among the crowd. Lutho and Adam sat across from each other in a booth in the corner. Dwayne fashioned his character almost exactly after the original Lutho from our high school D&D sessions. Lisa had convinced an artist friend to draw the party, and while it wasn't incredibly detailed or anything, it was still the first image of our characters. I found a scanned version of it on my computer a few years back and had it printed and framed. It sat on my desk like a family photo. Lutho was a short, stocky dwarf who wore a simple gray robe. Propped up next to the booth was a staff made from a piece of dark, twisted wood. He had a short, flat-top haircut with a long, ash-gray beard and dark skin. His feet swung freely, unable to touch the ground as he navigated through his menu. Sitting across from him was an orc like Bob, only not nearly as tall. Adam sat with his arms folded, scowling. His skin was a muted reddish-brown color, and his head shaved bald. His dark beard was nearly identical to that of his real-world counterpart, several inches long and obsessively maintained. Compared to Bob, Adam looked like a male model. His tusks were uniform and his face didn't look like the aftermath of a meat tenderizer. And while Bob was fully armored from the neck down, Adam had modeled himself after Conan the Barbarian. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of dull metal bracers. Below the belt, he was, thankfully, completely clothed, opting for a pair of dark pants and heavy-looking boots, over which was strapped a pair of greaves and thigh armor that hung from his belt. When Lutho and Adam saw Bob and Kalinestra, they got up from their seats to greet them.
Holy fucking shit, Lisa,
Lutho said, looking up at the orc like the massive tree he was.
Why'd you make him so fucking tall?
Bob shrugged.
Why not?
You could practically punt Dwayne like a football, I grinned. Lutho rolled his eyes.
Hilarious.
Adam looked back and forth between Bob and myself.
I don't get you two sometimes. You want to know why?
Bob placed his hands on his hips and leaned toward Adam and Lutho as if he were their mother about to scold them.
'Cause I thought it would be cool to experience something that's impossible outside this game. Because in the real world, I'm some scrawny-ass stick of a woman, and here I'm a fucking tank that would eat the real me for breakfast.
Adam put his hands up defensively.
All right, you made your point.
I nodded, seemingly agreeing with Lisa's logic. I wasn't ugly, but I wasn't handsome either. I had to keep clean-shaven. I wasn't gifted the same genes Tom had. I was just ordinary. A boring, out-of-shape white dude. Could that have been why I decided to play a woman? To feel attractive or beautiful? To know what it felt like to be looked at with genuine interest?
Ronnie is almost here,
Lutho said. I don't think the table will seat all of us. I frowned, avoiding glancing over at Bob. Adam scratched at his beard.
Yeah, let's go outside.
He looked away from his friends toward the rest of the bar.
We can talk in private, away from them.
Here, follow me. I know of a spot we can go.
Lutho motioned for us to follow as he walked between them. I grinned and nudged Bob. Is no one else going to talk about how the tallest one of us is playing a dwarf?
Oh, don't you fucking say it.
Lutho grunted. Oh, what? I'm not allowed to give you shit for your height or lack thereof when you gave me shit for playing a chick?
She's got a point, you know,
Bob sniggered. Lutho fumed as he led us out of the crowded tavern. After a couple of silent minutes, we stopped in a vacant lot by the edge of town near where Ronnie had been holed up since I first stepped foot into the game. Lutho sat down on one of the benches while Adam leaned against the wall. Bob was testing out his body, his movements ranging from posing to stretching to exercising in place to swinging his weapon around. You all came down to this planet in the escape pod, right? I asked. It wasn't just me?
Fucking dope that was,
Adam grinned.
I'd do that shit again in a heartbeat.
You are the only one of us to have gone skydiving after all,
Lutho said.
Adrenaline junkie.
It really was something,
Bob chuckled.
Surprised I even fit in the thing.
Now, I know you were dead set on your cleric, I said to Lutho, but what about the rest of you? Indecisive or no? Adam shrugged.
You know me. I was obviously going to pick some sort of martial class. I just wasn't sure about the race. I had considered going with a beefy elf, but looking at it up on the screen just didn't feel right. Orc made sense, so voila. I definitely was on the fence about what I wanted, but once I was inside the creator and realized I could be literally anyone, I figured, why not go as big and tall as can be?
Everyone nodded in agreement, but when it came to my turn, a message from Ronnie appeared, and I was spared from having to answer. For now. Ronnie.
Holy fuck, that took for fucking ever.
Ronnie.
OMW, finally.
A minute later, Mitch's character Ronnie rounded the corner.
Holy fucking shit!
He yelped when he laid eyes on the monstrosity that was Bob.
Is that you, Lisa?
Bob waved and smiled from ear to ear.
Yo!
Ronnie then turned toward me as I stood. He eyed my form up and down. Dude. I rolled my eyes and crossed my arms in front of my chest as Ronnie walked up to me. He lifted his hand in the air. Mad respect. I felt my body relax and returned the high five. I shouldn't have doubted Mitch. He and Lisa were the two most open-minded and accepting members of the group. Always encouraged and supported the rest of us. Where Bob, Adam, and even Lutho were stocky, broad-shouldered, and muscular, Ronnie was a thin, scrawny stick of a human male. His dark black hair was long and straight, ending well below his shoulders. Instead of a thick, full beard like Adam, Ronnie sported a goatee. He wore a short-sleeved dark shirt, over which was some light chainmail and a leather armor vest. He had dark cloth pants and black leather boots. Slung to his back was a large, double-headed axe. What is that? I pointed to his weapon. Ronnie smirked.
It's my axe.
He unsheathed it, and my jaw dropped when it was revealed that not only was it a double-headed axe, but it was also a 6-string electric guitar. Ronnie's fingers moved in a blur as a heavy metal guitar riff resounded in the empty lot.
That's fucking awesome,
Bob said as he clapped with approval. I had to ask the robot lady for it specifically, since it originally gave me a fucking lute. Yeah, I had to request different footwear, I said.
Let me guess. Stripper boots.
Bob winked.
A fucking bard? Really?
Adam said. He rolled his eyes so hard I felt the earth shake. You'll fucking thank me when you have so many buffs you won't know what to do with them, Ronnie said as he flipped off his older brother. Lutho jumped off the bench.
Back to business. Did you get the guild charter?
Ronnie nodded.
Yeah, but it was a fucking pain in the ass. Had to wait in line and everything. Couldn't just run up and talk to the NPC. People in front of me were taking forever. Couldn't decide on names, and there were a bunch that the game outright rejected.
He tapped on the pouch on his belt, and a couple of moments later, he handed me and the rest some pamphlets.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Adam waved his pamphlet in the air while Bob bust out laughing. I was about to ask what was the matter when I read the pamphlet and joined in on the laughter. Ronnie looked totally lost and confused.
What did I...
He looked down at the pamphlet in his hand as if seeing it for the very first time.
Oh no.
The guild pamphlet was your usual trifold piece of paper that you often found at diners across the country that advertised things to do in the area for travelers. This particular pamphlet contained all the information the player needed to know about how guilds worked in Astroblade Eternity Online. Players within a guild had access to a shared bank that resided within their guild housing, which early on was nothing more than a large tavern-style conference room. It could then be later upgraded to a house or even a castle. Once upgraded, it became a private, safe area for players to relax, meet, or log out. Once you joined a guild, its name appeared below your character name, which in our case was a guild called Sucks at Gaming. 6. The first of many.
I can't fucking believe you spelled it wrong,
Adam said, about ready to tear the pamphlet up into 1,000 pieces. He rubbed his bald head with both hands as he paced about, grumbling to himself. Lutho shook his head and snickered.
I'm shocked you even had him do it. Of all the people in our group to fill out paperwork.
Ronnie shrugged. Dude, you know how fucking dyslexic I am? I misspell shit all the time. And it's not like we could have used the old party name.
Why the fuck not?
Adam said. I frowned. Vox Arcana is a little too similar to the one used by the folks of Critical Role. Adam rolled his eyes.
Who the fuck cares? Well, I, for one, fucking love it,
Bob said. The pamphlet, looking more like a business card in his monstrous hands, vanished as the guild's name appeared below his character name. I honestly found myself agreeing with Bob. Having it be misspelled kind of gave it a bit of a satirical, darkly humorous flavor. At the end of the pamphlet were 2 squares, one to deny, the other to accept. I pressed my thumb onto the square to accept, and it too vanished in a wisp of digital confetti. A message prompt appeared on my screen. You have joined the guild Sucks at Gaming. Guild information added to your character sheet. More information can be found in the player handbook. I'm just glad it didn't give me another item that sat permanently in my inventory. Not one single massive multiplayer online role-playing game that I had ever played provided new players with an appropriately sized bag. When you're just starting out, it's a particularly good idea to loot everything. Those unusable scraps of fur, broken glass bottles, half-digested fish, or millions of other vendor trash items might only be worth a couple copper pieces each, but that added up fast. There was nothing quite like looting an awesome item, only to find out your tiny purse was full and you had to leave it behind. Or worse, it vanished because it had no place to go. And don't get me started on how quickly you could fill up your inventory if you decided to also level up a profession. Want bags full of rocks? 'Cause that's how you got bags full of nothing but stones and raw ore. Adam eventually conceded and begrudgingly pressed his thumb onto the pamphlet. None too happy as the guild name appeared beneath his like the rest of us. With that taken care of, we all found ourselves just standing around.
I wasn't the only one who came down here in an escape pod, am I? Ronnie asked. Bob chuckled. That was something, wasn't it?
A little out of place, if you ask me,
Lutho said.
It's a fantasy game. What are we doing staring off in a fucking space station?
Ronnie shrugged.
Dramatic effect? Was pretty cool seeing the planet from way up high. Kind of felt like a menu screen.
Hey, what the fuck is that?
Lutho said as he pointed to my hand. What are you? I started, but was interrupted when Lutho grabbed my hand and pointed to the gold emerald ring.
The fuck is this?
He repeated. I pulled my hand back and tapped on the ring. A floating message box appeared above it with the item's name, stats, and flavor text.
Ring of the 100? What kind of bullshit is that?
Adam said. Lutho scratched his beard as he pondered.
We all logged in at the same time. How in the hell were you one of the first 100?
I have no idea. Guess I just got lucky. I shrugged.
I did see a similar ring on a couple of other players, Bob said.
I hesitated. Did you guys get the bonus XP? Then let out a sigh of relief when they all nodded. Silence fell upon the group, broken a few moments later when Ronnie said, If no one is going to address the elephant in the...
I'm right here,
Bob gestured. No, I meant the whole prize thing, Ronnie finished.
That cryptic message that we all got upon entering the world? I think it's bullshit.
Adam folded his arms.
If it is a cash prize, it's probably only a couple grand or something.
Hey now, a couple grand is a lot to some of us.
Lutho jabbed a finger toward Adam.
We're not all married to the CEO of a Fortune 500 company.
Or an executive at a law firm, I muttered. Adam said nothing, only lifted his hands apologetically as if to say, sorry.
What if it's something else?
Ronnie's voice took on a more solemn tone. What if he traps us here, like some sort of sadistic, good day, adventurers? We all turned to see a guard NPC approach. Only, unlike the rest, this guard wore no helmet. He was an older man with specks of gray in his hair and beard. He greeted us with the cold professionalism of someone with a lifelong military career. To add to the effect, he wore a worn-out, ragged look on his face with eyes that surveyed us with skepticism. If I didn't know better, he almost looked like a younger, bearded Charles Dance. Ronnie returned the greeting.
Good day to you as well,
he said with a slight bow. The man's posture relaxed only the tiniest bit.
I'm looking for worthwhile sorts to deal with some pests.
I raised an eyebrow. This couldn't be scripted. Was this some form of artificial intelligence?
What kind of pests?
Lutho said. The guard turned his gaze from Ronnie to the dwarf.
Goblins.
Adam groaned, but the guard continued.
They've taken over a nearby cave and made it their permanent home, which, as I'm sure you're already well aware, doesn't bode well for the folks who call this little town home.
So you want us to clear them out for you? I asked.
That's right,
the guard said, eyeing me for a moment.
There'll be a reward, of course, and if you bring back proof of death from their leader, the reward will be doubled.
I decided to test my theory. How do you like to spend your time off? I felt everyone's eyes on me, but to my surprise, the guard responded.
I like to enjoy a pint or two at the tavern, Or perhaps a glass of whiskey by the hearth, especially during the snowy season. So, will you assist us with this pest problem?
We all shared looks, shrugs, and nods. Sure, why not? I answered.
Excellent. Good luck, and thank you for your assistance in this matter.
The guard bowed, then turned and walked off. As he did, I received a notification of a new quest. When I checked my quest log, I groaned. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Bob chuckled darkly as he paraphrased the quest description.
We need to slay 15 goblins and collect their necklaces as proof. For the goblin chief, we apparently need to get his head,
Adam finished.
Oh, Christ. Not one of these quests.
Lutho rubbed his forehead. One of the most notorious aspects of MMOs like Astroblade Eternity Online was drop rates. While they make sense from a developer's point of view, it was agonizing for a player. They were prevalent in not just online games, but any RPG that I had ever played, any game that included gathering quests. You only need to gather 5 of this item that drops from this one creature, and while in theory you'd only need to kill 5 of that creature, in reality you'd have to kill 15, 20, or even 30 depending on how low the drop rate was. But it didn't just apply to quests. It was exponentially worse regarding weapons, armor, or other forms of loot from boss monsters. How would you feel after slaving away for hours or even days to kill this one boss, only for it to not drop what you want? The game was essentially giving you the middle finger and saying, try again next week. So while the quest that the esteemed members of Suckset Gaming received called for us to slay 15 goblins and gather their necklaces, it would likely end up being that we had to slay many more before we were all done. But the silver lining to such quests was the added experience points you receive from all the extra kills.
Why do you ask that guard about what he likes to do in his free time?
Lutho raised an eyebrow.
Hoping to catch him in his off hours?
Bob smacked him on the back of the head as I pretended not to have heard that last bit. You were testing the programming, weren't you? Ronnie stroked his goatee. I nodded. Wanted to know how scripted the encounter was, if the NPCs have some level of AI to them. Bob looked over in the direction the guard wandered off.
Nothing breaks immersion faster than an NPC with only 1 or 2 coded lines.
Ah, Ronnie raised a finger.
But what if the guard was programmed with 1 or 2 extra lines, just to convince the player that they did in fact have their own intelligence?
The fuck are you going on about?
Lutho rubbed the back of his head.
Over-under on the drop rate?
Adam said, obviously interested in changing the subject.
I'm guessing 25%.
I'm going to say 1 in 5, I said. Ah, fuck it. 50-50. Ronnie shrugged.
Speaking of rewards,
Bob said.
Back to the topic of the prize.
I think it's bogus,
Lutho grumbled. I glanced over at him. You really think it's fake? Adam scratched his chin.
I mean, it is Aiden Dorora we're talking about. The dude may be a genius, but he's still got a few screws loose.
It's a publicity stunt,
Lutho said.
My guess is that they didn't sell enough of the consoles, so they're short cash. What better way to boost sales than with the promise of a cash prize?
If it even is money,
Adam said.
He didn't specify anything. It could be a brand new car.
Bob gave his best game show announcer voice.
Or a jet ski.
5 nights at an all-inclusive resort, Ronnie chimed in, copying Bob's tone. I laughed. The forums were going nuts back when he first mentioned it. The ideas and theories that circulated ranged from the mundane to the insane.
Oh, I can see it now.
Adam made a sweeping gesture.
The prize is immortality. Your consciousness uploaded into the game world. A new digital heaven.
You joke, Ronnie said.
but I wouldn't put it past Aiden. The guy has made mention of it before. You remember his younger brother died of cancer? All the money in the world couldn't save him.
The group fell silent. After a few shared glances, head scratches, and awkward pauses, I broke the silence. Well, you may think the prize is a scam, Lutho, but it seems the bulk of the player base disagrees with you. This place is a ghost town. Lutho shrugged.
Just my opinion. Besides, I couldn't care less about some prize that I'm sure no one will find. You guys,
he pointed at each one of us in turn,
are the reason I'm here. I miss you motherfuckers.
Well, what are we waiting for? Bob said, hoisting his mace into the air. Let's go murder some goblins.
7. Splunking. Dorore Outpost resided in the center of the not surprisingly named Dorore Forest, which in turn appeared to be surrounded on 3 sides by what looked like sheer vertical rock walls made from a smooth gray stone, obviously insurmountable, forming a not-so-subtle starting area, though I'm sure some brave, arrogant, stubborn players are already trying to climb them. As to what lay beyond this area was anyone's guess. A quick glance at my map showed that there was a road that led north toward the only exit from this basin, bowl, whatever the geographic term for it was. But what I could not find on the map was the whereabouts of this goblin-infested cave. It seemed Astroblade Eternity Online was not programmed and designed to be one of those games that held your hand, threw hours of tutorials at you, and then when it came to quests, provided a bright, shining beacon on your map with a glowing trail to follow. Not that there was anything wrong with those mechanics, but in a game such as this, where immersion and engagement were everything, I'm glad that Aiden and his team chose this route. There wasn't much information in the quest log, just what the guard had told us. All we had to go on was that it was in the mountains, not far from town. Ronnie scratched at his goatee. You guys think we should hit up that training ground before we go stumbling into a cave infested with goblins? You know, figure out how combat works?
Fuck no! Adam groaned. That shit's for noobs. Well, I mean, we sorta are, Ronnie said.
He's got a point, I said. How many full immersion action RPGs have you played?
I don't need to be shown how to swing an axe.
Adam brandished his massive axe, then did a couple of test swings.
See? Not so hard. Yeah, shit's easy, Bob said. Let's kill some goblins. I turned to Lutho, who shrugged. All right, fine, Ronnie sighed. Have it your way. You won't have anyone else to blame but yourselves when we're all dead after our first encounter. Does anyone know where these goblins are? Bob glanced around before bringing up his map. I don't see any kind of marker.
Same,
Lutho said. Should we ask one of the guards? Rather not get lost trying to find this place.
Oh, look, she wants to ask for directions,
Lutho teased.
You really are playing a woman, aren't you, Eric?
Bob smacked him upside the head as I rolled my eyes. Be right back. I found a pair of guards on patrol right outside our little alcove. The moment I mentioned the word goblin, they knew exactly what I was talking about. Going to take care of the goblin problem, are ya? He nodded. Glad to hear it. Just head straight that way. You'll come across a small trail that'll lead you right there. After a moment, they continued patrolling. I turned to see the rest of the group waiting. This way, I gestured. We walked in silence off in the direction the guard had indicated until we reached the edge of the starter town and entered the forest proper. Sunlight filtered in through the canopy, and the terrain was easy enough to traverse. The trees were spread wide so as not to feel claustrophobic or threatening, and the lack of dense undergrowth allowed us to ease our guard and not have to worry about being ambushed by a pack of wolves. After a few more minutes of silent trekking, a small game trail appeared as the previously sparse brush became thicker.
Wait, hold up,
Lutho said from the back. Adam, who had taken the lead, stopped and glanced back.
Why? those short legs of yours slowing you down? One of my strides is like 50 of yours.
Bob laughed. Got a chuckle out of me, too. It wasn't until we stopped walking that I realized how not tired I was. I wasn't gasping for breath or dripping sweat. I wasn't doubled over as if I had just sprinted a mile, like I would have been if I was in my real-world body. I'm not the most physically active guy, all right? But even so, we had just walked, several miles at least? And I was only the slightest bit winded. I also seemed to have already grown accustomed to the new weight on my chest. Lutho rolled his eyes.
Do you not remember anything from D&D? Like how we had a sadistic DM who threw ambushes at us left and right?
Bob chuckled.
Don't kid yourselves, you all enjoyed it.
Oh, was that the reason Mitch took over as dungeon master? I tapped my chin. Or was it the total party wipe during the 3rd session? Bob raised his hands defensively.
I said it was going to be hard.
You had us fight a dragon at level 2,
Lutho said.
Anyway,
Bob said, hoping to change the subject.
You think there'll be traps and shit?
Adam rubbed his forehead.
We're in a starter zone for an MMO. This isn't Lost Mine of Phandelver. You really think they're gonna throw something like that at us this soon?
No,
Lutho said.
I'm just surprised we haven't encountered any kind of resistance yet.
If I recall correctly, most starter zones only have creatures that will attack you if you engage with them. Like, I'm sure the further we get from town, the more likely we'll encounter some aggressive creatures.
Yeah, like goblins,
Lutho said.
Look, let's just be on the lookout, okay? Maybe have the tank lead?
Adam shrugged.
Fine by me.
We arrived at the cave unceremoniously. No ambushes, no encounters at all. But I'll admit, I wasn't really on the lookout for any. I was too busy taking in the scenery, so to speak. I'll probably say this 1,000 more times, but this was unparalleled realism. The way the sunlight pierced through the canopy, the rustling of the leaves, even the smell of it all. That earthy pine mixed in with the nearby foliage, even my own clothes, the leather of my armor. I remembered the test that 80 put me through, the array of smells. Am I going to have to worry about my own body odor? Am I even going to work up a sweat? Mental note to check the player's guide regarding perspiration. From our vantage point behind some thick undergrowth and wide trees, we spotted 2 goblins that stood guard outside the cave, one on either entrance. They wore what looked like pieced-together scraps from a junk pile, mismatched patchwork armor that offered pitiful protection. Apart from that, they were your standard-issue fantasy goblin. Short, green, with long, pointed ears, crooked smiles that betrayed otherwise bored expressions. One of them wielded a short, chipped and broken sword with an equally busted-looking shield, while the other rested a decently sized axe on its shoulder. We saw no other entrances or exits, no other goblins patrolling the area. Apart from the 2 guards, the only other thing of note was the piles of discarded junk and filth not far from the entrance. Bob, who had to lay prone on his stomach to remain out of sight, asked,
So, what's the plan? Just run in there and start killing them?
I mean, it's not like this is some endgame dungeon or anything, Ronnie said. Want me to try to sneak up and ambush one of them? I asked. I want to see how sneaky I am.
I don't think we need to.
Lutho trailed off as Adam drew his axes and sprinted toward the goblins. The second he exited the brush, the 2 guards caught sight of him and shouted in shrill goblin gibberish as they readied their weapons. Bob pointed off in the direction of the cave while glancing over at the rest of us.
Did he just...
Yep, Ronnie said. I frowned. I wanted to ambush somebody. I vote we leave him to die. Ronnie raised his hand. All in favor? Bob climbed to his feet and stepped over the bushes.
We're not leaving him to die.
Fine, Ronnie pouted. Bob rushed toward the pair of goblins, nearly upon them by the time I managed to force my way through the thick bushes. The massive orc bellowed some kind of war cry, which resonated in my chest like a subwoofer cranked up a little too high. The goblins heard it too because they looked away from the orc swinging dual hand axes to the other orc sprinting toward them. Now that we were in combat, the nameplates appeared above the two goblin guards. Both were unsurprisingly named Goblin Guard, and like us, were first level. While one of them was approaching half health, the other was 3/4 full. Adam, on the other hand, had only taken a few hits and wasn't in the least bit of danger.
Here you go, dumbass.
Lutho's left hand glowed a bright golden color. Then a small orb shot out from his palm and streaked toward Adam like a missile. When it connected with his body, the orb vanished, and the small chunk of his health bar that was missing filled back up.
That's it?
Adam shouted back.
Well, what did you fucking expect? I'm only level 1.
A few moments later, another ball of healing struck Adam. Only this time a much larger chunk of health returned. Lutho fist pumped.
Oh, fucking sweet. It crit.
Die, goblin bastards!
Bob shouted as he swung his mace. The spiked ball landed square in the back of one of the goblins, taking it from half health down to just a sliver. The killing blow came a moment later, and his friend turned and ran. I sprinted after the retreating goblin. He's mine! He hadn't gotten very far. The goblin had thrown his hands up in the air as he ran off, mouthing something in his language. Even so, the edges of my vision blurred as I moved quicker than I anticipated. Feeling theatrical, I leapt into the air as I drew both of my daggers and threw caution to the wind. Huzzah! My blades plunged into the back of the goblin, piercing the paper-thin armor it wore. They buried themselves all the way to the guards, and what little health the goblin had left vanished. It fell forward, dead, and in one surprisingly fluid motion, I rolled off the deceased goblin and stood. I sheathed my daggers and wiped my hands, grinning from ear to ear.
Huzzah! What kind of bullshit battle cry is that?
Bob shouted. I lifted my hands in a vague, uncertain gesture. I don't fucking know. It was the first thing that came to mind. It was either that or cowabunga. The goblin's corpse vanished a moment later, leaving nothing behind.
I guess it had no loot,
Lutho said. This one left behind a floating chest, Ronnie shouted. I glanced over to see it still floating there, with everyone else crowding around it. About the size of a shoebox, the gold holographic image displayed an open treasure chest with treasure spilling out of it. When I tapped on the image, a submenu appeared listing this particular creature's loot. Oh, look, 2 copper pieces, I said. I shouldn't be surprised. I'm level 1 in the starting area of a brand new online role-playing game. It's not going to give me a legendary god-killer sword or some armor that makes me immortal.
Look at Miss Moneybags over here,
Lutho said. I'm going to retire and live a life of luxury. Think I'll buy a castle. I glanced at the rest of the party. Did you guys get anything? Adam shook his head.
I got some cloth scraps, Ronnie shrugged.
Half-eaten chicken leg,
Lutho added. Ew.
Well, I got one of those necklaces,
Bob said. You lucky bastard, I said. Did anyone disable the gore filter? Ronnie asked, glancing at us. I shook my head, as did Bob and Lutho. Then all eyes turned to Adam. He shrugged.
What? Oh, don't tell me you guys left it on.
I saw enough carnage during my time in the military, Ronnie said.
Pussies,
Adam said.
Are we all covered in blood?
Lutho asked. For the sake of my own wanton curiosity, I opened up the menu and disabled the gore filter. Instantly, blood appeared all over mine, Bob's, and Adam's characters. It wasn't a ton of blood, as if buckets were thrown at us, but we all looked like we had just had a hand in a Civil War-era battlefield surgery. I re-enabled the filter. I'm sure there will be plenty of players, Adam included, who don't mind some bloodshed and butchery, but I could do without. Then I thumbed toward the cave entrance. Shall we? Lutho bowed and gestured at the entrance.
Ladies first.
I moved toward the cave entrance and gave Lutho the finger. I didn't waltz in. Instead, as I neared the entrance proper, I positioned myself against the wall and poked my head in. A narrow tunnel curved down and out of sight. Walking quickly but quietly, I advanced forward toward where the tunnel twisted, and with the coast clear, I waved the rest of the group in. There wasn't anything particularly special about this cave. It was carved from a dull gray rock, but what did surprise me was that I could actually see. It wasn't a bright sunny day or anything, but it wasn't pitch black either. It did, however, smell absolutely awful.
What the fuck is that smell?
Lutho grimaced.
I'll give you 3 guesses, Ronnie said as he stepped around a small pile of indistinguishable filth. They gave us a blood filter, but not one for goblin shit?
Bob fanned at the air in front of his nose.
Wait, why is it so bright in here?
Weird, right? Ambient lighting, Ronnie said. No complaints here, I said.
I mean, you always did pick the race with dark vision, Bob said.
Can you blame me?
Could just be this way since it's a starting area,
Lutho said.
Maybe further into the game it becomes more realistic.
The entrance tunnel was just large enough for 2 of us to walk abreast. After about another 10 feet or so, the tunnel curved again, and this time it widened drastically into a large, spacious cavern. The inner chamber was multi-tiered with several different tunnels branching off from the main room, one of which led to a raised outcropping that looked down onto the main chamber like a balcony. Not only was it huge, but also very much occupied. A good number of goblins wandered about, some clustered in groups of 2 or 3 doing things that goblins did in their spare time, like jabber at one another or play some nonsensical dice game. Some sat around going through one of the many refuse piles. Others patrolled. One thing I noticed was that no 2 looked the same. They weren't all the same model copied and pasted. Each one had something different about them. Skin slightly different shades of green, hairstyles, the curve of their ears, and much more. Less varied among the goblins were their weapons and armor. Just another level of detail with this game that left me speechless. Despite the immense amount of realism, at the end of the day, it was just a video game, and we all wanted that sweet, juicy experience that came with each kill. Once again, Adam didn't wait for us. He rushed toward the closest goblin and engaged. Most experienced MMORPG players would know that in a group combat situation, you let the tank, the player whose role it was to take the brunt of the enemy attacks, to lead. Adam, or rather Tom, was not one of those players. As far back as I could remember, Tom was never the one to wait around, to strategize. Always the first to charge in, always the quickest to attack. Never considered diplomacy, always found an excuse to get out of role-playing. No matter how many times we'd ask him to just chill and wait, to maybe not leap headfirst into a possible party wipe situation, he'd still try to. Lutho lobbed a healing spell Adam's way.
I'm not going to waste all my mana healing your dumb ass, Adam. So slow the fuck down.
There were a number of theories and discussions centered around how combat would work in Astroblade Eternity Online. Some argued that it would be overly realistic, that you could slice off limbs, break bones, and whatever else you could think of to maim and kill, and that you'd feel all of it if you were on the receiving end. However, the more popular and agreed upon theory was that you'd feel only the tiniest pinch of pain as an enemy's spear ran you through. What it ended up being was somewhere in the middle. If a goblin managed to land a blow on me, get past or pierce whatever armor I had on, it would still hurt. I wouldn't lose an arm, blood wouldn't gush out from a stab wound unless you had the filter off. It was basically just enough pain to act as a warning from the game. As if to say, hey, you just got stabbed in the back and should probably do something about it. Maybe don't let them do it a second time. Of course, the more armor the player wore, the less painful it would be, and the more difficult for a weapon to get through. A commonly known and understood mechanism to discourage players who were wearing little to no armor at all, someone like Lutho in his cloth robes, from drawing too much attention to themselves. Sure, this was a bit harder to do if you're playing solo, but still. This rule didn't apply as much if you were playing a barbarian-type character like Adam, who benefited from taking damage. Like a masochist who turned that pain into a resource. While my leather armor afforded me some protection, it was nothing compared to the bulky plate armor that Bob had equipped. I knew going in that combat would be one of the more difficult mechanics to get used to, having to consciously go through the motions, plan for each strike, actively dodge and parry blows. Whereas in previous MMOs, it was automatic. You just pressed a button and that was it. Clicked on some icons. What made it easier was this new body of mine. I had only been in the game, an hour? Maybe less? And it already felt so natural, as if it were my real body. I mean, sure, Kali Nestra was stronger, faster, more flexible and athletic than I was outside the game, so it didn't come as a surprise when I could attack and move and attack again without breaking a sweat, or my arms growing tired and heavy. Our initial encounter with a trio of goblins had escalated. We ambushed the group as they huddled around a cooking fire, roasting what I could only assume was a recently acquired pig from a nearby farm. One of them even walloped Bob with their fire poker. But before we could bring down any of the three, a patrolling pair of goblins came running in. Bob repositioned himself to bring the original three in front of him, while Adam and I broke off to tackle the newcomers. I was able to dodge a fair bit of its attacks, channeled my best Muhammad Ali impersonation, and dipped, dove, and ducked out of the way of their blows. By the time I had lost a quarter of my health, I had managed to bring the goblin's health down to less than a third. It was an ugly bastard, even compared to the other goblins. One of its pointed ears was clipped short, what remained pierced with a small silver ring. He had a scarred face, crooked smile, and one eye that seemed to wander off on its own. He wielded just a single short sword, and when he lunged forward, I spun around and swung my leg low, managing to trip my foe. He fell forward, landing face first, and I took the opportunity to drive both my daggers into its exposed back. The game rewarded me with a critical hit. The last third of its life bar vanished in an instant. With my fight over, I turned to help Adam finish off his.
"He's mine! I got this guy!"
he said. "Too bad, I'm helping." I quickly positioned myself behind the goblin and carved up its back while Adam hacked away at its front. Sandwiched between the two of us, the goblin didn't stand a chance. A throaty gurgle escaped its throat as it fell to the floor. Its body vanished and left behind one of the floating treasure chests. With the latecomers dealt with, I turned my attention back to the original three. When I glanced back to see if Adam was joining me, I saw him checking out the loot. "You coming or what?"
"Yeah, 1 second."
He had squatted down beside the floating chest and scratched his chin as he looked over the items available to him.
"Can you do that later? Like when the rest of these assholes are dead?"
He brushed me off with a lazy wave of his hand. I clenched my jaw, groaned, and sprinted back toward the rest of the group. Another one of Tom's lovely habits.
"I'm below half mana,"
Luthos shouted as he sent another wave of healing light toward Bob.
"I can do this shit all day!"
Bob laughed as he took turns blocking and swinging his mace.
"This is doing wonders for my blocking skill."
I picked out the goblin with the lowest health and lined up behind it. All three of them were still around half health. With my return, Ronnie let out a sigh of relief and backed away.
"Oh, fuck, this thing is heavy."
He set the massive axe guitar down onto the ground and shook out his arms.
"I'm going to need to put some points into strength as soon as I can." "Drop and give me 50,
Bob commanded. Ronnie was halfway to the ground before stopping. You cheeky bastard. That shit's not funny. I had been so focused on the fight that I had completely forgotten about the experience points I gained for each kill. With the bonus that we were rewarded upon entering the game, my bar was already past halfway. I glanced away from the combat to survey the rest of the chamber. There was a not insignificant amount of goblins still milling about, and we had only just begun. At this rate, I could be level 4 or even 5 by the time we left this cave. Adam yawned as he slowly joined the rest of the party. He rolled out his shoulders and neck before adjusting the grip on his axes.
About fucking time,
Bob said from over his tower shield. Adam said nothing as he took position behind the goblin to my right. He twirled the axes in his hands once before unleashing a fury of swings, chops, and slices. He brought his down just before I was able to slay mine, and with 2 of them down, Bob was able to focus and finish off the third. I sheathed my daggers and let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. I wiped my brow with the back of my hand before surveying the remains of the battle. 3 of the 5 goblins had left behind a floating chest. Guess that was enough to work up a sweat after all. Oh man, does that mean... I glanced around quickly and tried to sneak in a quick sniff, but decided against it.
Let me get my mana back before you all go rushing off.
While Lutho included everyone in his statement, his attention was focused solely on Adam, who was once again squatting down to see what loot the game had awarded him.
Oh, awesome. I'm at 5 necklaces,
Ronnie said with a wide, toothy grin.
I've got 3.
3 as well.
I peeked at my own inventory.
4.
All eyes turned to Adam, who, after an annoyed sigh, announced,
1.
I peered down at my chat log. While what I was looting was annotated there, I couldn't see what everyone else was looting. Everything was confidential. A surprise, since in most games you could see what loot your party members were getting. I enlarged the text window and skimmed over the string of notifications from the game informing me that I had improved in skills such as dodge and daggers. I swiped away the window and brought up my character sheet. Apart from those 2 skills, the only others that I had any improvements in were stealth and perception. Once Lutho regained his mana, we moved further into the cave. And so on it went. And for about an hour or so, we, the elite members of the world-renowned guild Sucks at Gaming, had gotten into a rhythm. We cleared groups left and right, stopped only once briefly when we had reached level 2 to assign our newly acquired stat points. But even so, it was more of a timeout than an actual break. It was during this stoppage that a thought had crossed my mind. Time was passing, right? Would I know if I needed to stop to eat something back in the real world? If I needed to answer the call of nature? I glanced down at my digital body. If I ate and drank food here, would this body need to... Would I have to...
Oh, fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
Lutho shouted. I snapped out of it to see a trio of goblins chasing toward Lutho. To make matters worse, another patrol had spotted us. 8. That went well.
Help!
The dwarf shouted as he sprinted toward Bob. His short legs could only make him go so fast. Something moved past me in a blur. I turned to see Adam barreling toward the goblins hot on Lutho's tail. He let out a deafening roar as he spun his twin axes, which was enough to draw the attention of the goblins off of Lutho. Now free to focus, Lutho channeled his divine magic. Several bright orbs streaked toward the barbarian orc, coalescing into a big, translucent bubble that enveloped him. With Adam temporarily shielded, Lutho threw some healing magic Bob's way. While the rest of us merely got stat points to spend, it looks like our cleric got a new spell. I glanced over at Ronnie. The lanky human swung his axe guitar around like a madman.
Hey, Ronnie, how about you stop swinging that axe around and actually be a bard?
He cocked his head and squinted at me as if I had uttered complete nonsense. Then, a moment later, his expression changed as his face lit up like a metaphorical light bulb. He spun his axe around and positioned his fingers.
I don't have any actual spells. Just play something,
Adam yelled.
Like anything. Just not met.
A guitar riff echoed in the tunnel. It started off fast and strong. At first, I didn't recognize it. I was too focused on the 5 goblins that had backed Bob into a corner. But then the music grew louder, much louder, and as it raised in volume, it became an all too familiar tune. Stand Up and Shout by Dio. It was at that point that I also made the connection behind his character. Ronnie, as in Ronnie James Dio, an homage to the late god of heavy metal. I had to stop myself from headbanging. The bardic spell kicked in a moment later. The speed of my attacks increased to a point where they blurred. I watched the goblin's health rapidly decline as an icon appeared in the upper corner of my HUD, a simple music note with no duration. When the goblin dropped, I took a quick peek at the party's status, then moved on to the next. I had barely been touched, whereas Ronnie didn't have a scratch. He didn't do enough damage to draw aggro, nor did it seem like the music had any effect either. Lutho had lost maybe a quarter of his health before Adam stepped in and rescued him. The 2 orcs, on the other hand, well, they were getting pretty low, as was Lutho's mana. Ronnie's also steadily drained, as the heavy metal guitar echoed throughout the underground chamber. I muttered a quiet prayer that the music wouldn't aggro every fucking goblin in the area. It was getting down to the wire. Would this be our first party wipe? What even happened when our characters died? I hadn't even had a chance to read the manual yet. A couple of quick stabs and I dropped the last of the goblins that had pinned Bob. Lutho, having run out of mana, contributed by bludgeoning one of the goblins with his quarterstaff. We were down to only 2 goblins remaining, hacking away at the last remnants of Adam's health. This was how it always was early in the game. You just hacked away at your opponent because you were too low of a level to get any real meaningful spells or abilities. With Bob now free, he didn't even take a moment to catch his breath. As soon as Lutho and I took out the last one, he raised his shield and like a raging bull charged forth.
Adam! Quick, roll to the left, Bob commanded. What? Oh, fuck!
Adam looked back to see Bob rushing toward him and managed to leap out of the way without a moment to spare. Like a car stuck on a railroad track, Bob collided shield first into one of the 2 remaining goblins. Only he didn't stop. With all the momentum of a freight train, Bob barreled forward until he slammed into the rock wall.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Ronnie shouted as the music came to an abrupt halt. Everyone, even the last standing goblin, watched Bob peel himself off the wall. The goblin that rode the front of his shield remained glued there for a moment before falling to the ground and vanishing. All eyes then turned to the remaining goblin, who, upon realizing that he was the only one left, threw his arms into the air and ran off, screaming gibberish.
Oh, no, you fucking don't.
Like a pitcher on a mound, Adam wound up and hurled one of his twin axes. I watched as it twirled in the air before burying itself into the retreating goblin's back. As badass as it wasn't enough to kill the creature. It lurched on, managing only a few steps before Ronnie delivered the killing blow. The bard swung his axe guitar like a bat, connecting with the goblin's head. The creature's feet left the ground as it flipped backward, completing 1.5 rotations before landing on its stomach and vanishing a moment later. Bob, Lutho, and I simply clapped our approval as Adam silently walked over to where his axe lay on the floor. He picked it up, then fell backward.
Oh, fuck! Lutho!
On it!
The dwarf's hands were already glowing. 1 or 2 more hits and Adam would have been dead. Not actually dead, but still. Adam groaned as Lutho placed his hands over the orc's body.
Let's hope for a big heal. I only got enough for the 1.
I turned toward Ronnie.
Know any religious songs?
The bard scratched his head.
Maybe.
Then he positioned his guitar and started strumming. The mellow acoustic tune had a definite religious vibe to it. but I instantly recognized it as Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah.
What the fuck?
Lutho looked over at Ronnie.
That's not a religious song.
Ronnie shrugged.
It's the first song that came to my head, okay? I haven't been to church since, high school.
I hummed along. Even if it wasn't a church hymn, it did the trick. Lutho's spell brought Adam to just about a quarter of his life, no longer knocking on death's door. Lutho stood and wiped his brow with the sleeve of his robe.
I'm all out of mana. Let's rest for a minute.
Adam propped himself up onto his elbows.
That was fun. Can we do that again?
Bob chuckled.
Ditto.
I gestured to the group.
We're staying put until the healer is back at full mana, and we're all back at full health.
Yes, Mom.
Adam groaned. I gave him the finger and started checking the chests that did pop up. It's not a surprise that some goblins didn't drop any loot. It was usually par for the course that low-level monsters like this didn't always have something, even if it was a half-digested animal bone. Bob cleared his throat.
Think you can scout ahead? Maybe see if there are any more patrols coming?
I shrugged.
I guess. I can't go invisible, though, if that's what you're asking.
Would be cool to have that ability, but I doubt I'll be able to unlock it anytime soon.
You're the only one fully rested,
Lutho said, sprawled out on his back.
Perks of being a rogue,
I said as I started off. The tunnel going back the way we came curved, and in a matter of seconds I was out of sight from the rest of the party. I moved quickly but quietly, sparing a glance at my HUD to check the status of the party. Lutho's mana was recovering steadily, dipping only to make sure the rest of the group was topped off health-wise. The goblin cavern was eerily quiet. The wind whistled as it blew through the tunnels. Somewhere close by, water dripped into a pool. The quiet conversation of my friends. The calm was peaceful, relaxing almost. The stench had mellowed out. The cave no longer smelled like a goblin outhouse. Now it just smelled like, a cave. Out of sight from the rest of the party, I took a quick whiff. Oh, wonderful. I have body odor. Not sure that was a necessary thing to program into this game, but it did add to the realism. I guess. I peered around the bend before advancing further ahead toward an opening in the rock wall. As I suspected, it gave me a view of the cave below, including the spot where we first entered. A quick glance revealed that none of the goblins we've slain so far had respawned. Not only that, but there wasn't any sign of any other players here. Normally, places like this and starting areas were swarming with players. It should have been a madhouse. I knew for a fact that I had seen that same guard approach other players. So where the hell was everyone? The only logical explanation was that somehow this entire cave system was instanced. 'Cause there's no way that we were the only ones to actually take up the quest. This place is a literal gold mine for experience. No one would pass this up. Making this location unique to players would solve the problem of overcrowding. Makes it a hell of a lot easier to complete this quest when you're not fighting with 100 other first-level players for the same 30 goblins. With the way ahead clear of any patrols, I returned to the group and we pushed on. Ronnie was the first to get to 15 necklaces. Then Bob. Lutho and I both secured our 15th at the same time. Adam didn't get his final quest item until we had cleared all the way up to the boss's chamber. In the process, we had all achieved 3rd level, and once again, I had not received anything more than some ability points. The limited time experience bonus had been a huge boon, and it made me wonder where we were at in the leaderboard for the highest level. I'm sure someone had already hit level 5. The goblin boss was painfully obvious. He stood more than a head taller than the rest, and looked like he weighed as much as 2 of them. His muddy green skin was covered in savage war paint, and in fitting with the barbarian goblin chieftain look, around his neck was a necklace of various skulls. His armor was mismatched like the rest of his tribe, though his piecemeal set had some flair to it. His weapon of choice was a giant, 2-headed axe. From outside the entrance to his chamber, we watched him pace around with the patience of someone in a hospital room.
So, what's the plan?
Bob looked at each of us in turn.
Want me to just charge in and grab the fucker? Establish threat?
Lutho shrugged.
Sounds good to me. This isn't some 40-man raid boss or anything.
Well, he does have a little thingy around his nameplate.
I gestured to the boss goblin, aptly named Goblin Chieftain.
So he's going to be stronger than his tribe.
What I want to know is what's inside the chest. Bob, Lutho, Adam, and I all turned toward Ronnie, who was thumbing in the direction of the left side of the cave. I had to squint to see it. Hidden among the pile of smashed boxes and other unidentifiable discarded material was a sturdy-looking treasure chest. Adam smirked.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and if you don't run in there soon, I'm going to.
When Lutho gave Bob the thumbs up, the heavily armored orc roared and stormed into the chamber. Adam and I followed in after, with Ronnie and Lutho taking up the rear. A bolt of golden white light snaked between Adam and I and connected with its target, encasing Bob in a radiant shield as he paired up with the chieftain. The goblin leader struck first, snarling as he brought his axe down. A loud, metallic clang filled the room as Bob expertly blocked the attack with his shield. He swung his mace in retaliation, but missed as the chieftain leaned back. Giving the dueling pair a wide berth, Adam and I maneuvered our way behind the chieftain. I went left, Adam went right. Both of us managed to land an attack before the chieftain cried out and died. Silence fell in the chamber as we all stared at each other in utter disbelief. I was mid-swing when the boss let out his death rattle, and with his body disappearing into the digital void, I sheathed my daggers and scratched my head.
What the fuck just happened?
Lutho said as he approached.
Well, looks like we killed it.
Ronnie shrugged as the floating treasure chest appeared where the body previously was.
No shit.
Adam put away his own axes.
That was easier than I thought.
I looked at the rest of the group.
That wasn't too easy, was it?
Lutho looked around.
You don't think?
All 5 of us simultaneously readied ourselves for battle, for the second phase we were all anticipating. Heads on a swivel, we surveyed the room, ready for whatever would come. I pulled my hood back and listened.
Hear something?
Ronnie whispered.
See anything?
Bob snickered.
Legolas, what do your...
Don't fucking say it,
I said through clenched teeth. I relaxed my guard and put away my daggers.
And no, I don't hear or see anything.
You really went with the anime protagonist hair, didn't you?
Lutho said.
Could use that hair of yours to light a tunnel.
I think it's neat,
Bob said.
Thank you.
I bowed.
But that fight was too easy, wasn't it?
Ronnie said.
Honestly,
Lutho shrugged.
It's probably because 5 of us beat the ever-living shit out of it.
Bob leveled a finger at Lutho.
He's got a point. They probably designed the encounter to be handled by 1, maybe 2 players at a time. And here we come in.
Then how do you explain all the packs of goblins? Ronnie asked.
Bad luck?
I shrugged.
Bit easier to maneuver through this cave as one person.
We all huddled around the glowing treasure chest like a campfire. When I tapped on the image, the list of loot appeared. I scratched my chin as I read it over. There was the chieftain's head, a relief to know I didn't have to cut it off myself, some coins, and vendor trash. Everyone else nodded aimlessly as they looked over their own loot.
Anyone get anything good?
I asked.
I got an axe.
We all turned to Adam and watched as his twin axes vanished as he navigated through his inventory. Then, a moment later, the large double-headed axe, the same one the chieftain wielded, appeared in his hands. He gave it a couple of test swings before sheathing it on his back.
Sick!
Bob cheered. I nodded my own approval. Hey, elf lady, come lend me a hand, would you? For a moment, I had completely forgotten about the digital body I inhabited, and Ronnie had to call over to me a second time. Not sure if I'll get used to being referred to as a woman. Or an elf, for that matter. I turned and saw Ronnie squatted down in front of the large treasure chest among the rest of the chieftain's possessions. He scratched his head, poked at the heavy iron padlock, then stood and gave it a couple of half-assed kicks.
Did anyone loot a key?
Ronnie called out to the rest of the group. I glanced back and saw everyone shook their heads as they made their way over toward us. Adam nudged the padlock with his foot.
I can try to smash it open.
Don't you remember anything from D&D?
Lutho said without taking his eyes off of the chest.
Smashing it has a high chance of ruining what's inside.
Bob took a step back.
What if it's a mimic?
Aiden may be eccentric, Ronnie raised a finger, but I don't think he's sadistic enough to put a mimic in the starter zone. I don't have any lock-picking tools before you ask me, I said. In fact, I don't even think lock-picking was a skill that I could have chosen. Ronnie shrugged. Might be one that you have to unlock.
Would that be ironic? Or just a weird paradox?
Bob tapped on his chin.
What?
Lutho said, squinting. Bob gestured ambiguously.
That you have to unlock the ability to unlock things by attempting to unlock something.
Lutho shook his head.
I'm not drunk enough for this conversation.
Or stoned,
Bob chuckled. Even if that were the case, I said. Not like I have bobby pins in this neon blue hair of mine.
Here, try this.
I turned to see Adam holding out what looked like a piece of thin wire between his thumb and forefinger. I stared at it for a moment before taking it from him and testing its rigidity. It seemed stiff enough. Could work as a crude lockpick. With no other option, I knelt down and attempted to finagle the lock open, despite having never attempted this before in reality. Where did you get a piece of wire?
It's not wire. It's hair.
My hands froze as I slowly turned my gaze toward the orc barbarian.
From my beard,
he added. Oh, thank God, I sighed. Bob laughed.
That would be a story to tell. How you unlocked a chest using an orc pube.
I shuddered. Can we fucking not? I don't want to find out if this digital body is capable of vomiting. I swore under my breath as I worked the comically oversized padlock with the stiff piece of hair. Video games always made it look so easy, dumbed down to a simple minigame where you just had to get things lined up right and bam, it would unlock. Fuck, I muttered as the improvised lockpick snapped in half. I tossed it aside and turned toward Adam. Can I get another? He shrugged and plucked another hair from his thick beard. Thankfully, he had no shortage of the wiry hair. I could spend all day trying to unlock this chest.
Should we be keeping an eye out for respawns?
Lutho asked. Ronnie scratched his chin.
I don't think so. I'm more surprised that we haven't run into other players. This place should be swarming.
I was thinking the same thing earlier, I said. I think it's instanced.
Lutho walked over to the edge and looked down at the rest of the cave.
Yeah, it's still cleared down there.
So we have the whole place to ourselves? That's cool.
Bob heaved his shield onto his back and glanced back toward the tunnel.
I'm fucking relieved we didn't have to share this cave with a billion other players just starting out.
Silence fell over the group, but after a few minutes and a couple more lock picks, there was an audible click, followed by a thud as the padlock fell to the ground. Ronnie threw his fists in the air as the lid popped open. Adam clapped as he shook his head in disbelief.
I can't believe you pulled that shit off.
I dusted my hands off as I stood.
Neither can I.
A message prompt appeared. New skill unlocked. Lock picking. New item received. Thieves' tools.
Oh, fuck yeah!
I couldn't help but fist pump. It was the first thing I've gained since I started leveling. It made me wonder what other skills I could unlock by just attempting them. Did you unlock the skill? Ronnie said. I nodded and opened my inventory. There, sitting among the rest of the items I've looted so far, were the aptly named thieves' tools. No more needing to use an orc beard.
Holy shit!
Bob shouted. I was about to ask what Bob was freaking out over when the loot menu appeared in front of me. The chest didn't contain any crazy cool daggers or some rare piece of magical armor. What it did contain was gold, and lots of it. Astroblade Eternity Online was no different from any other online role-playing game I've played in that the player starts off with nothing. 0 coin of any kind. While the silent majority of players would then get to work earning coin through questing, crafting, and selling vendor trash, others would take to the public chat to beg, whether for bigger bags, some crafting ingredient, to help with getting their first mount, or any number of things. More often than not, these players were told to go earn it themselves, or just simply ignored. If you were a brand new player but had friends who had already been playing for a time, then perhaps you'd be gifted some starting money. Or you'd send it from one of your own established characters to the brand new one. AEO was no different from the many other games out there in that it utilized the tried and true fantasy currency system: copper, silver, gold, and platinum coins. According to the hefty player's handbook, 100 copper coins equaled a silver, 100 silver for a gold, and 1,000 gold for a platinum. While this treasure chest that I somehow miraculously unlocked didn't contain any platinum, which would have been insane, it did contain 5 gold pieces that were divided equally among the members of Sucks at Gaming. It also contained a few raw gemstones, of which I was fortunate enough to get 2. Bob closed the lid of the chest. With its contents empty, it vanished.
Must have been pretty difficult to unlock. That's quite the reward for the starting zone.
Curious, I opened up my character sheet and navigated to the skills page. That can't be right. I blinked, squinted, and cocked my head to the side, making sure I read that correctly. What's wrong? Ronnie said, trying to read my skill sheet from over my shoulder.
So, you know how your skills all start at rank 1 with 1 point in them?
The group nodded, though some more unsure than others.
My lockpicking skill is already at rank 2.
Jesus, Ronnie said.
Yeah, I know,
I said, closing out of the interface with a swipe of my hand. The player's guide specified that all player skills started at rank 1, with rank 10 being the highest. In order to go up a rank, you had to get to 10 points. It leveled up on a sort of curve, meaning that the higher up you go, the longer and more difficult it was to achieve points in a rank, and thus rank up. So starting off at rank 2 for a skill was fucking mind-blowing.
Maybe it rewarded you for not only picking a difficult lock, but doing it with a piece of hair,
Lutho said. I shrugged.
I mean, I'm not complaining or anything, but...
Then shut up about it,
Adam grunted, already walking toward the exit. An awkward silence fell over the group, eventually broken by Lutho when he clapped his hands together.
So, shall we go turn that quest in then?
9. Drinks with friends. We strolled out of the Goblin Cave feeling like conquerors. The walk back to town was quiet and uneventful. Adam walked out in front, arms folded behind his head, lost in his own little world. Lutho and Ronnie were several paces behind him, quietly chatting to themselves. Then myself, with Bob taking up the rear. I had pulled my hood back, partially to feel the wind on my face and through my hair, and partially because I was feeling a lot more comfortable in this new body of mine. I mean, there was still plenty to get used to, like how I rocked my hips when I walked and how light on my feet I was, not to mention having long hair. As far back as I could remember, I never really let my hair grow longer than past my ears. It was a scruffy, unruly mess, and kept it short from there on out. I combed my fingers through my hair, brought a tuft of it into my vision. I could feel each individual strand of the glacial blue hair. But still, I wasn't sure how having this body would feel. if it would be awkward or wrong, like wearing an ill-fitted suit. But somehow it just felt right. And that was starting to raise some questions about myself I was not prepared to answer. So instead, I turned my attention outward and got lost in the scenery. We weren't alone in the woods. There were a handful of other players out and about. I spotted one who crouched down and inspected every single bush he came upon. There was an elf who audibly cursed as he struggled to hit a target with his bow and arrow. I smirked and silently pointed him out to Bob, as the player had one of the countless variations of the name Legolas. Even saw a pair square off in a friendly duel.
Hold up,
Lutho said as we exited the tree line.
What now?
Adam grumbled.
Does anyone know where we're supposed to turn the quest in?
Lutho looked at each of us in turn.
The NPC who gave it to us wandered off after we accepted it.
We weren't far from the town. There were other guards patrolling, and some players loitering while others were coming and going into the forest. I'd say the town hall if we can find it.
Or the guard barracks,
Bob suggested.
Maybe they have some sort of bounty office?
I vote town hall, Ronnie said.
I say whichever's closer,
Adam grunted.
Get this over with.
I glanced over at Adam and wondered what shat in his cereal before I opened my map. Lutho and Bob did the same. Lutho sighed.
Well, nothing here is labeled, so I'm going to assume this big building here is the town hall.
Bob nodded.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of different sized squares and rectangles.
He closed out of his map.
Nothing helpful at all.
Lutho closed out of his map.
All right, so we'll turn this in, then we can hit up a tavern. Celebrate our reunion.
Adam clapped his hands together.
Now that I agree with.
Dorore Outpost was noticeably more crowded now than before we had departed for the Goblin Cave. But even with the increase of foot traffic, it was far from the ant-hive swarm that tended to overtake starting zones at the release of a new online game. Maybe I did overestimate just how many players there would be at the start of this game. I mean, sure, it did launch on a weekday, and the console wasn't cheap. More than a state-of-the-art computer, but less than a brand new car. Even with the good economy, it was still considered a luxury purchase, so out of reach for a majority of people. It was an exclusive game on even more exclusive hardware. I'm sure as time went on, the numbers would grow and grow. But with reported pre-order numbers in the thousands, this begged the question, where was everyone? I don't think it was as simple as not everyone being able to take the day off. If you spent several $1,000s on a state-of-the-art, generation-defying, new video game console, you're going to at least make sure you got the day off to play it. So I'm just going to go with the more logical explanation in that there were multiple starting zones scattered throughout the planet, instead of having to run and maintain multiple servers containing exact copies of the game. Spread out the players to prevent overcrowding. As to how my friends and I all started in the same zone, well, I'm going to chalk that up to the fact that we were all connected through the game's friend ID system. Would have been a real dick move to drop us all on opposite sides of the planet. We did eventually manage to find the town hall. Located in the center of town at the apex of a crescent-shaped plaza, the town hall was a cinder block of a building, and apart from the wide staircase that led up to the main entrance, the only other feature was the bell tower. A dozen or so vendor stalls occupied the plaza, positioned around a large stone fountain in the center of the open space. Both players and NPCs alike filled the area, browsed the wares, and enjoyed the food and drink this modest bazaar had to offer. Ronnie leaned and quickly glanced at a merchant's table. I think we've stumbled into some kind of swap meet. The old man who operated the stall smiled warmly and gestured to the goods he had on display. A variety of ordinary-looking swords, knives, and daggers. We should check it out. My nose caught wind of some kind of barbecue, and my mouth watered. Was this my mind's way of telling me that my real-world body was hungry? I have been logged in for a few hours now.
After we turn in the quest,
Lutho said.
When we have more than a few coppers to spend.
Adam grunted.
I doubt any of the vendors here will have anything worth buying. This is the starter town, after all. Damn! What smells so good?
Bob said.
Someone's cooking up something fire over here.
Right? Ronnie said. Lutho raised a finger.
That reminds me. I was going to look into finding a profession or two.
I thumbed behind me.
I saw some dude scrounging around in the bushes when we were in the forest, probably gathering herbs.
What profession would you even take?
Bob said as he eyed a cart selling mystery meat skewers.
Damn, that smells amazing too. I'm going to say tailoring, so he can make dresses for himself.
Adam chuckled.
It's not a dress.
Lutho gestured to his clothing.
These are robes.
Whatever.
Adam glanced back at me.
Then perhaps something for our perverted.
Bob smacked Adam on the back of the head, abruptly cutting short his remark. This type of comment didn't come as a surprise to me anymore. As far back as I could remember, going all the way back to our very first D&D campaign, Tom has given me shit for playing female characters. I would always retort with, why was he playing big, strong, muscular male characters? That usually shut him up. Despite his verbal jabs, he would take a bullet for any of us. Adam said nothing more as we continued meandering through the marketplace until we arrived at the steps of the town hall. The doors to the building were disproportionately huge, like big enough for a mammoth to stroll through. A wide set of stairs led up to the yawning entrance, like the mouth of a leviathan. The doorway led to a grand entry hall. Ronnie's eyes were fixed to the vaulted stone ceiling above. So, where to now?
We could ask that guard.
I gestured toward the guard who stood at attention, eyes forward, face stoic. The group shared looks. I rolled my eyes and groaned.
Fine.
The guard's attention turned toward me, and a jovial expression replaced his cold, impassive one as I approached. "Hello, adventurer! How can I assist you?" I glanced back at the rest of the group.
We, got this quest to turn in and don't know where to. Killed a bunch of goblins and their chieftain.
Excellent! The guard's face lit up and he pointed off in a direction. Down that hallway, first door on the left. I said my thanks and was surprised to see that no sort of waypoint or glowing trail appeared. Just like when we first received this quest, we had to figure out where exactly to go on our own. Game didn't hold your hand in the slightest. I know there would be plenty of people who would complain, say it was too hard or not beginner-friendly, but there would be others, like me, who saw it as a breath of fresh air. I motioned for the group to follow, and we turned the quest in with the original NPC who had given it to us, but this time in his office. We exited the town hall not only richer, but a level higher. Is it just me, or did we get a metric fuck ton of experience from turning in that quest? Ronnie said.
Low-level quests usually do have higher than normal experience rewards to get you going faster,
Bob said.
Not to mention there's that bonus going on.
All right, Ronnie nodded.
And I'm not complaining at all,
Bob said.
One more level and I get Shield Slam.
Can't you do that already?
I asked.
Yeah, but this awards bonus damage.
Lutho shook his head.
I pity the poor soul on the receiving end of that.
Tavern time? I could use a drink, Ronnie said. I waved away my menu. Still nothing popping up for me spell-wise.
Seconded.
Thirded,
Bob said.
You guys go ahead. I'm going to find a trainer.
Lutho turned another page in the oversized player's guide.
I want to get this figured out before we leave this area.
He dismissed the book, waved goodbye, then headed off. Ronnie, Bob, and I started off. Then, after a few moments, I turned back and saw Adam still standing by the base of the stairs.
You coming?
Adam scratched at his beard.
I, got a message from the wife. I need to log out for a bit. You're going to miss the big announcement,
Bob said.
Whatever, Adam shrugged. Like I said, I'm sure it's bullshit. Besides, you guys can fill me in on the details when I come back in.
He waved goodbye, then gave us the finger as his character vanished in a string of lights.
See you assholes later.
Bob turned to Ronnie.
You know, they're totally going to bang in your room while you're lying there, logged into the game.
Ronnie's face contorted into the most disgusted look possible by a human face. Oh, fuck, don't put that image in my head. Too late, I laughed. You're already picturing it. I humped the air and let out a lustful moan, which, to be honest, I immediately regretted. I had forgotten I wasn't in my real body, so when I moaned, it came out a little too real. Ronnie covered his ears and walked away as Bob joined in on the pantomime. Not listening, not listening. I cleared my throat and laughed alongside Bob. The orc raised his hand to give me a high five, but realized it was about 3 feet above my head and lowered it.
Low five.
We wandered into the first tavern we could find, and I couldn't help but laugh. I was no stranger to bars back in the real world. I'm not an alcoholic or anything, more a fan of craft beer. So I've been to my fair share of bars, from clean, upscale joints to the greasiest, dirtiest dives. During peak hours, they would be full to the brim, with every square inch of seating and standing areas occupied. There would be a million conversations, each one battling to be heard over the obnoxiously loud music. Folks of every shape, size, and levels of attraction, all drinking, chatting, and oftentimes partying the night away. While this wasn't the first time I had set foot in a tavern in this game, the sight of orcs, dwarves, elves, and humans all drinking and chatting together was really something. I finally got to experience an actual fantasy tavern, not one at a Renaissance fair or described to me during a session of D&D. Even better was seeing the variety of these classic fantasy races, the flavor that each player created them with. Ronnie glanced over at Bob, and I frowned. If it was just the lanky human and I, we would have no problem finding seating. Bob wasn't the only orc in this establishment, but he was the only one who had to squat to get through the door. His arrival drew the attention of the other players. Most glanced only briefly before turning back to their own private conversations. Others let their stares linger. There were some giggles, some awe-filled gasps. A pair of elves shook their heads in disbelief. If any of these reactions bothered Bob, he didn't show it in the slightest.
There, in the corner,
he said. I spotted the booth, and Ronnie and I darted off to claim the vacant table that looked just big enough to seat the 3 of us. With our thin, nimble bodies, we were able to effortlessly swim through the sea of players and NPCs. Thanks to my dexterous disposition, I won the race and beat Ronnie to the corner booth. You cheated, he said, climbing in front of me. I waved him off and watched Bob try to make his way through the crowd. Thankfully, he avoided the bull in a china shop cliche and instead tiptoed through the tables like a parent trying to avoid stepping on Legos from an overturned tub. I'm going to go get in line, I said, figuring I'd be back with drinks by the time Bob would make his way over to us. Ronnie shrugged. I'll take a beer, whatever they have available. I signaled Bob.
Beer,
he shouted from across the room.
Sorry,
he then said to the plate armor-wearing female human that he bumped into. I replied with a thumbs up and made my way through the crowd until I could find an empty spot at the bar counter. I leaned over and waved down the bartender, an older elven male. He was tall and had a bit more muscle on him than the other male elves I've seen so far. He had long ash-gray hair and the worn, grizzled look of a veteran fighter. He completely ignored me. I was about to signal him again when the menu popped up in front of me. The options were pretty standard issue: ale, wine, mead, cider, and grog. The last one described as being a strong spirit of questionable origin. While I don't normally shy away from hard liquor, I'd rather not get tossed this early on. My eyes widened at the cost. Only 10 copper each for the ale? Now that's a price for booze I could agree with. I wondered how long it would take for the Singularity Tech to partner with some brewery or distillery to make branded booze. I ordered 3 ales, and a moment later they appeared on a round wood serving tray. They didn't arrive in frosty glass mugs, but rather clay pints. I rubbed my hands together before grabbing all 3 and making my way back to the table. "All right, pay up," Ronnie said to Bob as I placed the drinks down. Bob swore under his breath and a menu appeared in front of him.
Hold up. Did you 2 fuckers bet on whether or not I'd spill the drinks?
I glared at them both.
'Cause if that's the case, these are all mine.
"I had the utmost faith in you," Ronnie said as he grabbed one of the pints. "The big guy, on the other hand." I shot Bob a disapproving glance. "What?" he shrugged. I took the mug closest to me.
Did you forget how much dexterity I have?
Bob wagged his eyebrows.
Oh? Just how dexterous are you?
"All right, that's enough," Ronnie said, lifting his glass into the air. "Cheers. To old friends and to cutting-edge technology." Bob raised his glass.
To that crazy bastard, Aiden Dorora.
I clinked my cup to theirs and brought it to my lips. Silence fell among us, only briefly, as we downed the contents.
Holy fuck, that's delicious!
Bob wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stared at his cup in disbelief.
That's some quality craft shit right there.
God damn! Ronnie nodded in approval as he placed his mug back on the table. Were there other options? I peered into my half-filled glass.
Besides ale? Wine, cider, mead, and, grog.
Seriously?
Bob laughed. Ronnie chugged the rest of his. When he set the empty glass down on the table, it vanished a moment later. Whoa, he raised a finger. I am already buzzed. I also felt the early stages of intoxication creeping up on me. I glanced down at my fingers and wondered just how the programmers handled that aspect of the game. Would I be more susceptible because I'm now a woman? I wasn't a lightweight back in the real world, but it wasn't like I could go toe-to-toe with a frat guy. Did being an elf play into this at all? Were the other races more or less immune than humans? I watched as Bob upended his glass to get every last drop out, while Ronnie swayed just a tiny bit. Mitch and Tom weren't what you'd call petite. While Tom's character more closely resembled his real-life figure, Mitch, on the other hand, was a bit more heavyset. At one point, he had been pretty active, but that was while he was in the Marines, and before he lost part of his leg in active duty. His mobility had never been the same, and his health suffered because of it. I could only imagine how it must have felt for him to not only be playing a character who's thin and lean, but also got both his legs intact. As if sensing my thoughts, Ronnie stood up from the table. I'll go get the next round.
You sure you can walk?
Bob jeered, then laughed as Ronnie flipped him off. I shook my head and chuckled as I brought my drink to my lips, but stopped partway as a shiver ran down my spine and felt the weight of someone's stare. 10. A walk in the woods. It was a strange, unnerving sensation. I had gotten my fair share of looks and glances since I logged in and first entered town, but this was something else entirely. I didn't feel creeped out, thankfully. Just that someone was really focused in on me.
Bob, do you see anyone staring at me?
I whispered, keeping my gaze fixed down on my mug. I brought it up to my lips and surveyed the tavern over the rim. For the most part, nobody seemed to show any interest in our group. After the initial shock of Bob's stature wore off, we were just another trio among the crowd of players enjoying drinks and conversation. I was far from the only female character in the tavern. There were some who had definitely gone the eye candy route. Not to mention there were others who had also picked a non-natural hair color like mine. I saw another female elf, a priestess from the looks of it, sporting bubblegum pink hair. It made me wonder how many other players like Lisa and I had decided to go the opposite sex route, or perhaps decided on a more androgynous look, or some other different gender expression from who they are outside in the real world. Or if we're just an anomaly. Is that busty female orc in chainmail a woman wanting to feel big, strong, and mean? Or just a guy living a fantasy? Perhaps this was their opportunity to live as they truly wished to see themselves, in a body they're happy with, comfortable with. Am I fulfilling some subconscious desire I didn't know I had? Or was Tom and Dwayne right in that I'm just being perverted? It's not like I ran off into the bushes the moment I stepped foot into the game to fondle myself. I spotted Ronnie chatting with a dwarf at the bar who, based on his armor and appearance, had gone down the druidic path. The two shared a laugh and exchanged the heavy metal horns hand gesture before parting ways.
Hooded dude in the corner,
Bob said, his voice low.
Is he smoking a pipe? I asked. 'Cause I'm getting Fellowship of the Rings vibes here.
He's one of them rangers. Dangerous folk they are, wandering the wilds,
Bob whispered. I smirked.
Do you think he's an NPC?
I assume so.
He shrugged.
I don't see a name floating over his head.
I finished what remained in my mug and found the culprit. Sitting alone in the corner opposite us, he made no attempt to hide that he was staring me down from all the way across the tavern. Not liking the idea of being gawked at, I decided to go see what his deal was.
I'll be right back,
I said, sliding out from the booth.
Be careful,
Bob said. The hooded man watched as I approached and nodded to me when I stopped by his table.
Can I help you?
I asked.
You've been staring at me for longer than I'm comfortable with.
The stranger pulled back his hood and revealed a messy tuft of gray hair, even wilder eyebrows.
Yes, I believe you can help me,
he said.
I'm looking for individuals of a certain skill set to retrieve something for me.
Huh. Individuals of a certain skill set? I'm going to assume this was his cryptic way of saying that I'm about to receive a class-specific quest. Any fear or paranoia I had vanished. I folded my arms and squinted.
Go on.
The older man smiled and cleared his throat.
There's an old, abandoned manor in the woods outside this town. Hidden within is a tome that I very much desire. I believe it is located somewhere in the study or library. If you find it and bring it back to me, you'll be greatly rewarded. Keep whatever else you find. All I seek is the tome.
I nodded.
Right. Well, that doesn't sound suspicious.
Not in the slightest. A prompt appeared between myself and the NPC, whose name was Wyston Cragmore. He turned his gaze away from me as I skimmed over the quest details. Much like the Goblin quest, this one also skimped on the details. Venture into the woods, find the haunted house, retrieve the old tome, and return it to Wyston. Then I saw the reward.
Hold up. 5 gold?
The hooded man nodded slowly.
And you can keep whatever else you find in the manor.
Just to recover some book.
He nodded again.
A very special book.
Uh-huh. I squinted. It was obvious the tome this man wanted was some kind of ancient spell book. Probably contained a fair bit of dark or forbidden magic. From the creepy vibes he was giving off, I put him as likely a necromancer. Maybe a blood mage? Definitely not something that could come back to haunt me. But still, a quest was a quest and coin was coin. Since this was class-specific, there's probably something unique in it for me as well. Some sort of special weapon, maybe a rare spell unlocked. Not to mention all the experience I'd get, especially during this bonus period.
Why the hell not?
I accepted the quest. Wyston rubbed his hands together, his grin a shade more wicked.
Good, good,
he said.
When you get it, bring it to me at this location.
My map opened up on its own and zoomed in on a portion of the map just outside of town that I had not discovered yet. A red circle appeared with a bit of fanfare, and I closed out of the map.
You can find the manor in this part of the woods,
Wyston said as a loosely drawn circle appeared on my map.
I'll be waiting."
Then, before I could ask him anything else, he vanished in a wisp of smoke. I blinked and glanced around. If anyone else was privy to my conversation, none of them seemed to be concerned by the fact that the guy just up and disappeared on me. I was more surprised at the fact that I was offered a quest like this here in the starting area. I mean, sure, myself and the rest of my friends were all 4th level, but a quick scan of the crowd here at the tavern showed that most were either 1st or 2nd level, with maybe a couple above that. If anyone was higher than us, they had their character information hidden, like mine. At the same time, it was a rather large starting area. Most games have like a tiny little bubble of an area to get your first couple of levels before moving on to the world at large. Astroblade Eternity Online just dumped you in an area and said, "Have fun!" Basically, the further out we go, the more dangerous it is. I scratched my head as I walked back to my table, my fingers investigating my new pointed ears.
"So what did the guy have to say?"
Bob asked as Ronnie returned with another round of ale. I thumbed behind me. Dude gave me a quest.
"No shit."
Hold up, what'd I miss? Ronnie asked. I grabbed one of the tankards and took a sip. A thief's quest. Wants me to retrieve a certain book from an abandoned mansion in the woods outside of town. Well, that doesn't sound sketchy at all, Ronnie laughed. Bob shook his head.
"Nope, not in the slightest."
I looked at each in turn. So, you guys want to come with? Bob and Ronnie replied in unison. Yes, definitely. I brought up the chat window and holographic keyboard and sent a message to Lutho. Kalinestra. I just got a new quest. Want to come with? Lutho.
Can't. Thanks, though. Good luck.
"What'd he say?"
Bob asked as I swiped away the translucent window. Says he's busy. I shrugged. To go without him. Bob and Ronnie returned the shrug. His loss, then, Ronnie added. While I was given little to no information as to who this Y-Stand guy was, what knowledge the book contained, or what we could even expect to encounter inside the manor, it at least gave us a heading, and I didn't have to once again ask a guard for directions. With no word from Adam, and Lutho preoccupied with whatever it was he was up to, Bob, Ronnie, and I departed from Dorore Outpost in the almost complete opposite direction from when we set off for the Goblin Cave. The forest completely encapsulated the starter town, and while the section of the woods we strolled through on our way to mercilessly slaughter goblins was bright, sunny, and open, this section quickly turned dark, decrepit, and obviously haunted. The browns and greens all shifted into various shades of gray, while the air turned hot and heavy. A thick mist covered the ground, which came up to the knees of Ronnie and I. It slowed our pace significantly, as we had to be wary of each step we took. The roots of the trees grew twisted and gnarled, and I had lost count of the number of "oh fucks" and "god damn it's" that we shouted into the eerily quiet woods as we nearly tripped and fell. It was as I trekked alongside Bob and Ronnie through this ghostly wood toward the totally not haunted mansion that I realized just how much I missed having an auto-run mechanic. Now would be such a perfect time to just toggle it on, then lean back in my chair, prop my legs up, and take the opportunity to maybe take a bite to eat, check the messages on my phone, or surf the web on a different monitor. It's not that I found this mind-blowingly amazing digital world I'm in boring. It's just when you're on a long walk like this and you have nothing to distract yourself with, your mind starts to wander. Like, maybe it's not so bad being in this body after all.
"I'm just glad there aren't massive fucking spiders lurking about,"
Bob said as he ducked under yet another low-lying branch. I glanced up at the spindly branches overhead. Who's to say there aren't? When the lumbering orc went silent, I turned back to see Bob standing completely still, eyes frantically surveying the dark, dense canopy above. Bob?
"You had to say it, didn't you?"
Bob said.
"You had to go and fucking say it."
He muttered and swore under his breath as he started walking again. I glanced over at Ronnie, who shrugged. After walking on for another minute or so, I had fallen behind the orc. Having felt the need to lighten the mood a little, I reached down and picked up a branch with some leaves still on it and brought it to Bob's neck.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!
I froze, completely unsure how to react to Bob's outburst. To be completely awestruck at just how fucking high he jumped, or whether to laugh my ass off at his sheer overreaction. I wasn't given any time to react because when Bob realized what just happened and who was to blame, he reached down, grabbed me by my neck, and lifted me up. Oh, fuck. Bob, put the elf down, Ronnie said, hands in the air. Bob, calm.
Eric, I'm going to say this only once.
Bob leveled a stern finger at me as my legs dangled in the air. His grip wasn't tight enough to choke me, thankfully, but for a few brief, terrifying moments, I thought he was going to.
You notice how I'm calling you by your real name, right? I'm not addressing the sexy lady elf with the neon blue hair. I'm speaking directly to the fucking dead man piloting that digital body. You follow?
Yes, I said, fingers attempting to, but failing to, pry the massive orc hand from my neck.
That is to reiterate just how fucking serious I am right now.
He pulled me in closer, and I could see the rage behind those eyes.
Do not, I repeat, do not ever spider prank me again. Understand?
I understand, I pleaded. I'll never do it again. I promise.
Bob squinted, then smiled.
Good.
When he released me, I landed surprisingly nimbly on my feet, then quickly scurried out of his reach. I couldn't look him in the eyes as I rubbed at my neck. The sheer terror I felt. Holy fucking shit. I should probably log out to see if I crapped my pants. Bob dusted off his hands and continued on as Ronnie walked up to me. Dude, did you forget just how fucking arachnophobic Lisa is? He folded his arms and shook his head, bearing the look of a disappointed father. Every campaign, I had to make sure there weren't any giant spiders. Couldn't use the Underdark at all. He walked on ahead, arms thrown in the air in dramatic fashion. I lingered behind for a few moments before moving to catch up to them.
Lisa, I'm so sorry. It's just that it's been so long, I simply forgot.
Bob stopped and turned toward me, glaring. I shied away from the weight of his gaze, feeling very, very vulnerable. But after a few quiet, nerve-wracking seconds, his face softened, and he nodded.
You're forgiven. You're right, though. It has been way too long. High school feels like forever ago. What's it been? 10, 11 years?
14, I answered. Well, for you guys, maybe, Ronnie said.
Doesn't change the fact that it's been far too long,
Bob said. Silence fell upon the three of us while we each withdrew into our minds to recall the good old days of hanging out at lunchtime and meeting up after school to play D&D, weekend all-nighters playing video games and midnight showings of movies. How hammered we all got at Tom's wedding. Ronnie's gaze turned down and his shoulders slumped. You okay, dude? I asked. When Ronnie lifted his head, he wiped away tears. Yeah. It's just, I really, really missed you guys. Bob wrapped his thick arms around the lanky bard and lifted him up off the ground in the mightiest of hugs. Then, in a feat of strength, the orc reached over and picked me up to join in on the hug.
Same here, my tiny, tiny friends,
Bob said. Eventually, Bob freed us from his constrictive hug, and after regaining my bearings, gestured to the world around us, ignoring how spooky and haunted the woods in this part of the zone were.
Well, this sure beats video chat.
You're goddamn right it does,
Bob grinned.
Fuck theater of the mind. Look at this shit.
Would make my job as a DM so much easier if this is how we played, Ronnie chuckled. You have no idea how hard it was to describe each and every room you guys walked into. I thumbed back in the direction we were originally heading. Shall we?
Lead on. But no more fucking spider pranks, you hear?
Bob stabbed a finger in my direction. I lifted my hands into the air defensively. Promise! I would have done it to Lutho if he were here, I added. Ronnie rolled his eyes. Lazy bastard. This just screams cleric. Like, you guys know that house is going to be full of undead, right?
Such a wasted opportunity.
Bob shook his head.
So much smiting potential.
Bob started on, but I put a hand on Ronnie's shoulder. You know you can talk to me, right? Ronnie nodded. About anything, I added. I know. Thanks, dude. Ronnie smiled weakly, then turned and followed after Bob. We walked on in silence for a few minutes before Bob said,
I think we're here.
I looked up from the ground just in time to stop myself from bumping into Bob. I sidestepped the lumbering orc and smiled at the sight. Oh, yeah, we're definitely here. 11. Sound of Silence. The abandoned mansion sat in the center of a clearing in the woods. 2 stories tall, with what looked like a third-floor tower room on the far corner, the building was weathered, dilapidated, and in some areas overgrown. It almost looked Victorian, like what you'd find out in the woods in New England, if not for the fantasy flair that was given to it. Much like the forest that surrounded it, the wood facade of the building was faded gray, broken, and rotted. The windows varied from fully intact to cracked, broken, and completely missing. Boarded up, even. What remained of a wrought iron fence stood rusted and collapsed, failing to stop wanderers from stepping onto the property. The sky above the clearing matched the rest of the area's ambiance, drab and muted, gray and ominous. We followed an overgrown stone path toward the home and kept an eye out for any wandering monsters. But from what we could gather, we were all alone. No sign of anything living or dead.
Looks lovely,
Bob said. I think I'll make it my next summer home, Ronnie added. I sighed. Yeah, there's no way in hell that building is vacant. What are we thinking? Ghosts? Undead? Vampires, perhaps? Ronnie scratched his chin. Bob unsheathed his spiked mace and shield. He gave it a couple of swings.
Only one way to find out.
The mansion only grew larger as we approached. It loomed over us as we made our way up to the front doors, which were nearly twice as tall as Bob. Made from solid, sturdy oak, they creaked audibly when he pushed them open. Hinges could use some WD-40, Ronnie chuckled. A real fixer-upper. Slap on a fresh coat of paint, I smirked. Easily $1 million home. Easily, Ronnie said. Bob poked his head in and looked around while Ronnie and I waited on the front porch.
Coast is clear,
Bob said. He pushed the door open wide enough for the 3 of us to enter.
Though there was a skeleton dressed as a butler. He even had a British accent.
Ronnie stepped back. Wait, what?
Kidding,
Bob chuckled. The 3 of us passed through the front doors and entered the foyer. Thankfully, the door didn't slam shut behind us.
Okay, so what is it we're looking for?
Bob asked. A tome, I said. The NPC said it would be in the manor's library or study. Described it as just an old tome, that I would know it if I saw it. Well, that's not the least bit vague, Ronnie said. That's all he told me. Let me check the quest again. I opened up the quest log, the glow from the translucent interface partially lighting up the area. I skimmed the text, using my finger as a guide.
Why don't you just share it?
Bob said as he surveyed the room. I paused. It won't let me. No shit. Looks like you found a unique quest. Ronnie put his hands on his hips. I dismissed the quest log and scratched the back of my neck. He did say that he was looking for someone with my skill set. Ronnie nodded. Class specific. Makes sense.
Odd that only you got it. There definitely were other rogues in that tavern.
I turned to Bob.
How many of them were level 4?
Bob tapped his head.
Very true.
So, like I said, the book will be in the study or library.
In a house like this, that library will probably have like 300 books. None of them marked or labeled,
Bob said.
Did he not tell you what it looked like at least?
He didn't get a chance to. He vanished after I accepted it.
All right, enough bickering, Ronnie said, eyes scanning the 2-story foyer. Let's find the room first. Then we can figure out which is the book the quest giver was after. Bob hefted his mace onto his shoulder.
All right, well, let's check downstairs first. One room at a time.
We had a handful of paths to choose from. From the entrance, 2 hallways split off in opposite directions, one to the left and the other to the right. In front of us, a pair of mirrored curved staircases led up to the 2nd floor. At the top of the landing, a 3rd, wider hallway that led deeper into the house. I wondered if we'd stumble into a banquet hall full of dancing ghosts, like straight out of Disneyland's Haunted Mansion ride. I peered down into the 2 hallways on either side of me. They were identical, provided no clues as to where they led. But most importantly, they both appeared to be uninhabited. I pointed toward the hallway to my left.
Let's see what's behind door number 1.
Sounds good to me,
Bob said. Ronnie shrugged and said nothing. Taking the lead, I moved quietly as we entered the hallway, my hands casually gripping the hilts of my blades, ready for anything. Outside, the wind gusted, and the dilapidated building creaked and moaned like a ship at sea. It came in through the windows and whistled as it passed under closed doors. The door slammed shut behind us. We all turned, weapons drawn, ready to face whatever came. But there was nothing, and we shared uneasy glances. Okay, this is beyond creepy, Ronnie said.
When we hear a quiet, distant piano, that's the signal to run,
I said. We continued down the hallway, carefully peering into each room we passed by, while diligently checking for traps. Each room had the usual assortment of detritus, some piece of furniture or two, usually broken, tattered, and occasionally covered by a faded piece of cloth. There was the occasional portrait, some important-looking person wearing an arrogant or holier-than-thou look dressed in formal attire. Some were torn. All were discolored to some degree. Some had spots on the walls where paintings once hung. A thick layer of dust covered everything. And while I still had all my senses in this game, what it didn't import from the real world was my allergies. The last thing I wanted was to be sneezing all over this place. As we continued down the hallway on the 1st floor, I heard faint music echoing. I stopped mid-step to listen. The tune was strangely familiar, and when I turned around, I spotted Ronnie quietly strumming his guitar. Is that...
Are you fucking playing Sound of Silence?
Bob not only finished my inquiry, but answered my question as to what the song was. Ronnie lifted his hands in the air defensively, and the music stopped. What? He said, his face a picturesque portrayal of innocence. The quiet was creeping me out.
You forget we're trying to be sneaky here, right?
Bob said. Ronnie glanced over at myself and back at Bob. Kinda hard to do when you've got an 8-foot-tall orc in full plate. You rattle like a tub full of dirty dishes with each step. Bob opened his mouth to speak, then closed it. He opened it again and raised a finger. He sighed.
You've got a point.
Besides, I said, as realistic as this game is trying to be, it's using video game mechanics. This isn't D&D where you can actually alert folks with the noise you're making. We learned that lesson back in the Goblin Cave when our resident metalhead over here started playing.
Okay, sure, but still.
Bob looked back at Ronnie.
Maybe play something more upbeat?
Sure. Upbeat. Got it. Ronnie shrugged, which translated to, sure, whatever. As we returned to our exploration of this seemingly abandoned mansion, the bard started playing a different tune on his guitar. I couldn't help but grin as the opening notes to Dust in the Wind by Kansas floated down the hallway. After about half an hour of investigating, we cleared the ground floor and found ourselves back in the main entrance. What we found was a lot of nothing. We didn't come across any creatures, neither living nor dead. We inspected several bedrooms, sitting rooms, the kitchen, dining room, and what looked like some kind of entertainment room. The place was picked clean of anything valuable, unless you considered broken, rotted, and dust-covered rubble valuable.
Okay, something's not right here,
I said as we stood in the foyer. The front door was still partially open.
This place can't really be that empty.
Bob shrugged.
Maybe it's unfinished?
No, definitely not, Ronnie said. There's no way Aiden would launch an unfinished game. He's such an outspoken critic about such things.
Perhaps it was scrapped, and one of the developers forgot to remove it from the game,
I suggested. Ronnie nodded. Maybe. That does happen quite often with online role-playing games. But it would still be uncharacteristic for Aiden to let something like this slip through. We all went quiet before turning our gazes toward the stairs and the second floor.
Well, we still have the second floor to investigate, and we have yet to find the library.
I bet it's the room in that tower-looking part of the mansion, Ronnie said.
Well, ladies first.
Bob bowed and gestured ahead. I smiled and gave Bob the finger as I started up the left flight of stairs. I hope everything's all right with Tom. He hasn't logged back in yet. But knowing him, he was probably bored with the game already and didn't want to say anything. Or that Anne had him doing a bunch of chores. Both staircases curled up and back around to the same landing that, in turn, had 3 sets of hallways branching off. 2 small ones on either side, which I couldn't see from the ground floor, and a wide, deep one in front of them. Although, Ronnie said almost to himself, this could be one of those places that spawn everything after an event or trigger.
I vote for that direction,
I said, pointing down the wide hallway.
Agreed.
Bob stepped forward and took the lead.
Keep your wits about you.
This time, I drew my daggers as I crept down the hallway. Not 10 seconds later, my pointed ears twitched. Wait, I whispered. Shh. Bob and Ronnie froze. Ronnie held his breath.
What is it?
Bob whispered. I looked back as the creaking noise grew louder. This wasn't the wind outside. It was footsteps. Someone or something was coming. I looked back and forth between Bob and Ronnie. We're not. The doors in the hallway flew open and several skeletons lumbered out. They were all in various levels of decay, some armed with rusted broken weapons and armor, others with just their arms. Black void stared the 3 of us down, and slack jaws filled the air with long, hair-raising moans and wails.
Gee, sure would be nice if we had a cleric right about now,
Bob shouted as if Luther were somehow within earshot. Or a paladin, Ronnie added. I scanned the growing crowd of undead.
Guess that answered that question.
What do we do? Ronnie flipped his guitar around and gripped it by the neck.
Keep going and kill whatever's controlling these. Bob, battering ram.
Right.
Bob turned around and faced forward.
Onward.
He put his shield in front of him and barreled down the hallway.
Ronnie, let's go.
I spun the bard around and the 2 of us followed closely behind the orc as he smashed through the quickly growing number of skeletons. I stabbed, sliced, cut, and hacked at the seemingly endless mob of undead as we ran down the hallway.
Going right,
Bob said, a second before sliding to a stop and turning 90 degrees. I shifted direction without breaking stride. Ronnie, on the other hand, tripped and fell. He half tumbled, half slid into the wall and took a few points of damage. But before I could take a step toward him to help, he jumped back to his feet and swung his axe in wide arcs, taking out several of the surprisingly fragile skeletons.
Fuck, there's like 1,000,000 of them now,
I said when I looked back down the way we came.
There's a bunch ahead of us, too. Hang on, I got an idea.
Bob slammed his mace onto the ground in front of him, sending a shockwave that reverberated down the hall, destroying any skeletons close and forcing the ones further back to stagger. "It's a gauntlet!" Ronnie shouted, swinging his axe like a madman. I patted Bob on the back. "Ready." Bob roared and charged ahead. Ronnie and I did our best to stay as close as we could as Bob plowed ahead. The hallway had become a sea of bones as hundreds of skeletons lumbered into the hallway, and we moved through it like a speedboat. But no matter how many undead I cut down, 3 more appeared in their place. If we don't find a way out of here soon, we'd drown. "I hope we're heading in the right direction," Ronnie shouted over the cacophony of rattling bones and undead wails.
"There's a big doorway up ahead,"
Bob shouted. "That's it. Keep going," I commanded. Bob yelled as he all but leapt up the short flight of steps. The shield collided with the doors, throwing them open. Once inside the room, Ronnie and I each took a door, slammed it shut, and pressed our weight against the heavy doors while Bob searched for the biggest, heaviest thing he could find to bar it. Once secured, we backed away, weapons at the ready, waiting for the doors to burst open. But nothing happened. In fact, with the doors closed, the mansion returned to being deathly quiet. I tentatively approached the door and put my ear to the wood. Hearing nothing, I glanced back and shook my head. Bob and Ronnie relaxed. Guys?"
"Yeah?"
Bob said, still facing the door.
We definitely found the study.
Ronnie turned away from the door. Bob hesitated, then faced the room.
"Holy shit!"
Bob said, nearly dropping his mace.
"This isn't a study. It's a fucking library."
When I received the quest from the mysterious old man known as Wyston, I figured the study would be some small square room tucked away or possibly hidden. A secret chamber of sorts. I imagined it would be like some executive's office. There would be a wooden desk in the center, a couch or chair, or both, a couple of bookshelves maybe, and a large window with a view. Instead, the room we entered was more than twice the size of my apartment, and far bigger than any executive office I've ever seen. The room was circular, and while it did have that large wood desk that I predicted, there were way more than a couple of bookshelves. Over a dozen shelves lined the walls, except for the floor-to-ceiling window and a fireplace big enough for Bob to lounge in. There had to have been hundreds of books. It's going to take hours to find the right one. Outside, the world was gray. Storm clouds blanketed the sky, and the forest swayed back and forth in the wind as rain pattered on the window. Ronnie was right. We were definitely in the round tower portion of the mansion. Bob remained by the door, while I approached the window to get a better look at the world outside. "Hey, Calinestra?"
Yeah?
I glanced away from the moody view toward Ronnie, who looked up at the large oil painting that hung above the fireplace. He pointed up at it. "Does this look like the dude who gave you the quest?"
"I've got a more pressing question."
Bob pointed at the doors.
"Why is that horde of undead not clawing at the door trying to get in?"
I looked up at the portrait as I moved next to Ronnie. "That's not him." Ronnie turned to me. "Then who is—" A gust filled the room. It blew around and around, picked up all the loose paper, dust, and debris, and scattered it about.
"I don't like the look of this,"
Bob shouted over the increasing noise of the wind. In the center of the vortex, hovering above the desk, a tongue of ice-blue fire flickered into existence. Then, as quickly as it came, the wind vanished, leaving only the floating fire.
"Who dares enter my sanctum?"
The voice came from everywhere. It was a deep, ancient voice, and I couldn't help but notice, sounded rather upset. The wind returned, except instead of swirling about the room like a tornado, it became a vacuum, drawing everything and everyone toward the floating tongue of blue fire.
"Oh, you've got to be shitting me."
Bob yelled from across the room. I glanced over and saw the orc struggling to keep his balance. Ronnie, on the other hand, held on to the brick of the fireplace for dear life. Not wanting to get pulled any closer and with nothing to hang on to, I dropped to my knees and plugged one of my daggers into the wooden floorboards. Moments later, a shockwave erupted from the center of the room, sending everyone, including myself, flying backward. I crashed into the wall and took several points of damage in the process. It hurt like a motherfucker, but not nearly as bad as it would have been in the real world. As quickly as I could, I got back onto my feet and turned toward the center of the room. What I saw made my stomach drop.
Oh, fuck.
There, standing behind the desk, was a lich. It stood with its bony arms crossed, robe billowing in the breeze that pervaded the room despite the closed windows. Loose parchment, books, and a vast assortment of other odds and ends littered the floor. A broken, tarnished crown sat atop the bare skull. Ice blue fire flickered in the empty eyes, jaw hung open slightly, ready to greet whoever was unlucky enough to enter its domain. 12. Chilly reception. For several tense-filled moments, nothing happened. The lich remained still, blue fire eyes fixed on the only entrance and exit. He stood idle while the wind continued to spin around him, shuffling the papers and billowing his cape. I remained absolutely still, as did Bob and Ronnie. Another couple of seconds passed. Then some more, until maybe a minute had gone by. Nothing happened. The lich's position remained unchanged. He was just standing there, menacingly. "Let's go," Ronnie said. "Shh," both Bob and I said. My eyes remained fixed on the undead mage, as it remained unaware of our presence. Still stuck in the ground halfway between him and me was one of my 2 daggers. Slowly, carefully, I opened my chat window. The translucent keyboard, a similar shade of blue to the fire in the lich's eyes, appeared in front of me. Callinestra. WTF is going on? Callinestra. Why isn't he attacking? In the corner of my vision, I saw Bob bring up his messaging window. He typed slowly with his 2 pointer fingers. Bob.
IDK, dude.
Ronnie. We must be outside of its range? Ronnie. I'm going to test something. Before I could reply, Ronnie's voice filled the chamber. Testing, 1, 2. My muscles tightened as I cringed and braced for what I thought would happen. Just as before, the lich remained where he stood, oblivious to Ronnie's outburst. I relaxed and brushed away the chat interface. I think he's right, I said, though I kept my voice at a quieter level. Bob waved his hands in the air.
Hello there, Mr. Lich. Can you see me?
Nothing happened.
I'll take that as a no.
So, what now? Ronnie shouted from beside the fireplace.
Well, you can try to shimmy around the very edge of the room and hope he doesn't see you, I said. Or we can kill the undead bastard.
Easier said than done, Bob said. Did you see what its level is?
I focused in on the lich, and its information appeared on my HUD.
Oh, you've got to be fucking shitting me.
It's level fucking 8? Ronnie threw his arms into the air and gestured at the skeletal mage. How in the fucking hell are we going to kill that? This isn't some goblin holed up in a cave somewhere.
We've killed liches before, I said.
Yeah, sure, in D&D. Oh, and you had a cleric. You know, that class that can do bonus damage to undead creatures. Plus, you weren't level.
Ronnie!
Bob's voice was so powerful it would have silenced a rowdy tavern.
Shut the fuck up. We have 2 options. Kill this undead son of a bitch or die. If you ask me, I feel like crushing this fool.
He swung his mace once,
readied his shield, and charged.
"Now's the time to shred on that guitar, Ronnie," I said as I launched into a sprint, making sure to grab my other dagger on the way. Though I nearly came to a screeching halt when I heard just what it was that our bard had decided to play on his axe guitar. It wasn't some ridiculously fast speed metal riff like what I expected. Nor was it something heavy and charged that would spawn a mosh pit. It wasn't some powerful burst of epic, rhythmic sound that you would headbang to either. What it was hard rock. And not just any tune, but one of the most legendary movie themes from the 1980s. More specifically, the music that reverberated through the Lich's library was Eye of the Tiger by Survivor. I turned and stared at Ronnie in complete and utter disbelief as the bard belched out the lyrics to the iconic song.
"Stop staring and fucking help!"
Bob shouted. I shook the incredulity from out of my head and returned to the fight. The Lich remained in his position behind the desk as it hurled bolts of ice at Bob.
"Fools! How dare you enter my sanctum?"
Its voice rumbled, and I felt a chill travel up my spine. With the Lich's attention focused on the slowly advancing orc, I was able to get in position behind the Lich and attack its back. I felt like I had stepped into a walk-in freezer.
"Can you do something about the fuckers' frost bolts?"
Bob shouted from behind his shield, his sentence punctuated by the icy projectiles slamming into his shield. "Sweep the leg!" Ronnie shouted from behind me. "He doesn't have any," I said. "He's floating, you dipshit!" The Lich raised its arms in the air, and a frozen orb appeared between his hands. A moment later, the orb exploded, and I was sent flying back by the frigid shockwave. I rolled and bounced like a tumbleweed until I slid to a stop not far from the walls of the round chamber. I climbed onto my knees, shivering, my breath a thick fog in front of me. In the corner of my vision, a message appeared. "Lutho."
WTF is going on?"
"Lutho."
"You lost half your health in one blow."
I glanced at the upper corner of my HUD where my character info was. Lutho was right. I did lose half my health in the blast. Bob lost about a quarter, but Ronnie remained unscathed. He hadn't stepped away from the perimeter since the fighting started. Good to know. I forgot that Lutho was still in our party, despite him remaining behind in town off on his own private adventure. Oh, how we could not only use a cleric, but a healer right now. Odds of survival were dwindling. Not taking my eyes off the boss, I quickly brought up the holographic keyboard. Kalinestra. "Fighting a Lich can't talk, busy, bye." I swiped away the menu and got back to my feet, then turned to Ronnie. "How about something a little more energetic?" Ronnie grinned, nodded, and moved his fingers into position. Then, thunderstruck by AC/DC filled the room. Now that was more like it. The Lich raised his hands in the air. "Not this time, you icy bastard." I picked up a knocked-over chair and chucked it. It flew across the room, and much to my surprise, struck the back of the Lich. Even more surprising was that the impact interrupted the cast, and the orb above the Lich's head vanished. That should buy us some time. Not letting the opportunity go to waste, I sprinted toward the Lich, leapt into the air, and aimed my daggers toward its back. There was a bright flash of light and a crack of thunder as lightning engulfed my blades. They pierced the Lich's robes, and it convulsed as electricity enveloped it. When I stepped back away from the boss, I swore under my breath when I saw just how much health the bastard still had. "Can't believe that actually worked," Ronnie fist pumped.
"He's still got plenty of health."
Bob took a swing at the Lich in between ice bolt barrages. "Oh, it's phylactery," Ronnie shouted. I looked back at the bard. "What?" "It's a Lich, so..." I slammed my forehead with the palm of my hand. "Of fucking course! Bob, keep the bastard distracted."
"What do you think I've been doing?"
His shield was almost completely encrusted with ice, and his breath formed thick clouds around his head.
Any longer and I'm going to be an orc popsicle.
Where would it be? Where would it be?
My mind raced as I tried to find the vessel that contained the Lich's soul. Destroying it would instantaneously kill the bastard. In theory. If anything, it should weaken it significantly. Either option would be preferred over what we were currently dealing with. I just had to find it. What would it even look like? Visions of high school history class filled my mind's eye. Specifically, freshman year ancient history taught by Miss O'Sullivan. Not only was she incredibly good-looking, but her Irish accent made her lectures about otherwise boring material such a pleasant experience. This memory in particular referenced one of her lectures on ancient Egypt and the process of mummification.
"You'll see, class," she would always say. "The Egyptians believed removing the organs and storing them in canopic jars would preserve the vital organs for the deceased for the afterlife." The memory ended, and I found myself back in the present and in the virtual body of my character. But more importantly, what came back with me, along with the images of my famously attractive teacher, was the tidbit about canopic jars. I quickly found what I was looking for. Egyptian canopic jars were simple, made of clay with an animal head on top resembling one of their deities. The one I found here in the Lich's library was about the size of a refillable water bottle, and instead of clay, this looked to have been hewn from a polished black stone. It was inlaid with veins of ghostly green crystal, while arcane runes swirled across its surface. Its lid was comprised of a dark, jagged crystal, and the whole thing together just screamed dark magic. While I was able to locate the phylactery, which rested comfortably underneath the desk, the problem was standing between myself and the vessel. Was the Lich himself.
Any day now, Bob said.
I spared a quick glance at the status of the rest of my party on my HUD. Bob was down to 1/3 of his health, with only a sliver of his stamina remaining. When that ran out, he wouldn't be able to use his shield. Ronnie's mana steadily drained as he continued shredding on his guitar. I looked to my left, then to my right, trying to find a clear shot at the phylactery. Then the Lich raised his hands to the air. No choice, no alternative. Fuck. I took a deep breath and broke off into a sprint. The air grew bone-chillingly cold as I drew closer and closer. The icy orb appeared between its hands as I dropped to my knees into a slide, then onto my stomach. I passed underneath the floating skeleton mage and stopped just within arm's reach of the vial. The air was so cold I could barely move, my previously nimble fingers now stiff as rusted gears as I grabbed the phylactery and ripped the lid off.
No!
Its deep, ethereal voice cried out as the dark, twisted magic that had granted it immortality was ripped away. I rolled away as the Lich flailed about with dramatic flair worthy of the final cinematic scene of a film and climbed back onto my feet as the cold blue glow vanished from the Lich's skull. What was left of the creature collapsed to the floor in a pile of bones and cloth. The icy chill vanished, and warmth returned to the room as I kicked at the remnants of the skeletal mage. Fucking undead bastard. Serves you right. I tossed the phylactery onto the remains and smashed it with the heel of my boot. It, along with the Lich's remains, vanished into digital dust. The sigh of relief that came after was enough to push the walls outward. Bob grunted as he fell onto his back, dropping his shield and mace onto the ground.
Holy shit, I thought I was going to die.
"You and me both," I said.
That was fucking awesome!
We looked over to see Ronnie thrusting his fists in the air.
"Says you! You walked away from that one unscathed."
What are you talking about?
Ronnie held up his hands.
I got blisters on these fingers.
Bob sat up and brought up his menu.
Well, we did level up from that encounter.
I brought mine up.
Yeah, holy shit, we nearly leveled up twice.
No shit. Ronnie opened up his menu and gawked. Fucking hell, level 5 already? Not to rain on the parade. Bob climbed to his feet. But where's the loot?
I looked down at my feet, at where the body was a few moments ago. The body had vanished completely, and there was no floating treasure chest anywhere in the room. Son of a bitch! Bob tapped on his chin.
Maybe it's hidden? There's no way a bastard that powerful wouldn't drop loot.
We are in a library, after all, Ronnie said. I squinted. What does that? I drifted off as the gears in my head started to turn. Oh. I turned and surveyed the many bookshelves that lined the exterior walls.
Before we go checking every single book on the shelves,
Bob motioned to the desk in the center of the room.
Maybe you should first find the quest book. We nearly died after all.
Yeah, my bad. I cringed, glancing at our health bars. We were both down to only a quarter of life left. Had I not destroyed the phylactery when I did, or interrupted that orb attack, we would have for sure died. I rummaged through several of the drawers of the desk until I found one that contained a large tome. It was plainly obvious that this was the one I was after. The grimoire's exterior was sheathed in cracked, midnight black leather, embossed with intricate, swirling runes that caught the light with a subtle, eerie glow. Its edges were bound by tarnished bronze clasps and delicate filigree, hinting at an age-old craftsmanship and an aura of forbidden mystery. Definitely contained some dark magic befitting a necromancer or warlock. After a quick inspection, it vanished, and a message popped up. Quest item received. Ancient spellbook. I gave a thumbs up to Bob and Ronnie, and we turned our attention to the bookcases. For the next several minutes, the pair aimlessly tugged on the books that filled the shelves, hoping to randomly find the book that triggered the mechanism to reveal the door to the hidden treasure room, if there was even one to begin with. I, on the other hand, tried a more hands-off approach, and instead scanned the room for clues, as if I were Sherlock Holmes or any other famous detective. It was at this moment that I wished this game was more like Dungeons & Dragons, and all I would need to do was roll a d20 and hope for a high enough roll. After about 30 seconds of squinty-eyed searching, I straightened, scratched my chin, and put my hands on my hips. Stupid.
Anything?
Bob tugged on 4 books at once. Nothing, Ronnie shouted from the other side of the room. There's got to be something here. My mind drifted as I looked around the room. Focus, focus. The hair on the back of my neck stood as a surge of energy passed through me. When I blinked, the world turned shades of gray. Whoa, what the fuck? I looked down and around, but the effect only lasted a few moments, and my vision returned to normal as the magical energy faded. But as brief as it was, it did exactly what it was supposed to do, as not everything was a shade of gray. I grinned as I ran up to the otherwise unsuspecting wall sconce. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the wood was lightly scratched in a circular pattern. I reached up and turned the sconce. It noisily rotated 90 degrees before coming to a stop. There was a loud click, followed by the grinding and grating of unseen gears. Bingo, I said. Found it. Bob and Ronnie ran up and stood on either side of me.
How'd you find that?
Bob asked. Looks like she cast some sort of spell, Ronnie said. Her mana is all gone. I scratched my head. It was some sort of magic vision. Everything was gray except this candle holder, so I assumed this was our way in. The 3 of us took a couple of steps back and watched as the bookshelf slid open. I didn't wait for it to open all the way and took advantage of my slender frame to squeeze through. Ronnie walked in after me, not much wider than I was, turned sideways. I guess having breasts had its disadvantages.
You assholes,
Bob said, impatiently waiting for the slow-moving door to open wide enough for his massive armored frame.
Don't loot without me.
The secret chamber felt like a broom closet when compared to the main library. But for me, it was the size of my bedroom of my apartment. back in the real world. How much time had passed since I logged in? Got to be going on several hours at least. Maybe 4? As beneficial as it would be to log out, stretch my legs, and use the bathroom, maybe have a bite to eat, I don't want to miss the big announcement. 4 torches magically lit themselves when I first stepped foot into the chamber. I didn't consider the fact that there may have been traps, but it was too late now, and thankfully nothing happened as Ronnie and Bob joined me in the secret room. It was square and lined with shelves that, upon closer inspection, really had no value to players. We could pawn it off, but it wouldn't be worth the effort. But the shelves weren't the only thing in the room. It was hard to miss the rather oversized treasure chest that squatted in the center of it. Bob and Ronnie hovered over me as I knelt down and brought out the thieves' tools to pick open the lock. I had to tell them to back up. I could feel their breath on my neck. Once I had my personal space back, I had it open in a matter of seconds. "That was fast," Ronnie said. I stood as the thieves' tools returned to my inventory.
Well, it's a lot easier when I actually have the tools for the job, not hair from an orc's beard.
I kicked the chest, and the lid popped open. All 3 of us were greeted by the floating window that displayed what loot we got.
Oh, hell yeah,
Bob said.
"What you get?"
a new mace.
He opened his menu, and after a couple of finger taps and some swiping, the spiked ball on his hip vanished and was replaced by the gnarliest-looking meat tenderizer I had ever seen, with spikes as big as my fists.
Well, that's hard fucking core.
Ronnie nodded with approval. I turned to Ronnie.
"Did you get anything?"
Ronnie motioned to his legs. "Some new pants." I frowned.
"They look the same as your old pair."
"Yeah, but the stats are better," Ronnie shrugged. "What about you?" I tried to hide my disappointment. I was hoping to get some sort of upgrade, like a new weapon or some gear. While I couldn't complain about the amount of gold I looted, the only other thing the chest had for me was,
"I got some kind of map."
I brought up my menu and selected the map in my inventory. It floated in front of me, rolled up like a poster, and was about the size of one, too, when I unrolled it.
"Jesus, this thing is big."
That's what she said.
I rolled my eyes, but I didn't get a chance to examine the map before it vanished. A message appeared in the corner of my vision. "Waypoint added." "What happened?" Ronnie said.
"I think it marked something on my in-game map."
I opened up the map and made it as big as I could as Ronnie and Bob moved in behind me to take a gander.
"Check it out,"
I said as I pointed to the red X that stood alone in a backdrop of gray to the far northeast of our current location. Bob scratched his head.
What's there?
"Hell if I know."
I shrugged.
"But I say we retrieve the other 2 missing members of our merry band and go check it out."
"I'm game," Ronnie said.
Agreed.
Bob added.
Tom is still offline, though.
"I'll send him a message," Ronnie said. I clapped my hands together.
"All right, let's get the fuck out of here and back to town."
13. Special Delivery. With the hidden treasure chamber thoroughly picked over for anything of value, it came time to figure out how to go about leaving the haunted manor. Bob casually suggested escaping through the library windows, rappel down to the ground like some kind of thief or SWAT team member. Then Ronnie pressed his ear to the door. "I don't hear anything." He closed his eyes and focused. I pressed my ear to the door as well, then glanced back at Bob and shook my head.
You're sure?
Bob asked. Ronnie and I shared a look, then nodded. Slowly, carefully, we pulled back the impromptu barricade and opened the door just enough to peer through into the hallway.
Empty,
Bob said. We opened it the rest of the way. It was completely empty. No sign of any skeletal horde at all.
Must have despawned after we killed the lich,
Ronnie said.
That or after we entered the chamber,
I said.
Let's not take any chances.
Bob returned his shield to his back.
I say we book it out of here.
Ronnie smacked his forehead with his palm.
The beacon stone! Now would have been a perfect time to use it.
Bob and I groaned. None of us had set a return point before departing from Dorore Outpost. Now, instead of instant teleportation, we have to walk all the way back to town.
Ready?
Bob said.
Ready.
The three of us launched into an all-out sprint. We barreled down the hallway, leapt down the mirrored stairways, and rammed through the massive double front doors, and didn't stop until we passed through the rusty perimeter fence. I was the first one out by quite some margin. Ronnie was the second one out, with Bob trailing behind.
Okay, where to?
Ronnie wheezed. Bob groaned as he rolled out his back, neck, and shoulders and wiped the sweat from his brow. I glanced back at the mansion, then down at my own body. I was barely even winded from that full-blown sprint. Meanwhile, Bob and Ronnie looked like they just got done running a marathon. I guess that was just another one of the perks of being a dexterity-based character. It put my real-world body to shame. I was not much of a runner out there. Could do long walks, but anything more than that and I would be gasping for breath. If this is what it felt like to be in shape, then fuck, I need to start exercising. I could get used to this.
You good there, Ronnie?
Bob patted him on the back, but the weight of his massive orc hand caused the bard to stumble forward. He smiled and gave a thumbs up.
First time I've run without needing my inhaler.
He ran his fingers through his hair and straightened up.
Shit, I need to get back into shape. It feels really good to be skinny again.
You and me both, I said.
Quite the opposite for me, Bob chuckled. I feel like I'm lugging around 2 hiking backpacks.
Ronnie tapped on his left leg. You have no idea how much I've missed old Lefty here.
Does it feel weird at all?
I asked. Ronnie kicked out his left leg and shrugged.
Honestly, no. It's really hard to describe. I think the biggest adjustment will be returning to my real body after this. I can't think it would be any different for you two gender benders.
Bob and I shared a glance. Then he looked at his hands.
For real? There's going to be some mental whiplash returning to a form that's half as tall and a third the weight, and it's only been a few hours.
Like astronauts returning to Earth after being in the space station, Ronnie nodded. I examined my own form. Was it weird that I sort of didn't want to return to my normal form? Like, sure, I'm not missing any limbs like Mitch, or am a lot shorter like Lisa. For all intents and purposes, Kalinestra's body very closely resembled my own. We're the same height, and the weight difference is pretty negligible with the armor and equipment I wore. Nothing like the differences between Lisa and Mitch's characters. The only significant difference was the gender. Well, that and the fact that this body was faster, stronger, and more flexible. Almost felt like an upgrade. All right, where to? Ronnie said. I blinked out of my thoughts and opened my map. Ignoring the new marker added way out in uncharted territory, I swiped and zoomed in to where Wyston instructed me to go. Looks like it's just right outside town.
Well, we ain't getting any younger.
Bob dusted off his hands and started off. Ronnie and I shared a look. Bob, I called out to him. The orc stopped.
I'm going in the wrong direction, aren't I?
Yep. Ronnie strummed a peaceful tune on his axe guitar as we hiked back through the forest. It was unfamiliar but calming, and what brightened the mood even more so was the changing environment around us. Golden rays of sunshine pierced the canopy of much friendlier-looking trees, though Bob still kept his head on a swivel for any giant spiders. I passed the time by flipping through the ancient spellbook we had pilfered from the home of the Lich. Probably not the best idea, in hindsight. There may have been a curse on the book for anyone who dared to read its contents. But nothing happened, and besides, I couldn't read a single word on the pages.
What does it say?
Bob asked. I shrugged.
No idea. It's not any kind of alphabet I've ever seen before. Almost looks like some combination of Hebrew and Nordic runes. You think it's an actual language?
Knowing Aiden, he probably had a team of linguists come up with something, Ronnie said.
He wouldn't be the first to invent a language for a fictional world.
I'm sure if we had, like, a legit spellcaster in the group, they could probably read it.
I turned to Ronnie.
Think we could get Anne to join? She did play a wizard that one time.
Ronnie grimaced. Doubt it. She wasn't too fond of Tom and I getting the console to begin with. No way would she purchase one for herself to play alongside us. Bob glanced back at Ronnie over his shoulder. How did you guys even manage to convince her in the first place to let you get it? The bard chuckled and scratched the back of his head. We didn't tell her until after we bought them. Better to ask for forgiveness and all that. Besides, she doesn't give a shit about what I do, just so long as I make rent payments. I basically live in a mother-in-law cabin, separate from the main house.
Probably why your brother still hasn't logged back in, I said. Bob and Ronnie winced simultaneously. The map marker led us to a small farmhouse not too far from the edge of town, and from the looks of it, the place had been abandoned for some time. Both the home and the small patch of land it sat on were in disrepair. Gnarled, twisted, and thorny weeds with vibrant flowers in stark contrast conquered most of the dirt. Whatever crops this farm may have grown had long since withered away. The house was in a similar state as to the mansion we had returned from, but far smaller. While the manor was multiple stories and had over a dozen rooms, this was more like a cabin. Darkness loomed behind broken windows.
You sure this is the right place?
Bob asked. Ronnie crept up to the window.
I can't see anything inside,
he shouted back. Bob glanced over at me and gestured to the building.
Can you, detect magic?
Sure. I cast Detect Magic. I was about to ask if they also wanted me to give them a perception check when I actually felt the hair on the back of my neck stand. While it wasn't nearly the same thing as the magic vision that I got back in the library, I definitely sensed something going on with the house. Was this innate to being an elf? Or have I been subconsciously altering my desired rogue class to be something more of a spellcaster? Aiden did say that there were no set classes, that instead you could mix and match to essentially homebrew your own using the spells, abilities, and talents that you pick and unlock as you played the game. So while I had originally intended with playing a sneaky stabby rogue, I'll probably end up with something more like a shadowcaster or something. Huh, you know what, I actually do feel something. Bob gestured to the door.
It's all yours.
Ronnie shrugged and moved next to Bob. Gee, thanks, guys. I walked up to the door, one hand gripping the hilt of one of my daggers. The tingling sensation spread to my arms, forming goosebumps, and all I could do was shake my head at the level of detail programmed into the game. Actual fucking goosebumps. What the fuck? I reached for the knob, but hesitated. Instead, I made a fist and knocked twice. The door opened very slowly with a very audible creak. Hello? I said. Light streaked in from behind me, partially illuminating the one-room cabin and the fireplace on the far wall that was cold and dark, filled with ashes from a long dead fire. I pushed the door open and stepped in. As I guessed from what I saw on the outside, the place was empty and abandoned. Not much filled the space. A small twin bed in one corner, one of its legs broken. Dust motes floated in the sunbeams, and a thick layer of dust covered the other furniture. There was a small table and chairs, and in another corner, a desk. I glanced back at Ronnie and Bob, shrugged, then stepped inside. The door slammed shut behind me and wouldn't open when I tried the knob. It wasn't so much as locked as, "No need for that," a familiar voice said behind me. "Just a moment." When I turned back around, I found myself standing in an entirely different room. The dimensions were the same, but the layout was completely different. Not only that, but it was far from unoccupied. A robed man sat at a desk facing the wall to my right, scribbling something with a quill pen. After a couple of moments, he set the quill in its inkwell, stood, and turned toward me.
What is this place?
Wyston Cragmore gestured to the cabin. It's my home. Were you able to retrieve what I asked for? I glanced around. This was a pretty clever way of living. If Wyston wasn't expecting you, you'd just wander into an empty, abandoned cabin. Or worse. Not sure why I expected him to have a tower of his own somewhere, atop a hill with a view. I brought up my inventory and selected the tome. The ancient spellbook appeared in my hands. It was comically oversized, much like the player's guide, but with a dark, almost evil design. Wyston clapped his hands together. Good, good. I assume there wasn't a problem retrieving it? He reached for the book, but at the last second I pulled it away, having decided to act a bit more roguish.
Yeah, about that, I said. The house was picked clean of anything valuable. I'm going to need a little bit.
You want a bigger reward? Done. I'll double it.
He waved his hand, and a large coin bag appeared. When I touched the bag, it vanished. For a moment, I thought I had been duped, but then I saw the system notification saying that 10 gold coins had been added to my inventory. Pretty decent amount for this early on in the game. But even so, I had nothing to compare it with. No idea if I had become the game's most wealthy player or if this was pocket change. I tried to hide the shit-eating grin I had on my face from a rather effortless haggle, but Wyston's gaze was fixed on the book. I may have gotten triple, but that would be pushing my luck. I handed over the book.
All right, here you go.
With quivering hands, he took the book from me. And I should have been worried with how excited he was, but I just wanted to get out of here. You may go now, Wyston said. He waved his hand and I heard the door pop open. I moved toward the door, and when I looked back one last time, he was already at his desk, flipping through the book, muttering to himself. Not wanting to overstay my welcome and the growing desire to get a drink after surviving the Lich encounter, I turned and left. When my eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight, I found Bob and Ronnie sitting on a log. Pay up, Ronnie grinned at Bob. The orc grumbled. I rolled my eyes and sighed.
What was it this time?
He thought we were going to have to go in and rescue you, Ronnie said. Bob transferred the coin.
You turned the quest in?
Yeah. Wait. I glanced at my experience bar and noticed it hadn't moved.
I didn't get any experience for it.
That can't be right. Ronnie scratched his head. Hold up. What the fuck? You're level 6.
The fuck?
I double-checked my character sheet, and lo and behold, I did in fact level up. I applied the ability points, but still no new spells. Well, besides this quasi-functional detect magic I discovered.
Well, that's not fair,
Bob said.
We nearly died and only you got experience.
Can I bribe you with 2 gold pieces each?
I said, trying to calm the mood.
If I had known that I alone would get that much XP, I wouldn't have suggested we tackle it.
My question is, how do they expect you to solo that?
Bob said, bringing up his trade window. They don't, Ronnie said. It obviously required a group. Remember all the work you had to put in to get your paladin mount in the early days of World of Warcraft? Couldn't do any of that by yourself. Bob whistled.
Fucking hell, that was a chore.
I'm pretty sure there's plenty of quests like mine for you guys, I said. Just gotta find them, that's all.
I wonder what the bard one would be. Ronnie tapped on his chin as I gave him his share of the reward.
Enough chat. Let's get back to town. I could use another drink. Or 3,
Bob said. Agreed, Ronnie said. I glanced at my inventory and the coin that filled it as we made our way back into town. Should I have told them that I managed to get paid double what was originally offered to me? It did fit the roguish archetype that I was going after. Besides, it was not like I stole from them or anything. That would be a dick move. I'll just have to find some other way to make up for it. Maybe offer to cover the cost of an upgrade or buy some ingredients for whatever crafting professions they chose.
Do you guys know what's up with Lutho?
Bob said, pulling me out of the clouds and back into the game. I opened my menu and navigated to the friends screen.
Yeah, he's logged in, but his location is hidden.
Ronnie. Lutho. Paging Lutho. Come in, Lutho. Lutho.
Busy. Almost done.
Bob.
Awfully suspicious of you to hide your location.
Bob and Ronnie swiped away their floating keyboards.
50 silver says he's spreading the word of whatever deity he worships to the heathen ladies at a brothel,
Bob said. I shook the thought from my head. As comfortable as I was now in this body, I was far from that comfortable. Definitely not ready to see just how realistic the game was, and what sex would be like. I'm sure there are plenty of other players who have already experimented. While Aiden never went on record to say that full-blown sex was possible in the game, he never outright denied it either. That, plus the game's strict adults-only age rating, was enough to let anyone answer the question themselves. All that was left to find out was whether or not the game openly encouraged it. Like, was there an actual brothel back in Dorore Outpost? Or did the players have to make their own? I shuddered and tried to think of something else. Lutho.
I'll meet you guys at the tavern. Just finishing up a solo quest.
Oh, he's definitely preaching the word of God.
Bob laughed. It was right as we stepped back into town that all three of us received a message from GM Aiden, Raiden, Dorora. 14. The status quo. I glanced over at Bob and Ronnie. Did you guys just get? Yep, Ronnie said. The holographic screens appeared in front of each of us as we opened up the message from the game's creator. This is the second message I've received from GM Raiden, and while it was likely an automated message, just like the initial welcome pop-up I got upon stepping foot in this digital fantasy paradise, I still couldn't help but feel anxious, especially when the subject of the menu was the prize. When it was first announced, it completely derailed any conversation about what the game would entail. The discussions on race and class options, mechanics, and locations soon became cyclical debates about what the prize would be, which was fed and regurgitated by content creators, fueled by rumors and supposed leaks. Despite Dwayne's cynicism, I knew that whatever it wound up being would change everything. The most agreed upon theory was that it was some sort of cash prize, a literal treasure trove at the end of a series of clues and puzzles. If that were the case, then things were about to get ugly.
Well, that's anticlimactic, Ronnie huffed. It's just a heads up. I wouldn't call it anticlimactic,
Bob said, waving away his menu.
But it is nice to know that we won't have to wait much longer to find out what all this hubbub was about. Put an end to all the theories and rumors.
So, we've got 15 minutes to find Lutho and grab a seat at the tavern,
I said. Then I turned to Ronnie.
Any word from your brother?
Nope, Ronnie frowned. I sent him another message as we walked here, but he hasn't said a word.
He's been offline for what? An hour? 2, maybe? Anne's probably got him deep cleaning the house or something.
Bob mimicked the cracking of a whip, even adding the sound effect. Ronnie waved nonchalantly. If there was something wrong, he would have sent me a message. Probably got pulled into work or something.
Just don't want to get too far ahead of him, that's all,
I said. I doubt he cares. To be honest, while he never told me outright, I think he regrets getting the console. Did it just to not disappoint the rest of us. He's been pretty steadily moving away from gaming over the years. Other interests and hobbies took over.
Honestly, given his attitude while he was logged in, I wouldn't be all that shocked if he doesn't log back in, I said. I just feel bad that we sort of forced his hand.
Don't be, Ronnie said. Tom's always been casual. This game will be the perfect way for him to blow off steam and decompress.
even if we do get 10 or 20 levels ahead of him.
Bob nodded.
Now, let's find the 4th member of our merry band and get some drinks.
Lutho waved us down as we entered the tavern. We decided to go to the one we had been to earlier. And funny enough, Wyston the NPC was back in the same spot where I chatted with him. I wondered what would happen if I approached. Would he remember me and thank me for retrieving the book for him? Or would he just wave me off, ignore me? Perhaps he had a follow-up quest that would lead me elsewhere. Either way, I let him be. There was another player talking to him, and the announcement would happen any minute. Lutho had grabbed a booth along one of the walls, a space big enough for our oversized tank. While lively, the tavern wasn't packed to the brim like I thought it would be. Either players didn't particularly care to sit down and witness the announcement like some sort of TV news broadcast, or they didn't want to stop what they were doing and would just get caught up afterward. I surveyed the crowd as I followed Bob and Ronnie to our table. A number of players were still first level. Either they only just logged in, or they had spent the first hours of the game just socializing. I mean, sharing a table and chatting with a friend in this digital realm was a hell of a lot better than talking to a small screen, especially if you were in some sort of long-distance relationship. A majority of the patrons had at least leveled up once or twice. In my quick search, I only spotted one 4th level, a beefy human male in full plate armor like Bob. He had long brown hair and a scruffy beard. Beside him stood a scantily clad human female. She wore dark robes, her hair black with the tips a bright red. Like myself, she had enabled the privacy filter, and we weren't the only ones. It was hard to gauge the levels of the other players who hid their information. Some had plain, unremarkable gear, while others looked like they had 1 or 2 upgrades. But for all I knew, I could be the highest level player here, and I haven't gotten a single upgrade. Made me wonder what else remained undiscovered in the woods of this so-called starting zone.
Hold up,
Lutho said, leveling an accusatory finger at me as I slid onto the rough wood bench.
When the fuck did you get level 6?
Don't be mad at me. I waved him off. We invited you along on the quest, but you were doing whatever it was you were doing.
Bob winked.
Giving that dwarf body a test run, were ya?
Lutho ignored the jab.
Still doesn't explain how you're level 6.
Class-specific quest, I said. Wouldn't let me share with these two. We all hit 5th level from killing the Lich, and I got another level when I turned in the quest. The bonus XP is fucking nuts.
And you didn't answer my question, Bob said. So what were you up to?
Like I told you guys when we split up, I wanted to check out grabbing a profession or 2. But you know how these things are. You find the trainer, but first you need to do a quest for them. Gather some materials, run a bullshit errand. One thing leads to another. Then to learn more spells, I had to first escort them as they did their rounds.
I feigned disgust.
Escort quests.
Yeah, it was fucking rough.
Lutho lifted 2 fingers and a screen appeared before him. He made a quick selection and 4 identical pints of beer appeared in the center of the table.
Hold up. You could order them that way?
Ronnie said. Lutho raised an eyebrow.
You didn't know that?
We had been doing it the old-fashioned way,
I said, grabbing my pint. Lutho laughed.
Read the fucking manual.
Back to the matter at hand.
I took a sip.
What did you find out about professions?
From what I could gather, it's like how you got your lock-picking skill. Couldn't find a trainer anywhere in this town. Even asked a couple of the NPCs who sell robes, but none gave me the skill. So I bought a sewing kit and some scrap fabric from the vendors, and figured I'd try to make something. See if that does it.
He looked around the table.
Any word from Tom?
Ronnie shook his head. But then we all got the notification that Adam had logged back in.
Well, I'll be damned.
The orc barbarian practically sprinted into the tavern, huffing and puffing as we made room for him in the booth.
What did I miss?
He grabbed Lutho's pint and chugged it.
That's not bad. The announcement should happen any moment,
Ronnie said. Lutho rolled his eyes and ordered another one, then raised his mug.
To the best friends a guy could ask for.
I smiled and raised my tankard. The cups all clanked together with some beer spilling out. Ronnie started coughing.
Oh, what the fuck? Is this a pale ale?
Lutho let out an exaggerated sigh after downing half his glass and wiping away the foam with the back of his hand. Then he winked at Ronnie. The bard shook his head, slid his beer over toward the dwarf, and ordered something else for himself. I was never much of a pale ale fan either, but this wasn't too hoppy and bitter. Dwayne always was the craft beer connoisseur of the group.
I see you guys were busy,
Adam said.
Leveling up without me.
Hey, you were the one who logged out because you got a message from the wife.
So was it chores or sex?
I asked.
Both.
Adam winked. Ronnie rolled his eyes as we all erupted in laughter. I was mid-sip when the holographic image appeared in the center of the table. And not just my table, but every single table in the tavern. The entire venue went quiet as all eyes turned toward the image of Aiden Dorora, or rather his avatar, Raiden. The hologram displayed only his torso, but he was dressed in elegant armor with long, almost majestic hair and an impressive beard. Not unlike his real-world appearance, which was far less regal. He raised his hand in a form of greeting. Then, with a deep, rumbling voice, he spoke.
Greetings, players! Let me first give a word of thanks.
He pressed his hand to his chest and tipped his head forward.
You have no idea how much it means to me that you are all here today to partake in this groundbreaking, monumental event. You put your faith in me and trusted me to deliver a product worth the hefty price tag of our flagship console. I am here now to reward you for your trust. The prize is my gift to you, my token of appreciation. I've seen the rumors and theories. You all are a creative and imaginative bunch. No, it's not a cash prize, though there is plenty of treasure in this world, but rather a vacation, a holiday, a sojourn.
The group and I all shared a brief glance, but no one said a word. We and the entirety of the tavern were captivated. You could hear a pin drop during Aiden's pauses. He continued.
I'm sure you all have heard of Einstein's theory of relativity. A facet of that is what's known as time dilation. You could be traveling through space near the speed of light, and while only an hour passed for you, back on Earth a decade went by. I'll bet you're wondering how my team and I were able to create such a vibrant, impossibly real world. Well, would you believe me if I said that it only took 3 months to create? Of course not, because it didn't. It took 20 years. But I won't bore you with the details. Simply put, the prize is a gift of time, and gifted to only those currently logged in. I did tell you to stay logged in, after all. It's a 6-month vacation from the real world. But don't fret, because in the real world, only half an hour will have gone by.
I had to rip my gaze away from Aiden to look over at my friends, at the rest of the tavern, at how they were reacting to this news. Head shakes, looks of disbelief, confusion, some fear, but a lot of smiles and holy shits. Aiden's avatar went on to clarify what he meant.
But, like I said before, this is my gift to you. The moment this broadcast began, the team back at ST Studios disabled the ability for players to log in, with a message about a half-hour-long server maintenance to make sure servers can continue to handle the increasing load of players. This is for you guys, those dedicated and determined enough to be here at the very beginning. Before you start to panic, as I'm sure some of you are not trapped here. I repeat, you are free to log out if you wish. I am not holding you hostage in any way, shape, or form. Just know that if you do decide to exit the game, you won't be allowed back in until the maintenance is over. External communication has also been disabled, simply for the sake of logistics. I'm sure this won't be a secret for long. When the maintenance period ends, so does the time dilation. A minute in-game is a minute in the real world, just like how it was leading right up to the start of this announcement.
I looked over at Adam. Looks like you logged back in at the right moment.
Seriously,
he said.
And I just wanted to reiterate on one thing, since a surprising few of you have experienced this so far. Dying in the game will not kill you in real life. This is supposed to be fun, not some dystopia. What kind of sadistic fuck do you think I am? A detailed message will be sent to your characters when this broadcast concludes, which should answer all questions you may have. The in-game manual has also been updated to help transition to a life inside the game. I have also assembled a team to assist you, including highly trained and certified therapists, should the need arise. Each of you will also receive a special in-game item to help make this sabbatical easier, in case you regret some character design choices. Again, thank you all, and most importantly, have fun.
The holographic image bowed once more, then flickered out. The place was dead quiet for a few moments, before conversations erupted. Shouts, cheers, and celebrations. I let out the breath I didn't know I was holding in the form of a long, drawn-out fuck. 15. A fork in the road. I leaned back in the booth, eyes fixed on where Aiden's hologram had been just moments ago. The implications of what he so casually revealed started to sink in. A 6-month-long holiday in a digital fantasy world, while out in the real world, not even an hour would have gone by. Fucking hell. Holy fucking shit, Ronnie said. Lutho nodded.
Word.
6 months. Ronnie slouched even further in the booth, hands on his head in disbelief. 6 months in the game, but only 30 minutes in the real world? How in the fuck?
Hurts my brain trying to figure it out, Bob said. And what was that about it taking 20 years to make this game? You all heard that, right?
I think I know what he meant by that. I blinked out of the zoned-out trance. Do you guys remember the hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball Z? Where you can spend like a year inside training, but outside only a day would pass? Ronnie pointed a finger at me. That's right. All the initial research probably went into developing the time dilation tech. Once he unlocked that, well, he had all the time in the world to develop the game. He unlocked a real-world cheat code, basically. Fuck. Can you imagine what other developers would pay to get access to the tools they used? Imagine cutting down development time to... He drifted off and looked over at Bob. The orc had a 1,000-yard stare going on. Lisa, you okay? I leaned forward to try to get into his line of sight. A moment later, Bob blinked and shook his head as if snapping out of a trance.
What? Oh, sorry. I was just lost in thought.
You good? Ronnie asked.
Yeah, just thinking of the implications, Bob said. I'm okay, I promise.
Y'all are cool with this, right? Like staying in here for the 6 months? Ronnie clapped his hands together. Because I totally am. I mean, fuck, look at this place. Don't have to worry about my job, bills, my fucking leg. Lutho exhaled, nodded, shrugged, then nodded some more.
I mean, I've been wanting to go on a trip, but haven't really found the time to do so. Work's kept me so damn busy, it's impossible to get any time off. Especially now that Jess and I broke up.
I feel for you, my dude. That shit's rough.
Bob placed a heavy hand on Lutho's shoulder.
You ever need to talk?
Lutho patted Bob's shoulder and sighed.
It would definitely be nice to get away from the real world for a while. Not sure if I could do 6 months, though. That's a long fucking time. I'd worry about not wanting to come back to the real world after that.
I'm sure Aiden considered that, Bob said. He probably programmed in some sort of time limit, keep a user from staying logged in too long. Won't need to turn it on until this is all over and back to normal.
Someone will figure out a way around it,
Lutho said.
Someone always does.
Now, what did Aiden say about an item? Ronnie said. I was so blindsided by the announcement I didn't catch what he said. I opened my inventory as Lutho filled Ronnie in.
He said something about making the 6 months in-game more comfortable, and that we'd receive a message with all the details.
He also said the player manual was expanded,
Bob added. I found the item sitting in my inventory. It was hard to miss. The entire thing had a subtle golden aura that made it stand out among the rest of my inventory, which right now is chock full of vendor trash. Definitely need to pawn all that off before we go anywhere else. It's a device, I said, reading off the item description aloud. One-time use. Takes you back to... Holy shit. It takes you back to the character creator. Lets you edit your character. It's also got a timer on it. 7 days to use it.
No shit. A complete do-over on your character free of charge?
Lutho raised an eyebrow.
That'll definitely make it easier to spend the next 6 months. I would hate to be stuck in the body of a character I didn't put a lot of time and effort into making.
Well, I'm quite happy with my choice, Ronnie said. I've got 2 working legs. That's good enough for me.
Same here,
Lutho nodded. You're cool with being vertically challenged? Ronnie teased.
I can still snap you in half, you know.
Lutho jabbed a finger at the bard.
Though I wonder if any of those big-titty porn star players are going to use the opportunity to tone things down a notch, if you catch my saying. Hurts my back seeing those players with boobs the size of basketballs. Those must weigh a ton.
I'll say, Ronnie laughed and patted his stomach. Though I won't miss my beer gut, that's for sure.
Oh, fuck off, you're not even that fat.
Lutho waved him off.
If I know Tom, there ain't no way he'd let you live in his house without working out regularly.
Fine, fine. Ronnie raised his hands. I use their lap pool.
Well, I ain't changing a damn thing.
Bob put his hands behind his head and leaned back in the booth, grinning wide.
I fucking love this body.
For real?
Lutho asked.
You're cool with being a dude?
You kidding?
Bob straightened.
I never felt anything like this before in my entire life. I'm like 100 pounds soaking wet in the real world. A strong breeze would blow me over. I'm not the most intimidating individual. I have to carry a bottle of pepper spray around. But this...
He gestured to his digital body.
This makes me feel like I am in complete control. No one would even dare try anything.
That's a very good point. An unfortunate truth, but still, Ronnie nodded.
Yeah. Plus, I can rip a tree out of the ground and swing it around.
He makes a convincing argument,
Lutho said. I felt their gazes turn to me as the silence stretched on. I hadn't taken my eyes off the golden item in my inventory. It held my gaze like a siren's song. The icon showed a generic character overlaid with the undo arrow. Selecting it brought up the detailed description and the countdown clock. 6 days, 23 hours, 50 minutes, and change left. I would be lying if I said some part of me wouldn't leap at the opportunity to re-roll my character, to make it a male elf with probably a boring hair color. The real-world me, but fit and with pointed ears. Was it the fact that playing as the opposite sex would be seen as taboo? Label me as some kind of pervert or creep, just waiting for the opportunity to fulfill some deviant fantasies? Mitch and Lisa have been supportive. Dwayne and Tom have teased me a little, but if they harbor any real reservations or concerns, they haven't said anything. But who else outside my friend group would even know? Do the other players even care? Or am I just some blue-haired elf chick to them? I mean, it's not like I maxed out some of the sliders to give myself a body only available through surgical means. I'm not walking around in skimpy armor, flaunting my goods. There's nothing wrong with that per se, to each their own, but...
Eric?
Bob said. Then again, this was supposed to be a vacation. A break from reality. From all the trouble, torment, pressure, and stress of living in the real world. What was fantasy if not an escape? And what better way than to play a character that was wholly different from my own real form? A plain, flabby male of average looks. What Lisa had said about finding freedom in the overtly masculine form, could it also not be applied to me? Freedom found in a deliberately feminine form? For as far back as I could remember, I've struggled with a lack of self-confidence, self-worth. Nearly failed out of high school in my sophomore year as I just coasted through my classes. It was because of Lisa that I managed to step back onto the path and find that drive. However, after college, as everyone started moving away, with Lisa the first to leave, I found myself falling back into old habits. Meandered my way through the remnants of my 20s and settled into a safe job in an otherwise unremarkable area. Okay, sure, the landscape is fucking incredible, but it's not like I moved to, say, Manhattan or San Francisco or, like Lisa, Austin. My life became humdrum and monotonous. No relationships, little incentive to work out and exercise, improve myself. Could this lithe, curvy, beautiful female elf known as Calynestra grant me the self-confidence I've been lacking? Could it be a way to rebuild my sense of self-worth and conviction? From the moment I stepped into this body, something about it just felt right. Like I had been wearing an ill-fitted suit and only now tried on something tailored. I like the way this body felt, the way it moved. And you know what? Fine, I'll admit it. For the first time in a long time, I feel fucking sexy, hot, attractive. And I'm sure if I had any, questions, I could talk to Lisa. But the most important thing was that I didn't have to decide now. I have 6 days, 23 hours, and change. Earth to Eric, Ronnie waved. Sorry, got lost in thought, I said, lifting my head up.
You gonna make changes or what?
Lutho asked. I looked at them each in turn. I'm going to stay, at least for now. I want to keep playing, see how I feel. I have 6-ish days before I have to decide one way or another, so might as well stay in this form for a little bit longer and see what happens. Bob slapped me so hard on the back that it knocked the wind out of me. I wouldn't have been surprised if I took a couple of points of damage.
Proud of you. I'm glad you decided to stay in that sexy blue-haired form. I haven't seen you smile this much since high school.
Then Bob leaned in and whispered into my ear as I sucked air back into my digital lungs.
Seriously, I think you made the right choice. If you need anything, let me know. If these guys or anyone else makes you feel uncomfortable, tell me. I'll rip their fucking dicks off.
Thanks, I coughed. I knew I could count on Lisa. That is true, Ronnie said. You don't have to decide anything right now. Except for if you all want another round. Bob, Lutho, Ronnie, and I all cheered. Then I realized that Adam hadn't said a thing since the announcement ended. Tom, I said. The orc blinked as if coming out of a daze.
Sorry, I was also lost in thought.
Then he leaned back against the booth and sighed, his gaze turned upward.
I'm not sure I'll stay. I'm glad I got to see y'all again, but I'm not so sure this is really my thing anymore. I mean, up until I logged out, that was the most I've sat down to play a video game in, well, years. I'm all for getting online and killing goblins for an hour or so, but I can't do 6 months. That's a long time to be away from, well,
Anne, Ronnie said.
Sure, but it's more than that. I don't have a life I need to escape from.
He looked at us all in turn.
I'm happy in the real world. You all need this way more than I do. And I know that sounds like a dick thing to say, but it's true. You all have some shit you need to work out, and I would just get in the way.
You're not going to stay?
Lutho said.
Not even for like a few days? A week?
Adam shook his head.
It was fun killing those goblins with y'all, and that was really all I needed. You all know that I've always been the casual one of the group, always slowing you down. So go have fun. Escape. Sort your shit out, and when I log back in, I expect to hear of all your grand adventures.
He placed an arm on Bob's shoulder.
Lisa, despite your diminutive frame, you were always larger than life. So this hulking, boisterous form of yours is so perfect. And Eric.
He turned to me, and his face took on a more somber look.
I apologize for the shit I said about, well, your character choice. You deserve to be happy. And, well, I think you chose wisely.
Jesus Christ, Tom.
Lutho blinked.
Are you fucking dying or something?
Adam laughed.
Nah, I just wanted to get this off my chest because, well, even though for me it'll be an hour or so before I see you again, for you all it'll be half a year. And don't kid yourselves, you're all staying in here the full 6 months. I know you fuckers. This is a wet dream come true.
He downed the contents of his mug, bid us all farewell, and logged out, while giving us the finger. Just like before, his character disappeared in an array of golden light. The silence stretched on for a few moments before Lutho turned to Ronnie.
You okay with this?
The bard shrugged. I mean, I live with him, so it's not like I don't see him all the time.
That's not what I asked.
Ronnie sighed. Yes. If he had stayed, he would have been miserable. Would have made us miserable. I love him, but he was right. This was for the best.
But what the fuck did he mean that we all have some shit we needed to work out?
Bob threw his hands up in the air.
We all have our reasons, I said. If our lives were great, we wouldn't be so excited to live in a fantasy world for 6 months.
Silence fell among us as we all considered our justifications for wanting to stay, for wanting to escape the real world for an extended period of time. I glanced around at the other players in the tavern. How many of them were avoiding problems back in the real world? Or rather, how many of them simply saw this as what Aiden described it as, a vacation? Would they stay for days? Weeks? Months? How many didn't want to go back at all? Ronnie cleared his throat and raised his tankard. To a new adventure! I raised my freshly refilled tankard and echoed his toast. To a new adventure. The others raised their glasses, then we slammed them on the table and chugged the contents. Bob let out a deafening roar of a burp before looking at the group and asking,
So, where are we off to next?
16. Random Encounters. We continued chatting well after Tom logged out. His parting words to me affected me more than I cared to admit. I have always been a crier. It was never too difficult to get me weeping over something as innocent as a puppy playing with a toddler. So when I got all teary-eyed after he logged out, it was not a surprise, nor was the teasing that came after that. I blamed the booze. It didn't take me long to discover one of the downsides to this body. I had the alcohol tolerance of a woman. It's not like I could outdrink a frat guy, but I definitely was more buzzed than I expected to be after only 3 beers. Lisa, on the other hand, had the opposite problem. Where before she would get tossed after a tequila shot, she's down twice as many beers and 1 helping of grog, and despite the slight slur, she was still, for the most part, upright. The tavern had, for the most part, emptied out following the conclusion of the announcement. A few other parties besides us remained, some too drunk to go out and adventure, while others were more than happy to stay a while longer and chat amongst themselves. As I gently swirled the remains of my glass, I wondered how many others were going to take full advantage of the 6 months. Besides work, I had no responsibilities. No significant other to miss, no pets or kids to care for. The rest of my family lives out of state. Nothing besides, well, a few houseplants. What's going to happen when these 6 months come to an end and I return to my real-world body? What changes, if any, would I bring with me to my life outside the game, besides a renewed desire to get back in shape?
But really,
Bob said, half slamming, half dropping the mug.
Where should we go next?
What's the saying? Ronnie scratched his chin. The world is my oyster? Lutho wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, voice slurring.
What does that even mean?
I think, I finished the last of my drink, it means that we can do whatever the fuck we want. But if y'all are open to suggestions, I do have a mysterious waypoint I'd like to investigate.
Oh, yeah. You got it after we killed that lich bitch.
Bob waved a finger, but his elbow slipped off the table.
What's this about a lich?
Lutho burped. While you were doing whatever it was that you were doing, this drunk orc and I were helping our blue-haired elf pilfer a book. Was in a library guarded by a lich.
We got some cool treasure.
Bob gestured to him and Ronnie.
She got a map.
I shrugged. Lutho blinked.
Oh, right. Is that when you lost all that health?
It was totally awesome.
Bob violently thrust his fists in the air, drawing the attention of some of the other patrons, as well as knocking over the tankards that hadn't despawned yet. I think you've had enough. Ronnie shook his head.
You kidding?
Bob gestured to his growing mug collection.
This is the most I've drunk in years. If I had this much in real life, you guys would be taking me to the hospital right now. But I'm barely even drunk.
I wasn't talking to you, Bob. Ronnie nodded toward the dwarf, who could barely sit upright. In response, Lutho burped, fell forward, and started snoring.
Is anyone hungry? Bob asked. I just realized we haven't eaten anything since we logged in.
We've been logged in for several hours now. I'm sure we've missed lunch, Ronnie said, patting his stomach. I just realized something, I said. We're all on the same time zone now.
Man, no wonder my sense of time is all fucked right now,
Lutho said.
You sure it's not the 9 pints you downed? Bob playfully elbowed the dwarf.
I'll have you know,
Lutho began,
that I seem to recall a certain someone passing out at Tom's wedding.
Bob glowered. You were the one feeding me vodka shots. Remembering what Aiden had said about the expansion to the player's guide, I opened up my inventory and summoned the book. While the heavy tome didn't appear any larger, the book's table of contents had nearly doubled in size. Newly added was the portion titled, The Life of an Adventurer, Your Guide to Living as Your Character. I couldn't help but chuckle at the title as I skimmed through the topics this section of the manual covered. Pretty much everything I could think of was discussed in some way. And when I spotted the word pregnancy, I quickly flipped to that page and let out a sigh of relief at the short and indisputable answer. No, female players cannot get pregnant, nor will they experience their monthly cycles. Thank fuck, I muttered, completely glossing over the fact that it did confirm that players could have sex. Fuck. Half a year without my body going to war with itself every month? That is a vacation indeed, Bob said. Anything noteworthy? Ronnie asked as I scanned through some of the more rudimentary information. Okay, here's the quick version. I closed the book. With these bodies of ours being wholly digital, we don't need to eat or drink to survive, so we won't get hungry or thirsty. However, consuming food and drink will replenish health and mana and provide bonuses. But it can also have a detrimental effect, like poison or temporary stat reduction. You can't get fat either. Man, I wish that were the case in the real world, Ronnie burped. Players also don't go to the bathroom. Damn, I wanted to write my name in the snow, Bob grumbled. Ronnie and Lutho grimaced.
Oh, what about character death?
Lutho asked. I turned to the page. When a player dies, they become a spirit and have to wait to re-enter their bodies. If killed by another player, they can loot your body.
No shit,
Bob asked. I held up a finger. Items that can be looted are up to 75% of the currency you have on hand, any precious stones or crafting materials, and weapons and armor with a quality of rare, mythic, or legendary, with the exception of anything listed as soul-bound. What can be looted is randomized, so not everything you had on your character's free game. For gear, the higher the item quality, the lower the odds of it being lootable. Damn, that's intense. Ronnie leaned back in his seat. I never even considered the ramifications of player versus player. Bob's voice took on a more solemn tone. We'll have to keep an eye out. I'm sure this starting area is like a safe zone or something. Once we step out into the rest of the map, it's open season. Just glad we don't have to deal with permadeath. Like, fuck. I shook my head. This shit could have gotten real dark real fast. You know, part of me honestly thought that's what was going to happen. That we'd be trapped here, Ronnie said. Glad I was wrong. Any other good tidbits in there? Bob winked. What about the good stuff? You know. He flashed a wide, toothy grin. I sighed heavily. Yes, players can have sex and all that. You'll excuse me if I didn't read into it any further. Bob winked. I'll give you some tips when you're ready to... Nope, none of that. I yammered on as I stuck my fingers into my pointed ears. Not listening to you. I know Lisa was just trying to be funny, but at the same time, I knew she was being sort of genuinely helpful. 6 months was a long time, and I doubt I could go the whole time without, seeing what it's like. But that's a topic to answer later, when I've decided whether or not I'm going to stick with this body.
Snakes!
Lutho shouted as he quickly sat up. He glanced around the table, eyes barely open.
Oh, what happened?
Bob smacked him on the back.
You, my friend, had too much to drink. Come on, let's get those short legs of yours moving. We're rolling out.
Oh, that was also in the manual, I said as we slid out from the booth. Wow, we don't need to eat or drink to survive.
Our bodies will need to sleep.
We had briefly considered doing another lap around Aurora Outpost to see if there was anything we needed, but the whole place was abuzz with activity. There were a lot more people loitering around the beginner town than when we came back from the Goblin Cave. A vast majority of them first and second level. There wasn't much available to us that would be useful. Any gear or weapons were already too underpowered for our current level, especially myself. I did sell off all the garbage I had looted and bought some bags off of an NPC vendor. While modest, the small pouches did expand my inventory space, so I can't complain. With our business concluded, we bid farewell to Dorore Outpost and took off in the direction of the marker on my map. The walk and the fresh air did wonders for clearing our heads, but what ultimately sobered the more drunk members of the party was the stream. A quick dunk in the clear, ice-cold waters did the trick, and with Lutho thinking clearly once more, we filled him in on the plan.
So, you have no idea where this map is taking us?
He said, drying his head off with his robes.
Nope, I said, moving the map around in front of me. But I did find it in a treasure chest in a hidden chamber, so it's got to be some place worth visiting.
Could be a continuation of your rogue-only quest, Ronnie said. Like a quest chain or something.
That would be neat, I said, probably concluding with some legendary item.
I'll have to keep an eye out for anything related to my class,
Lutho said.
No idea where it would start.
Could be anything, I said. Mine was just a stranger in a tavern.
The road we followed was, according to the town guard, the only one in and out of the area. It took us north through the forest, rising steadily as we approached the steep cliffs that encompassed the starting zone. However, instead of taking us up and on top of the surrounding landscape, the road took us to a narrow pass. The towering rock walls pressed in on either side. Their jagged edges cast long shadows despite the midday sun. The pass was eerily quiet, with the only sound the ghostly wail of the wind. Ahead, the path twisted out of sight, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was waiting just beyond the bend. I kept both hands on the hilts of my daggers as we traversed through, but no ambush came. Instead, what forced us to stop was the view. Well, fuck me sideways. Ronnie placed his hands on his hips as Lutho let out a long, impressed whistle.
Took the words right out of my mouth,
Bob said. The world opened up before us. The forest below spread out like an evergreen ocean. Snow-capped mountains, a few lakes, distant rolling grasslands. Thin pillars of smoke rose up from a village nestled in the woods ahead as the road branched off heading in all directions. It was as breathtaking as it was overwhelming.
There's no way we'll get to explore all of this. Not on foot,
Lutho said. I'm sure there's horses, Ronnie said. Mounts of some kind. Bob clapped.
Oh, maybe flying mounts? Like a dragon or a huge fucking eagle.
It'll need to be huge to carry you, Bob,
I said.
Give me and Caligon the black and I'll block out the fucking sun.
Lead on, Calinestra. Ronnie gestured to the wide open space ahead of them. Show us where our adventure takes us. I had to rip my gaze away from the scenic vista to bring up my map.
Well, according to this, we need to head that way.
I pointed off to the right, toward the snow-capped mountains. Anything in the game manual about freezing to death? Ronnie gestured to his gear. I'm not dressed for skiing.
He is right,
Lutho said.
I may be wearing robes, but they're pretty thin. Doubt they would keep the cold out.
Well, this is a total shot in the dark, but if we find any wolves or bears in the forest, I could try to make some fur pelts.
I shrugged, remembering crafting in games past. As a character who would primarily wear leather armor, Leatherworking was often the profession I would pick up. Seems fair to say that it would be no different in Astroblade Eternity Online.
That would be bitchin', Ronnie said. I'm down.
That village may have actual gear, too.
Lutho pointed to the thin columns of smoke.
Probably supplies. And maybe even supplies and stuff for crafting.
I doubt they'll have any actual upgrades, though, Ronnie said. But I agree. We should head for that town before going anywhere else, especially up a mountain.
We do have that extra coin from that Lich quest, too.
Bob's smile widened as I noticed a gleam in his eye. I started down the path first. Otherwise, I would have remained there and gazed at the view until sunset.
Whatever you didn't spend on booze, that is,
I called back. We descended from the scenic vista, the road now a narrow, steep switchback. Thankfully, it was a quick climb down, and we were soon enveloped by the canopy of the forest. Unlike on the other side of the barrier, the forest here was thick and dark. The trees grew tall and close. The road was wide enough for a wagon, but even so, the branches of the trees were long enough to intertwine above us and blanket the road in partial shade. Where before you could see far beyond the tree line, here, even in the midday sun, darkness loomed less than a stone's throw from the road. If I needed a more obvious sign that we were no longer in the safety of the starting area, this was it. Despite the quiet, still tranquility of the area, I was on edge. We hadn't gotten far when I sensed something was wrong. It wasn't that the wind had gone still, it was just too quiet.
Hold up,
I whispered. Ronnie and Lutho, who were a few paces behind me on either side, came to an immediate halt, while Bob pretty much bumped into me.
Fuck, sorry,
he muttered. He offered a quick shrug, then glanced about, eyes scanning the forest that surrounded us.
What's up?
Ambush? Ronnie said.
Surprised it took this long, actually.
Lutho readied his staff.
Oi, fuckheads!
Bob hollered.
We know you're out there!
Bob, what the fuck? Ronnie turned toward the orc, hands on his ears.
Seriously?
I tried to shake the ringing from my ears.
I was just saying we should keep an eye out in case.
The faint snap of twigs forced me to spin around, but the arrow was already halfway toward its intended target. Me. I reached for the hilts of my daggers, but Bob stepped in front of me, moving faster than I thought possible for an orc of his size and stature. The arrow pinged off his shield and bounced harmlessly away. I peered around him, squinting. There, in the tree line. Several figures. I could see them now, almost plain as day now that I knew where to look. One moment they were cloaked in shadow. The archer sent another arrow my way, but Bob reflected it effortlessly. I glanced back over my shoulder and scanned the tree line on the opposite side of the road. If this was a proper ambush, there would be someone there. If there was, they remained hidden. A male voice called out from where the archer lurked.
All right,
he said. Then, a moment later, the source of the voice stepped out from beyond the tree line onto the path. I had to stop myself from laughing. Lutho had a good chuckle, while Bob let out a boisterous belly laugh. Whatever fear, worry, and anxiety I had about the bandits evaporated at the sight of our attackers. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? Ronnie snickered. What had once been a devious smirk faded, and the bandit instead scowled. From the man's appearance and attire, it appeared as though he was torn between wanting to be a pirate and a thief. So he chose both. He was dressed in a mix of dark leather and cloth, with all the markings of the classic rogue, except for his long, flowing, luxurious golden blonde hair, pointed mustache, and goatee. As if a musketeer had taken up piracy. Not the least bit amused, he whistled, and two more bandits crept out of the forest, including the archer. I glanced back over my shoulder once more. No sign of anyone else.
Get a load of her,
Lutho said, gesturing to the archer.
Hey, lady, you know Hot Topic doesn't exist here, right?
She was, like myself, a female elf, though instead of my bright neon blue hair, the archer's was an oily black. She had a pale complexion, and the way she was hunched over, her hair fell in front of her face, like some sort of emo goth look. She, too, scowled.
Oh, look, they have an orc, too.
Bob waved at a forest green-skinned orc that lumbered behind the bandit ringleader. A big, beefy barbarian from the looks of it, who lazily carried a large sword across his shoulders. You look like the protagonist from a slice-of-life anime, the archer taunted back, giving me the middle finger. Her nails were painted just as dark as her hair. I returned the gesture.
You guys seeing what I'm seeing?
I whispered. A bunch of posers? Ronnie said.
I see it.
Lutho said.
They don't have the privacy filter enabled.
Ah. Ronnie nodded and stroked his goatee.
Let's see,
Bob said.
We've got Dion the douchebag, Olamora, and Zarl. All 3rd level.
We can do this,
Dion began.
The easy way?
I interrupted.
Robbing new players a rewarding experience? I'm sure all the coppers you're scavenging are going to add up someday.
Dion laughed, but his frustration was obvious.
Oh, you'd be surprised. We've managed to rack up quite a bit of gold. Just bought my friend here,
He motioned to the orc,
a brand new blade.
Zarl hefted the sword off his shoulders and gave it a test swing. For a supposed upgrade, it looked rather plain. Olamora knocked another arrow, but kept the bowstring lax.
That's supposed to scare us?
Lutho said.
You guys are only level 3. Big fucking deal, right?
Uh-oh. Did someone forget to turn on their privacy lock? Ronnie taunted as he brought up the character inspection screen. Ah, yes, that's a rather nice blade you've got there, Zarl. How much did you say it was? 10 coppers? 20?
Well,
Dion said.
we may be level 3, but what about you? Cowards who hide behind the privacy lock, all mysterious and the like.
He waved his hands about.
Level 2, perhaps? Maybe even 1st level still. We've robbed plenty like you. I'll talk.
I thought about turning off the privacy lock, let them know that I'm twice their level, but I decided not to. They've fucked around. Time for them to find out.
Hey, Bob.
I kept my eyes on Olamora, who slowly pulled back on the bowstring.
I think I've heard enough.
Right. Let's go!
Bob let out a deafening battle cry, then charged forward. A bright white sphere of light trailed after him, enveloping him in the protective magic as he closed in on the would-be bandit trio. Ronnie swung his axe into guitar mode and strummed the opening riff to Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting by Elton John. Instead of charging in, I decided to slip off into the woods, grinning as Ronnie belted out the lyrics. Bob had provided a more than adequate distraction. It was hard to focus on anything but the 7-foot orc in heavy plate armor barreling toward you. Whatever confidence Dion had vanished, as both he and his orc compatriot tried to, but failed to, land blows on Bob, their attacks either parried by his shield or glancing off his heavy armor. The trio's archer, Olamora, did exactly as I had anticipated. As soon as the fighting had broken out, she slipped back into the tree line. Like Dion and Zarl, her entire focus was on Bob. If she had any sort of sense, she would have fired arrows at Lutho to interrupt his healing, or at Ronnie to stop the buff from his music, as even with their concentrated effort, any serious damage was mitigated, and all they could do was chip away very, very slowly. More importantly, this allowed me to slip unnoticed into the forest. Moving as quickly and quietly as I could, I closed in on Olamora from behind. I held my breath as I got within striking range, ignoring the message prompts in the corner of my vision informing me that I had increased my skill in stealth several ranks. When I buried my twin blades into the archer's back, there was another message. New ability unlocked. Sneak attack. Olamora dropped to the ground, dead. Not even a whimper. I blinked in disbelief as apparently I not only scored a critical hit on her, but the sneak attack rewarded me with significant bonus damage. Enough to completely drop her in one blow. I mean, sure, it didn't hurt that I was twice her level, but anyone who's played D&D knows that even at lower levels of rogue's sneak attack damage was bonkers. I have to say, it was strange killing another player. But at least this wasn't a game where dying meant actually dying, because fuck that. No way. If that happened, I wouldn't even bother trying to level up or improve, and just find a way to exist as an NPC or something. Master a trade and let the other players sort that shit out. Unlike the game's monsters, Olamora's defeated form didn't disappear right away. Not until their ghost made its way back from wherever the nearest spawn point was. Instead of the gold treasure chest, what appeared above the body was a grayed-out image of the deceased character's portrait from their chest up. I tapped on it to see what I could pilfer from the would-be bandit. Her gear wasn't anything special, and since goth chic wasn't my style, I passed on it. She did have a fair bit of coin, which I snagged. That and her bow and quiver. With the battle still ongoing, I quickly opened up my inventory to equip the newly acquired weapon. The bow appeared in my hand and the quiver on my back. After getting into position, I knocked and let loose an arrow. It flew short of its intended target, striking a tree before it could even leave the tree line. Weapon skill unlocked. Bows. Skill in bows increased to 1. Shit. Looks like I'm gonna need to do some target practice. I tried 2 more times, each more pathetic than the previous, before switching back to my daggers. I rushed out of the tree line just as Bob landed a mighty blow that brought down Zarl. Dion was the last one standing, his health nearly depleted, while Bob was sitting comfortably at half health. Also nearly empty was Lutho's mana. Ronnie and I remained untouched, with only some of Ronnie's mana used up for the battle song. He let the music fade as Dion dropped his sword and threw his hands up into the air. Mercy! We all shared a glance, then broke out into laughter.
Mercy!
Bob wiped away a tear.
You show any of those you robbed before us mercy?
Dion frowned.
Shit.
Didn't think so.
Bob smiled, then brought his mace down. Dion's lifeless body collapsed like a rag doll and landed face first in the dirt.
Oh, hey, I leveled up,
Lutho said as he and Ronnie joined Bob and I by the lifeless bodies of Dion and Zarl. Just like Olamora, grayed-out portraits of Zarl and Dion appeared above their corpses.
Player versus player rewards experience? That's a first,
Bob said. That's new, Ronnie said, pointing to the bow on my back. I thumbed behind me. Got it from our archer friend. Apart from all the coin and other valuables the game allowed us to loot from the bodies of the Dion's trio of bandits, I wasn't the only one walking away from the encounter with something new. Well, how do I look? The skinny bard said as he spun around slowly.
Definitely looks better on you than this douchebag.
Lutho nudged the corpse of Dion, who was now bare-chested.
I don't know. I kind of preferred the vest and chainmail.
Bob tapped on his chin.
That armor almost makes you look like a biker.
Ronnie glanced down as if seeing the armor for the first time. Not enough spikes and patches for that, I think. We should get going, I said. Probably shouldn't be anywhere close by when their spirits return to their bodies. Bob laughed.
Not that they can do much in the state that they're in.
True, but still,
Lutho said.
Let's get to town. Not sure about y'all, but I don't want to be out here in the woods when it gets dark.
I concur, Ronnie said.
Good, because according to the game clock, I closed out of the menu. That's going to happen soon.
17. Pit stop. As we continued our long walk down the forest road, I wondered if we should have been nicer to Dion and his cohort. If I should have felt bad for looting their archer's bow for my own use. It wasn't anything special. It had a generic name with an item rarity of uncommon, meaning it couldn't have been anything more than your garden variety vendor purchase. How many players did they rob and loot before encountering us? Did they get to 3rd level solely through player versus player? Should we expect to encounter more players like that? I had my map open in front of me as I ambled along toward our destination. It functioned as I expected, with chunks revealed as we progressed further into the world of AEO. Though what was revealed didn't provide much information, just that on either side of us was a dense wood. My ears twitched. The hair on the back of my neck stood, and I heard their low growl before I saw them. As quickly as I could, I swiped away my map and knocked an arrow. Bob's quiet whistling came to an abrupt halt.
What is?
A chorus of howls cut Lutho's question short.
We've got company.
I let an arrow fly into the dark woods to my right. Skill in bows increased to 2.
Thud.
I frowned and muttered a curse under my breath as the arrow seemingly missed its mark. I'm not sure what I expected. I picked up the bow less than an hour ago, and before that, the last time I ever shot a bow was when I was a Cub Scout, not old enough to drive. So, yeah, I shouldn't expect to be as good as Legolas or Robin Hood. But I should still be able to hit something besides a tree. The trio of dark gray wolves leapt out of the bushes, much to the surprise of the rest of the group. "Oh, Jesus, fuck!" Ronnie shouted as one of the massive beasts closed in on him. As he reached for the axe on his back, Bob's colossal form stepped in front of him and batted away the wolf with a swing of his shield. I tried once more with the bow, but instead of going wide, the arrow flew harmlessly over the wolf's head, missing by only an inch or 2. Close, but not enough.
To hell with it!
A quick flick of my wrist and the bow disappeared back into my inventory as I switched back to my blades. Now wasn't the best time to be breaking in a new weapon. Should have picked one up before leaving the starting area. More familiar weapons in hand, I slashed at one of the wolves, managing to strike a blow before it could bite down on my wrist.
These fuckers are huge,
Bob shouted as he swung his mace into a wolf's side. I had been around big dogs before. I have a cousin who has kept German shepherds, and one of my folks' old neighbors had a Great Dane. But I will say this was the first time I've ever become face to face with a fucking wolf. I had seen plenty of photos and videos of them before, so I knew they weren't diminutive by any stretch of the imagination. But getting up close and personal was, well, downright jarring. Perhaps I should reconsider the whole rogue thing. Change it up and become a ranger. Maybe learn how to tame one of these fuckers. Ronnie and I hacked and slashed at the wolves while Bob did his best to hold their attention. There were 3 in all, 2 of them level 3, with the third and slightly bigger level 4. I'm honestly surprised the game would throw a pack at us like this. If any of us were traveling solo, it would be a death sentence. Would they have left us alone if I hadn't fired an arrow their way? Or was it just bad luck that we crossed paths? Although perhaps there's some sort of logic built into the game where groups of players attract groups of monsters. Despite their ferocity, the wolves went down somewhat easily, with only Bob taking a modicum of damage. Most, if not all, open-world RPGs usually have some sort of suggestion for what level you should be before entering a given zone. Made me wonder if that was the case for AEO as well. Bob let out a massive sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his brow. The rest of us all stood hunched over, trying to catch our breath and let the adrenaline wear off. I leaned back and shook out my arms before noticing something strange about the 3 dead wolves. Anyone got a loot indicator? I scratched my head.
Nope.
Not me.
Nah.
We all glanced at one another. Ronnie scratched at his head while Lutho stroked his beard. I sheathed my blades and then remembered something. The bow wasn't the only thing I took from Dion and his crew. The beefy knife appeared in my hand after I selected it. It had a cutting edge with a small serrated section along the spine. The game labeled it as nothing more than a hunting knife, and the name befitted the weapon. I looked back and forth between it and the dead wolves.
I mean, I should be able to do something with them, right?
You mean like skin them? Ronnie said. I shrugged.
Yeah, or like carve off a flank or something.
Do you have any idea how to do either of those?
Lutho said. I shrugged again.
I carved a turkey once for Thanksgiving.
That's nowhere near the same thing.
Lutho rolled his eyes.
No shit, but I want to try.
I shrugged.
I don't know.
Do it.
Bob said.
A wolf cloak would be bitchin'.
Dibs, Ronnie said. I mean, if you get more than one.
I'd start with the smallest wolf,
Lutho said. I looked at the knife once more, then moved over toward what looked like the smallest of the 3 wolves. I cocked my head as I tried to figure out the best angle of approach before finally saying fuck it and dove right in. I knelt down and jabbed the knife into the wolf's chest cavity. Several messages appeared on my HUD. New skill unlocked. Skinning. New skill unlocked. Foraging. New skill unlocked. Cooking. The wolf's corpse vanished, and I pulled my knife back as several items appeared in my inventory. 1 small wolf steak, 1 small wolf flank, and scraps of wolf fur. What just happened? Ronnie stepped back.
I think it worked,
I said.
though not as well as I hoped.
What you get?
Bob asked.
2 pieces of wolf meat and some fur scraps.
No surprise, it was your first attempt. Ronnie shrugged.
I'm just glad I don't actually have to skin the thing,
I said, positioning myself next to the second wolf.
The game seems to know what my intentions are.
Just like the first wolf, the second disappeared after I jammed the knife into its chest. A handful of notifications appeared in the corner of my vision, from skill increases to the items I looted. Chief among them was a small wolf pelt.
Oh, fuck yeah, I got an actual pelt this time. And some ribs.
Nice!
Bob cheered.
Now do the big one!
I rubbed my hands together as I knelt down beside the largest of the 3 wolves. Everyone went silent, seemingly holding their breaths as I plunged the knife into the wolf. It disappeared, and I couldn't help but smile at what appeared in my inventory. Well? Ronnie asked, body shaking with anticipation. I paused for effect before saying,
1 large wolf pelt and 2 large wolf flanks.
Bob, Ronnie, and Lutho cheered, clapped, and congratulated me as I bowed before the 3 of them, though it was short-lived as the realization dawned on me.
Well, the good news is that I have the materials. The bad news is...
You didn't unlock the leatherworking profession,
Lutho said.
Bingo,
I pointed.
Hopefully there's one in the town that's up ahead.
Bob turned his gaze upward. While the canopy had opened up for us to see the sky, the bright blue had darkened.
Looks like the sun's going down.
The rest of us turned our gazes upward. Shit, already? Ronnie said.
Well, it was the early afternoon when we left the starter town,
Lutho said.
Game clock says it's nearly 6 p.m.
Well,
Bob said.
Time's a-wastin'.
The sky was awash with color as we drew closer to the town, a vibrant mix of purples, oranges, and reds, with some of the first stars appearing. I could only imagine what a night sky would look like here, with little to no light pollution. Thin pillars of smoke rose up from beyond the wall, a formidable palisade of rough-hewn logs, their tops sharpened to jagged points that jutted skyward like a crown of spears. It was nearly dark as we stepped through the gates. We had picked up the pace not long ago when we realized that no one had any torches on hand to light the way. Even Lutho, with his radiant healing magic, didn't have a way to produce a steady form of light, something the D&D version of Lutho had since first level. A pair of guards flanked the entrance, dressed in a mix of leather and chainmail colored to blend in with the surrounding wilderness. Each wielded a spear and small shield, but neither paid us any heed as we passed through the gate and entered the town proper. Once inside, I opened my map and couldn't help but frown when all that appeared on it was a simple icon labeled Oakenfort. A message appeared in the corner of my vision. You have entered a town that has been designated as a safe zone. No player versus player is allowed here. Rest easy, adventurer. Well, that's a fucking relief. I swiped away the map and glanced around. While a welcome sign to know that we wouldn't have to worry about getting jumped by Dion and his goons here, it only raised further questions. Like if there will be towns and cities further into the game where there won't be any protections. We weren't the only players in town either. Those that milled about within view of the front gate didn't look like the same players we saw back at the starter town. Most had on what appeared to be upgraded weapons and armor, and from the handful that I could spot that didn't have the privacy lock enabled, were around 4th level. How many of them encountered Dion, if at all? Were we his first, and therefore only, attempt at a robbery? Unlike Dorore Outpost, Oakenfort fit the fantasy village aesthetic. The buildings were all made from timber, with thatched roofs as opposed to the almost modern design of the starter town. The roads here were packed dirt, no cobblestone or pavers. I breathed in deep, a mix of pine and wood smoke, cooked meat, and glanced upward to see the stars dotted the twilight sky.
You think we'll encounter Dion here? Bob said.
Doubt it.
Lutho huffed.
Probably scurried back to the starter town to get their shit together.
Even so, we're safe here, I said. Town's a safe zone.
Yeah, I saw that.
Bob nodded.
Good to know.
So, where to first? Ronnie said.
I say the inn.
Lutho gestured toward what looked like the largest building in town.
Secure some rooms for the night. Get some drinks and grub, too. Rest my feet. I've never walked so goddamn much in my life.
Well, that's because one of my strides is like 10 of yours.
Bob winked. You guys go on ahead, I said. I want to find a trainer or something. Figure out what I can do with these materials before it gets too late.
Your turn for a solo quest, eh?
Bob winked.
How many times do I have to tell you?
Lutho grumbled. We waved each other farewell as they wandered off toward the inn, laughing among themselves. I could die right now and be wholly satisfied. These past, 10-ish hours have been the most fun I've had in years. Not since Tom's wedding, when we were all in town for a week and spent each day and night together. I approached the first guard I could find. While true that I wanted to find a trainer before heading back out into the wilderness, I also wanted to get some alone time. Like when I go to a convention, there's something nice about being able to just wander solo. Take all the time you want, stop, and not have to worry about getting separated from your group. I guess you could say it was liberating. But at the same time, I just needed some time to think, to sift through these new feelings. What can I do for you? The guard spoke with all the joy of a store greeter at the end of a 10-hour shift. Can't say I blame him. I've been there. Is there a I paused as I tried to think of the right word for it. Tanner here? The guard blinked once, twice, 3 times before thumbing behind him. Name's Marin. Look for the building with the massive bearskin rug out front. With that, the guard turned away and stared off into the distance. I considered asking the guard for more precise directions before ultimately deciding it wasn't the best idea. He was obviously not in the mood for some rookie adventurer pestering him with a bunch of questions, not to mention the fact that he was level 15. Town guards were normally much higher in level than the players would be, to act as deterrents for when players get aggressive inside a town's walls. I remember when I first played World of Warcraft during its original release and seeing the town guards be level 60 when I was only level 10. Despite his rather unenthusiastic response, his directions proved to be right on the money. But then again, this was a fairly small town, like half the size of Drori Outpost, so even if I hadn't asked for directions, I would have found the shop eventually. Marin's workshop was nestled, among others, in what could easily be described as Trade Row. There was a blacksmith, tailor, and alchemist, among others that warranted a visit before leaving town. I made a mental note to bring the rest of the group here before we headed up the mountain, which, by the way, towered over the town. We had no idea how close we'd gotten to the mountain chain, as the forest canopy had blocked any view we would have had of it. The bearskin rug that hung outside Marin's shop was massive, taller than Bob and wider than my own arm span. I slipped off one of my gloves to feel the chestnut brown fur. Unbelievable, I muttered as my fingers combed through the soft fur. It's so soft, so real. Despite spending literally an entire day in this world, I still couldn't believe just how impossibly real this all felt. The sights, sounds, smells, the hammering of the blacksmith, the soft fur of the bear pelt, the earthy aroma in the air, the gentle breeze on my face. 20 years to craft this game, and it showed. I stepped inside the shop and was immediately halted by the aroma of leather. It was not a smell I was used to or even expected. It wasn't so much the leather as it was the chemicals used in the process of making the goods and apparel: tannins, dyes, stains, and glue. The downside of the game's unparalleled realism. After a quick moment of adjustment, I entered the store proper. I wasn't alone inside. There were 2 other players browsing the gear that lay spread out on tables and on shelves. A burly human and an elf, both male. While the former was checking out some armor, the latter was inspecting a quiver. In the back of the store stood a man whom I could only assume to be Marin. Short and fat, with a long, dark beard and thick arms, he greeted me as I approached the counter.
Good evening, lass, he said. How can I help you?
Lass. That's going to take some getting used to. I scratched the back of my head. I, got some wolf pelts and was wondering if you could do something with them or train me on how to work them. Marin nodded.
If it's training you want, you'll need to bring me a stack of hides first. You can bring me 15 deer, 5 wolf, or 1 bear hide.
The new quest notification appeared in the corner of my vision as Marin continued.
Other ways, you can pay me to work with whatever's on you.
I shrugged.
Let's go with that for now.
Marin nodded again.
Aye, let's see what you got.
I opened up my inventory and selected the wolf pelts. They appeared on the counter between us, and Marin examined them. He set aside the scraps and held up the 2 full pelts.
The scraps I can take off your hands for you. They're only good for patchwork. Anything particular you want crafted from these?
Is the larger pelt big enough for a hooded cloak? With the wolf's head for the hood? Marin smiled back.
Aye, I could do that. Beautiful fur like that would be wasted on anything else. No idea what I would want with the smaller pelt.
Marin eyed it and shrugged.
The smaller piece I can make into a loincloth. Maybe line some fur-lined boots. Or a nice hat. Something to keep your head warm.
I opened a chat window and relayed Marin's suggestions to Ronnie. Ronnie. The hat! I want a hat! Kalinestra.
LOL. Done. I'll get the hat.
Marin nodded.
50 silver for the hat. 1 gold for the cloak.
I gave the man 3 gold. I had plenty and figured a generous tip would go a long way. Marin replied with a deep bow as the items vanished from the countertop.
Just a moment, Loss,
he said, disappearing into a back room. I leaned on the counter and watched the other 2 players continue their browsing. They must have known each other, as the human was constantly showing items to the elf for approval. Marin returned about a minute or so later from the back room, items in his hands. The cloak was folded neatly with the hat resting atop. I extended my hand out, and they disappeared from Marin's and appeared in my inventory. Holy shit, I muttered. The cloak proved to be a major upgrade. Not only did it provide cold resistance, but it increased my overall armor as well. The best part of it all was that the moment I equipped it, it became soul-bound. Mine and mine alone. No one else could have it, should I meet my demise at the hands of another player. I couldn't help but laugh at my reflection in the full-length mirror, especially after I pulled the wolf's head hood over my head. It was so ridiculously awesome. Fucking badass, the burly male player shouted from across the store. He gave me 2 thumbs up. I need to get me one of those. His elf friend just shook his head. I grabbed a couple more things before I left the store. Bigger bags that significantly increased my inventory, and a proper skinning knife, which actually provided a bonus to the skill, as opposed to the knife I had looted off of Olamora. Bob, Ronnie, and Lutho looked to be about 3 or 4 rounds in by the time I found them at the tavern. Hard to miss them among the crowd that had gathered there. Not to boast or anything, but the wolf cloak was quite popular.
Holy fuck!
Bob slammed his hand on the table.
That's dope as shit!
Give us a spin, Ronnie said. I couldn't help but blush a little as I spun around. It was definitely the most feminine I've ever felt. Even more so when Bob whistled.
I gotta say,
Lutho clapped.
That's fucking baller.
A handful of other players even came by to admire and compliment and ask how I got it. Even thanked me for helping them figure out how professions work. But all 4 of us nearly died from laughter after Ronnie put on his new fur hat.
Greetings, comrades,
he said in his best, yet horrible, Russian accent as he tried on the trapper-style wolf fur hat.
So, what's the room situation?
I asked as a tankard of beer materialized in front of me.
25 silver a room. Nothing fancy,
Bob said. Though we could have shared a room with bunk beds if we wanted to, Ronnie added.
Hell no,
I said, taking a drink.
No way I'm sharing a room with you idiots.
Cheers to that!
Bob raised his glass.
So, what's the plan then?
Lutho wiped his beard and mustache with his sleeve.
How close are we to your mysterious map marker?
I brought up my map.
It's east of here, up in the mountains. Not sure if there's a road or even a trail. May have to blaze our own.
The thick, heavy player's guide appeared before Ronnie with a thud. He silently flipped through the pages before nodding and saying, "Just as I thought. In cold temperatures, we'll get a debuff that slows our movement, attack speed, health, and mana regeneration, and the like. You can prevent this by either wearing cold resistance gear or by being near a fire. If you go out into the cold without protection, or if the weather gets extreme, you start taking damage.
Similarly, standing in fire will kill you.
I nodded.
My cloak does have cold resistance.
My hat, too,
Ronnie replied.
Bob grinned.
Looks like we're going shopping in the morning. If we're going to climb a mountain, we should be sure we're properly equipped to do so.
There's a number of shops in this town. Whole row of trades on the same row as the leather worker.
So you find a trainer then? Ronnie adjusted his hat. 'Cause I'd like a coat to go with this. I took a swig of my beer.
Yeah, he gave me a gathering quest. Need to bring him some pelts before he'll train me.
Why am I not surprised?
Bob chuckled. Ronnie waved a finger. At least it wasn't an escort quest. I raised my drink.
I'll cheers to that.
18. Mountaineering. Waking up had to have been one of the most surreal, bizarre, fever-induced dazes I had ever experienced. For a few moments, my very grasp of reality was fucked. Full-on existential crisis. Was it all a dream? What was real and what wasn't? Imagine waking up not just in a body different from your own, but in a completely immersive virtual world. I just spent my first night here, and while 6 or maybe 8 hours just passed, out in the real world, it was maybe only a couple of seconds. The room I woke up in was small and bare. In my grogginess, I thought it was a prison cell, but instead of cold, hard concrete, the walls and floor were made of a dark wood. I forced myself up onto my elbows and glanced around. How women could sleep on their stomachs while having breasts will forever remain a mystery to me. Pale morning light filled the room, the world beyond gray. There was very little furniture in the room. Apart from the twin-size bed, there was a table and chair and a small trunk that lay at the foot of the bed. I don't remember how I got to this room, let alone changing out of my armor. All I had on was this game's equivalent to underwear. Some sort of plain cloth sports bra and panties. Not what you'd find in a Victoria's Secret catalog, but this was the first time I can admit to wearing women's underwear. The bra was surprisingly supportive, and in a moment of groggy weakness, I felt my breasts, examined their size, their weight, how they pulled me forward. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to having them, especially not with how wonderful they felt. Enough to snap me out of it. I regained control of my renegade hands and held them out and up, as if confronted by a cop. After slowing my breath and calming my digital heartbeat, I lowered my hands and opened my inventory. That was a close one. Everything was still there, and all it took was a single press of a holographic button for my gear to reappear on my body. As I stood and stretched, I noticed something was different. Apart from some lingering sleepiness, I felt otherwise fine. I had apparently drank enough to black out, yet as I rolled out my neck and shoulders, I didn't feel the least bit hungover. Looks like I have some poison resistance after all. With the sensation still lingering in the back of my mind, I brought up the social window. Perhaps I should talk to Lisa about it, see what she had to say on the matter, what words of wisdom she would bestow upon me. Although I still had several days before my character design choices become permanent, and I was in this body for, well, as long as I continued to play this game, until such a point as they allow creation of alternate characters. If I do decide to stick with this body, I'll have to make peace with the fact that it came with a vast array of new feelings, sensations, and titillations. I've heard that the female orgasm is quite powerful. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad after all. I ultimately decided against sending Lisa a private message. All in due time, I told myself. Instead, I decided to see what the status was of the rest of my party. The chat was empty, which didn't come as a surprise, seeing that it was just around 7 in the morning according to the game clock. So I typed out a quick message, then headed for the door. As I reached for the knob, a warning message appeared. Warning: any items left behind will require a fee to be recovered. I raised an eyebrow and glanced back at the room. I didn't see anything, and a quick scan of my inventory didn't show anything missing. Even so, I tapped on the trunk to see if I had stashed something in my drunkenness, but it showed up as empty. I even dropped down to my knees to see if anything was under the bed. Not sure what I expected to find under there. It's not like I brought my smartphone with me into Astroblade Eternity Online and had plugged it in to charge while I slept. I'm just glad that when I woke up, I was alone. If I had woken up with someone else in bed, fucking hell. With the coast clear, I exited the room. I was halfway down the stairs when I received a response from Ronnie. The leather-clad bard sat with his feet propped up on a chair as he flipped through the massive tome that was The Life of an Adventurer, Your Guide to Living as Your Character. In his other hand was a steaming mug. The tavern was, for the most part, empty. A far cry from what I could remember of last night. It seemed many had taken to celebrating their first night in this digital realm with an alcohol-fueled party. What other players were here either milled about or had quiet conversations among themselves? "Not hungry?" I asked, taking a seat. "We don't need to eat, remember?" he said as he flipped the page. "Besides, I don't think I could keep anything down besides coffee." "Hungover?" "Haven't felt like this since the morning of Tom's wedding." He glanced over at me from over the tome on his lap. "You're not?" I shook my head. "Nothing. Feel right as rain. Well, except for the existential crisis I had waking up." "Tell me about it." Ronnie shook his head. "Should have rolled an elf." "I mean, you still can." "Nah." He flipped another page. "I'm sticking to my guns here. Ain't changing a thing. What about you?" I glanced down at my feminine form. "I'm going to give it a couple more days." "Hey, you do you," he said. "As long as you're happy." Despite not needing to eat to survive, I still ordered breakfast. Wanted to maintain some semblance of normalcy. It was strange enough to think about staying in this form for 6 months, let alone not eating at all for that period of time. Besides, I wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to eat and not get fat. Ronnie ended up getting food as well. Couldn't deny the smell of crackling bacon. By the time Lutho dragged himself downstairs, I had cleared my plate. Our dwarf cleric looked rather worse for the wear. I disappeared into the tavern's kitchen to track down the NPC, figuring if anyone had any recipes they could share with me, it would be them. She gave me a handful of beginner dishes. Among them, one that I could use the wolf meat I had procured the day prior. Bob had made his way down by the time I returned from the kitchen.
"Remind me to never drink that much again."
Lutho rubbed his temples.
Not the worst hangover I've ever had, Bob said, but still gnarly.
I sipped my own cup of coffee, thankful my morning drink of choice existed here. "Well, I don't want to rush y'all, but the sooner we gear up and climb the mountain, the better off we'll be." Bob shot me an annoyed glare before turning to our cleric.
"Lutho, you wouldn't happen to have any painkillers, would you?"
"I haven't unlocked Cure Poison, if that's what you're asking. But alchemy would be a nice trade skill to pick up."
"Gather some herbs, if you know what I'm saying." Ronnie winked. Bob returned the wink, and we all shared a chuckle. "There was an alchemist over by where the leather worker was, if you're serious about grabbing that trade."
"Aye. Always good to have backups for when I'm out of mana. Nothing like downing potions mid-battle."
"All right, let's do a quick lap around town, grab what we need, and get climbing," Ronnie said. "Can we not stop every 10 feet for you to grab flowers?" Ronnie grumbled. I glanced back over my shoulder. Ronnie tapped his foot impatiently while Bob squatted down beside a colorful bush. "You're the one who suggested he pick up herb gathering," I said. Ronnie threw his hands up in the air and started walking.
"Hey, I want to make some cool potions and shit." Bob said as the bush vanished. And if we can get drunk in the game, I want to know what else is possible.
You really think Aiden put hallucinogenics in the game?
I asked. Bob shrugged. Why not? They're not real drugs, so who's going to come after him? Well, when you think about it, our brains are what's processing all this stuff, Ronnie said. So who's to say we won't actually trip balls if we ingest some in-game magic mushrooms?
This is hurting my brain,
Lutho said.
Let's just keep moving.
Fine, Bob groaned. I'll try not to harvest every herb I see.
How much further is it?
Lutho said, pulling his thick brown coat tight.
It's getting cold.
It's only going to get colder.
I pulled up the map.
We're a third of the way there.
The cold never bothered me, and after moving to Utah, winter became my favorite time of year. There was something just so mesmerizing about how quiet the world got when the snow came in. Just a calm, peaceful silence. Fortunately, my position let me work remotely fairly often, which I took advantage of. As much as I loved the cold and the snow, I absolutely hated driving in it.
Don't you live in upstate New York?
I turned toward Lutho.
Yeah, but I can still fucking hate the cold,
the dwarf replied.
Why couldn't your quest take us to a nice tropical sandy beach, warm and sunny, with cocktails?
I turned back and glanced up at the snow-capped mountain peaks that loomed overhead. While conversations and discussions about the game predominantly focused on character options and gameplay mechanics, one of the lesser talked about components was the world itself. The problem with open-world games was the sense of scale. Developers wanted you to explore, so a lot of times in RPGs, they made those mountains climbable. However, what would normally take days or more, you could ascend in only a couple of minutes, an hour tops. Existing in a wholly digital world, the planet of Liaria didn't have to abide by real-world laws of physics. I doubted the possibility of a one-to-one scale to Earth that some internet users hypothesized, but it would still be pretty fucking big. The forest had thinned compared to just outside of Oakenshield, and with it came the cold. My breath formed thin clouds as we waited for Bob to harvest more herbs. He had amassed quite a variety of leaves, flowers, and berries, convinced that he would be the one to discover AEO's iteration of cannabis. Apart from the wind, it had grown eerily quiet, and a quick glance upward at the steadily darkening clouds had me starting to regret the decision to climb the mountain. The wolf cloak had so far kept the chill out as well as any jacket, but with patches of snow appearing on the ground, I knew it was only going to get colder. A bear came upon us as we trudged through ankle-deep snow. Unlike our encounter with the wolves the day before, the bear made no attempt to ambush us. A deep, bone-chilling roar followed the snapping and cracking of branches that signaled its arrival. At first, the deep, guttural sound appeared to have come from all directions. It shook snow from the branches as the ground rumbled beneath our feet. By the time I spotted it, it was nearly upon us. It was like staring down an SUV as it sped toward you head-on. The beast was massive, a wall of muscle, claws, and unbridled fury. It slid to a stop maybe 20 feet or so away before it reared up onto its hind legs and let out another roar. It towered over Bob. It had to have been close to 10 feet tall. The roar hit me like a shockwave. I couldn't move. My body refused to budge, my legs frozen in place. In the corner of my vision, a slowly flashing icon appeared. A paralysis debuff? Despite knowing full well that this colossal car-sized bear in front of me wasn't real, that it was just a digital creature in a digital world, I couldn't overcome the paralysis.
Even with the knowledge that if I died right here and now, I would respawn eventually and not actually die, that still didn't change the fact that this was pants-wetting terrifying. All I could do was close my eyes and brace for impact. Instead, I was yanked backwards. I opened my eyes to see a different hulking mass standing before me. Bob raised his shield as the bear swiped with its claws before swinging his mace into the bear's side.
You okay?
Ronnie grunted as he pulled me further back.
Fuck, you're heavier than you look.
The debuff wore off, and I scrambled to my feet. I glanced down at my hands. I was
Paralyzed?
Lutho finished.
Same here. I mean, who wouldn't be scared shitless of a huge fucking grizzly bear?
He wiped the sweat from his brow before lobbing wards of protection toward Bob. I glanced back at Ronnie. Thanks for the save, but I'm not heavy. You just have little chicken arms. Ronnie looked at his own arms. I put it all in charisma.
A little help, guys?
Bob shouted as he slammed his shield into the bear's head. It stumbled back, dazed. I gave the bear a wide berth as I swung around to flank it. While not nearly as bad as the Lich, the colossal brown bear was still a few levels higher than us. It also appeared to be some sort of rare spawn, going off the special flourish around its name and health bar. Wonderful. No matter. This fucker was going to die for scaring me like that. Fast, upbeat guitar riffs filled the forest air as Lutho flung beams of holy light at Bob. I channeled my own primal fury as I unleashed a flurry of attacks into the bear's side. Ronnie even joined in once the bear got down to around a third of its health. Seeing him hack at the bear with the axe portion of his guitar will never not make me laugh. When the last of its health vanished, the bear roared once more before collapsing. With it dead, all 4 members of the elite guild of Sucks at Gaming let out a joint sigh of relief. I then dropped to my knees and doubled over. My breath formed thick clouds as I tried to calm my rapidly beating digital heart. Meanwhile, Bob sheathed his weapons and placed his hands on his hips in a triumphant manner. Ronnie took a seat on a nearby log, whereas Lutho straight up fell onto his back, arms and legs splayed out like he was making a snow angel.
Fuck,
Bob muttered. One by one, we all broke out into laughter. For a brief moment, I honestly forgot this was a game. I leaned back onto my backside, like I truly thought I was about to get mauled by a real fucking grizzly bear.
Seriously,
Lutho said.
This game is nuts. Beyond what I imagined it could be. It's so very
real,
Bob finished. He glanced over at me.
You good?
I waved him off. Yeah, I'm good. I guess I failed my saving throw. As I got to my feet, the treasure icon appeared above the bear's corpse. Ronnie was the first to inspect it, and he did so stroking his chin. Anything good drop for you? I asked as I tapped on the icon. Then I frowned. After all that effort, all the game sought to give me was some bear flank.
Enough experience to level up,
Bob said as he approached the bear.
Same here,
Ronnie said.
Not me,
Lutho grumbled.
Though I'm nearly there.
I got a large bear tooth, Ronnie said. And from the looks of it, it's an ingredient for something.
How can you tell?
Lutho grunted as he forced himself onto his feet.
Well, the name isn't colored gray like the other vendor trash. That, and it's labeled an ingredient.
Lutho rolled his eyes as he approached the bear. What about you? I asked Bob.
Nothing for me,
Bob shrugged.
Ugh, same.
Lutho flipped off the bear. With the bear looted, I took out my skinning knife and jabbed it into the bear's hide. It vanished, and I couldn't help but grin as I saw what appeared in my inventory. Item received. Large bear pelt. Well, good news, bad news. I said.
Good news is that I got a large bear pelt. Bad news is, if I want to do anything with it, I'll have to go back down the mountain and turn in the quest.
Bob sighed.
Hold on to it for now. Might as well stock up on resources.
Ronnie glanced upward as the wind picked up. We're going to need to find some shelter, fast. Lutho, Bob, and I turned to face upward. My stomach sank as I saw the dark cloud moving quickly toward us. The breeze turned fierce as the wind started to howl. Snow began to fall. I quickly opened up my map to get a bearing. "Double time!" I shouted. In no time, the blizzard was upon us. I had taken lead as the snowstorm worsened to near whiteout conditions. Much like Legolas in the Fellowship of the Ring, I moved easily through the snow, while Bob had to carry Lutho as it reached waist-high on the dwarf. I pulled my cloak in tight as I squinted through the heavy snowfall, spotting what I hoped and prayed was a small cabin. It was hard to tell, but from afar it appeared to be unoccupied. It didn't matter, as conditions were getting worse by the minute, and even with my cloak I was starting to take damage. Ronnie's chattering teeth could be heard over the wind. If we're attacked by another pack of wolves, or a bear, or some other fantasy woodland creature, chances of survival weren't good. I waved them on, pointing in the direction of the cabin. If they said anything back, it was lost over the roar of the wind. From outside, the cabin looked abandoned. The windows were dark and no smoke rose from the chimney. I didn't even bother knocking. I just forced the door open. The wind was blowing so hard that it pushed Ronnie over, twice. He practically crawled into the cabin. I could barely see Bob through the snow curtain, with Lutho clinging to his back like Yoda from The Empire Strikes Back. Much to everyone's relief, the cabin was, in fact, empty. A quick scan showed no signs of activity, and with the thick layer of dust, this place must have long been abandoned. Whatever firewood was in the hearth had rotted away. There were no beds, no couches, just a small square table and a single chair. Ronnie and I pulled Bob and Lutho through the door. Once inside, I slammed it shut and bolted the deadlock. He set Lutho onto the ground before he himself fell onto his hands and knees, gasping and coughing. "Fucking hell, that was rough." Ronnie went over to one of the windows.
"I am forever in your debt."
Lutho patted Bob on the shoulder.
"Don't mention it,"
the orc said in between gasping breaths. The wind rattled the windows. I turned to Ronnie.
"Let's secure these as best we can."
We grabbed what we could that didn't disintegrate when we picked it up to bar the windows and door against the wind. Once that was handled, we could finally breathe easy. I walked over to the hearth and nudged the rotted stumps with my boot. What little remained collapsed into a pile of mush. I brushed it off to the side to clear some space.
"Don't tell me there won't be a fire,"
Lutho said as he walked up to me. I smiled.
"Oh, ye of little faith."
Before we left town, I made sure we all did a quick lap around to grab supplies. While we had all done our fair bit of camping over the years, we weren't sure how it would translate to the game. Thankfully, the game made it easy for us. The general goods vendor had a variety of things for sale, and while I grabbed some rope, torches, and several campfire kits, the thing that stood out to me the most was the tent. Labeled nothing more than standard tent, according to the description, it had everything you would need for a one-person tent. Pad, sleeping bag, pillow, in addition to the tent itself. Described by the vendor, a stout lumberjack of a dwarf, as everything an adventurer would need. Though they did also sell cots and sleeping kits separately if you wanted to sleep under the stars. Needless to say, we all bought our own individual tents. The best part was that it was reusable, unlike the campfire kit, which was consumed upon use. With Ronnie's teeth chattering in my ear, I opened up my inventory and selected the campfire kit. As if sensing the hearth in front of me, fresh logs appeared and came alight all on their own. No need to rub sticks together or contend with matches. The fire not only illuminated the small cabin, but brought warmth to it as well. An icon appeared in the corner of my HUD with the image of a campfire. What chill had crept into my bones and numbed my face vanished almost instantly, as if a heated blanket had draped itself around me. More importantly, Ronnie stopped shivering.
Looks like we're going to be here for a while,
Bob said, listening to the wind. Lutho scooted closer to the fire.
How much further, you think?
I opened up my map. We had made significant progress, but we weren't quite there yet.
3/4 of the way there?
Should we keep going?
Lutho asked.
It got pretty scary out there.
I shrugged.
I want to, but we're a group, so we decide.
Not turning back now,
Bob said.
I want to see where this takes us.
Ronnie nodded. Then Lutho turned to me and nodded as well. So, I guess we wait then, Ronnie said, glancing outside. Silence fell over us as we made ourselves comfortable by the fire. I unequipped my wolf cloak, as did Ronnie with his hat. Bob put away his mace and shield, but Lutho kept his traveling cloak on. We sat there for who knew how long, simply listening to the crackling fire and the howling of the storm. As one does when sitting before a campfire, my mind drifted off. It pivoted toward the past, and I recalled all those years we spent together. Tom, Dwayne, Mitch, Lisa, and I, high school and the years that followed. Life pulling us apart, like unanchored ships in a storm. The handful of times we tried to reunite, attempted to get back together, but one thing after another would interfere. Jobs, relationships, anything and everything. I realized then that I hadn't really made any friends since moving to where I am now. Sure, I've made some acquaintances, endeavored to get involved in the local tabletop scene, but nothing really panned out. Downloaded a handful of dating apps and tried to find romance, but that just sizzled out too. Nothing could compare to what I had before, what I had back in the good old days. A tear streamed down my cheek as I broke the silence.
I've missed you guys so much. I've missed.
Just hanging out together,
Bob said.
Being in the same place, shooting the shit.
I know physically we may be scattered about the country, Ronnie said, looking at each of us in turn. But this right here, this may as well be real life. I miss you fuckers each and every day.
You ever wish you could go back in time? Back to high school? All of us together?
Bob said.
Not a care in the world.
Didn't have to worry about paychecks, bills, stressing about work,
I said.
Attend a different college.
Invested in Bitcoin,
Bob joked. Ronnie chuckled darkly. I would not have enlisted.
I would have done things differently,
Lutho said.
with Jessica.
I'm so sorry,
Bob said, placing a comforting hand on Lutho's shoulder.
I know how much you cared for her.
Lutho shrugged.
We just drifted apart, you know? At the beginning, I thought we were soulmates, but, well...
Ronnie also placed his hand on Lutho's shoulder. We're here for you, dude. I'm sure your soulmate is out there somewhere.
I wonder how many players with partners outside the game chose to stay,
Bob mused.
Can you imagine the weight of that decision? Spend days, weeks, months away from your husband or wife, your kids?
That's why Tom left when he did, Ronnie said. No way he would have lasted more than a day. Week, tops. Bob nudged me.
You got anyone special on the outside?
I looked away from the fire and shook my head.
I've got no one. No prospects.
You? The orc flexed.
You know me, just drowning in pussy over here.
We all laughed, but it was short-lived. When it subsided, Bob added,
There is someone, but it's too early to tell. Only gone on a couple of dates.
Who's the guy?
Lutho asked. Or lady. Ronnie wiggled his eyebrows. Bob gave the bard a playful shove, which, while harmless in intent, because of their size difference, ended up with Ronnie on his side.
No, it's a guy. Met at a bar. Hit it off. But, like I said, we'll see.
You're not at all worried about spending 6 months away from him? Bob shrugged.
It was only a couple of dates. First one was more like a drunk hangout at a brewery. Barely know each other. This will give me some perspective. When I return to the real world, I'll see him with fresh eyes. See if he's still someone I want to get to know further.
I glanced over at Bob before looking back at the flames. There was a time when I had a crush on Lisa. High school, hormones, and all that. She was cute, not to mention nerdy. We tried, but after spending some time getting to know each other, we both realized we would be better friends than partners. She was always someone I could confide in, could talk to about anything, and I knew that she wanted nothing more than the best for me. We all felt that way about each other. But what's going on with me now? These new feelings? If I could get some time alone, then maybe I could pick her brain, see what she could tell me about all this. But for now, I figured I should put my newly acquired cooking skill to use. I stood and rubbed my hands together. Who wants some grub? Bob, Lutho, and Ronnie all raised their hands simultaneously. 19. Risk, reward. Fucking hell, if only it was this easy in the real world. I marveled at the platter of perfectly cooked rack of bear ribs that appeared before me. They were massive, enough to feed 6 or even 8 people. But the smell, oh my fucking God, the smell, enough to make my real world mouth water.
Yeah, goddamn,
Lutho said, eyeballing the food as if he hadn't eaten in days. A nice light beer would go well with these ribs. Or, oh, some whiskey, Ronnie mused. I think you guys have had enough alcohol, I said, tearing off a rib. You think it would be possible to brew your own in here? Or distill some moonshine? Lutho shook his head.
Why? It's not worth the effort.
Ronnie nodded. True, true.
I'm sure there's all kinds of magic-laced booze out there,
Bob said.
And much more.
I ripped some meat off the bone. Fucking hell, it was so tender and juicy. Can't say I've ever had bear before, but it wasn't all that different from beef. More gamey, perhaps even a little bit sweeter, too. I highly doubt you're the only one looking to get stoned, Bob. Bob pulled off a rib for himself. In his hands, it looked more like pork ribs.
Can you blame me?
At least if you eat the wrong mushroom, you won't actually die from it. I smirked as I tossed a bone behind me into the fire. Well, you probably will. And then you'll have to spirit walk back to your body.
Worth it,
the orc chuckled. We all shared a laugh as conversation shifted from one topic to another, jumped from tangent to tangent until I noticed something. I cocked my head to the side, listening.
Hear something?
Bob asked. Someone approaching? Ronnie glanced over at the door. No, I hear nothing. I stood and walked over toward the door. Despite deadbolting it, we also wedged the lone chair against it to further secure it against the wind. I pressed my face to the window. Holy shit. Guys, look at this. I pulled the chair away from the door and opened it. God damn, would you look at that? Ronnie said. The wind had vanished. The clouds were gone. Sunlight beamed down on the thick blanket of snow that covered everything, blindingly bright. So much had piled up in front of the door, we had to use Bob's shield as an impromptu shovel to clear a path. It was quiet. So quiet. With the wind gone, the only noise came from the creaking of the trees under the weight of the fresh snow.
Yeah, you're going to have to carry me again,
Lutho said.
That snow's as tall as I am.
I looked back at the rest of the group.
Want to press on? We're nearly there.
Well, according to the game clock, it's still early afternoon, Ronnie said. Still got lots of time left.
What's our other option? Go back down the mountain?
Well, those ribs gave us a food buff that'll last an hour,
I said. Lutho went out and scooped up a handful of snow.
It's light and fluffy.
Hey, Bob, Ronnie said. Think you could plow a path? Bob grinned.
Oh, you betcha. Stand clear.
We all stepped back into the cabin as Bob took out his shield. Then he belted out a battle cry and charged forward. Snow flew off to either side of the orc in 15 to 20-foot waves as he quite literally plowed through the snow, stopping once he made it to the tree line. I can't believe that actually worked, Ronnie chuckled.
Like Moses parting the Red fucking Sea, bitches!
Bob shouted from the other end of the clearing. Lutho, Ronnie, and I all shared glances. Then Ronnie gestured ahead and said, "Ladies first." A fair bit of the snow had melted as we continued our way upward the mountain. The sun fought off the clouds and warmed things up to make the hike much more manageable. Though that didn't stop us from having a snowball fight. I wasn't sure who started it, but it ended with Bob having formed a snowball big enough and dense enough that when it struck Ronnie, it knocked him over and took a few points of damage. The lumbering orc was, of course, profusely apologetic, but Ronnie waved him off and said he'd get him back somehow. Just as I predicted, there was no trail to our destination, no road to follow. Not even something as small and natural as a game trail. We truly were blazing a path to a place that I hoped no other player had discovered. We only knew about its location because of a map located in a secret treasure room that was guarded by a lich. I was confident I wasn't the only person Wyston had offered the quest to. But I did wonder just how many other players have even attempted or succeeded at retrieving the tome. Apart from that, the only other way I could think of for players to find where we're headed was to just point up at the mountain and be like, "I'm going up there to see what I can find," which, unironically, isn't all that uncommon. Give a player an open-world RPG and they'll explore every inch of it, utilizing what glitches, hacks, and cheats they could. Sometimes an Easter egg will be waiting for them. Most of the time, it's just something the developer didn't intend for players to find.
Is it just me, or is it getting less steep?
Lutho said. Thank fuck. Ronnie wiped his brow with the back of his hand. I feel like I've been on a Stairmaster all day. I opened my map.
We're almost there.
Oh, bad news, guys, Bob said. Looks like the bonus XP is up.
I glanced at the small bar in the corner of my HUD. The golden glow was gone, replaced with just a plain white bar.
Must have happened while we were waiting out the blizzard,
I said. I was bummed, sure, but then again, we were already getting a huge leg up by having access to the game for 6 fucking months. I wonder what kind of response the announcement got. I'm sure it'll spread rapidly as people log out. The ground beneath us flattened out as we came upon a narrow mountain pass. Much like the route out of the starting zone, the sheer cliffs rose up on either side of us that disappeared into the clouds. It reminded me of the slot canyons in southern Utah.
Is this it?
Bob said, craning his neck as he looked upward. I opened my map.
Definitely heading in the right direction.
Ronnie went in first.
Why couldn't it have been a tunnel?
Why?
Lutho asked.
Because then it would be a secret tunnel.
Ronnie swung his guitar around and started strumming the infamous tune from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Lutho groaned while Bob and I sang at the top of our lungs. As Ronnie finished the tune, Lutho muttered,
Every fucking time.
The path was insanely narrow. At times, it was barely wide enough for Bob to squeeze through, while other times 2 of us could walk side by side. It snaked back and forth. The wind howled and whistled. I placed my hand on the rock, letting my fingers drag across the surface.
I swear to fucking God, if this takes us to a dead end,
Lutho began.
Holy fucking shit,
Ronnie said. I rounded the bend, and what I saw made my digital jaw drop. The sight had me at a complete loss for words, and while what Ronnie had said was apt, it was Bob's comments that really hit the nail on the head.
Fuck the rest of the game. Let me spend my 6 months here.
Is that? Ronnie pointed off ahead of us.
Yep.
I grinned.
Gentlemen, I give you our destination.
Opening up before us was a wide, U-shaped valley surrounded on all sides by snow-capped mountains. Near the center of the valley, on the far end, was a large, pristine lake. A dense forest surrounded most of the lake, but what held all of our attention was the massive castle built upon an island in the center of the lake. From our vantage point, the castle appeared square, with large turrets on all 4 corners. A wall encompassed the multi-story stone structure, with a single gated entrance facing a bridge that spanned the lake. It had a look that could only be described as iconic. The first thing you pictured when you thought of a medieval fantasy castle. The only question that lingered in my mind was what we should expect to face upon entering it.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's fucking go,
Bob said. With a wave of his hand, the orc started off on the road that descended into the valley. Ronnie and Lutho followed right after him, but I lingered for just a few moments to get one last look from the vista, to see if I could spot anything out of the ordinary, any warning signs. We followed the road through the rolling grasslands and into the border forest. While not as serene and tranquil as the forest back by Drori Outpost, it wasn't the twisted, gnarled, spooky forest where the Lich's Manor was either. I guessed it would best be described as ominous. The woods were quiet. No birds chirped, no signs of any game. There was something in the air, and the closer we got to the castle, the more baleful it got. I'm getting deja vu, Ronnie said.
The woods outside the haunted mansion?
I said. Yeah, definitely.
I don't know,
Bob said.
Those woods were definitely haunted. These just feel dark and mysterious. Unfriendly.
Like, don't go wandering in after dark kind of woods,
Lutho said. Bingo, Ronnie said. Thankfully, the path through the forest to the castle was wide, and the sky above was unobstructed. For me, the weirdest part about all of this was that it wasn't nearly as cold as it was coming up the mountain. Sure, it was chilly, but not to the point where I could see my breath forming. That'll probably change come nightfall. We rounded a bend, and the forest opened up.
That's a lot fucking bigger than I thought,
I said.
That's what she said,
Bob added. I glared sidelong at Bob, but we all stopped and marveled at the imposing structure that loomed before us on the other end of the bridge, the distant shore hidden in a shroud of mist. An impenetrable stone wall surrounded the castle, made with the same dark gray, almost black stone. The only way in was through a wrought iron gate, flanked on either side by two massive stone statues. Ronnie pointed ahead. "Are those?" I squinted. While I couldn't make out the more intricate details, from the rough silhouette alone, I knew exactly what stone creatures stood by the castle's entrance. Dragons.
Oh shit,
Bob said. "Well," Ronnie gestured ahead, "what are you waiting for?" I turned to see all three looking at me expectantly. "Wait, what?"
you're the rogue.
Bob half-heartedly gestured toward the castle.
So, like, go scout ahead or something?
"Really?" I looked back and forth between the castle and the rest of the group. "You think I can just turn invisible and go have a look-see?"
I don't know,
Bob threw his hands into the air.
but I sure as hell ain't built for sneaking around.
"He's got a point," Ronnie said. I looked over to Lutho. The dwarf shrugged and said nothing. "Fuck all y'all." I gave them both fingers as I walked backward onto the bridge. I mumbled a string of curses to myself as I turned back toward the castle. There was no sneaky way to approach the castle. No cover at all, just waist-high walls that lined the cobblestone path. Anyone standing guard would see me approach, since I don't currently have the ability to turn completely invisible. So I simply said, "Fuck it," and strolled down the middle of the bridge as if I owned this place. Though I did make sure to scan the battlements first. From what I could tell, there were no signs of movement or activity. I glanced back at the rest of the group. They were huddled behind one of the stone pillars at the far end of the bridge, and when they saw me looking back, they all gave me an encouraging thumbs up. Like the forest that encircled the lake, the bridge and castle were eerily quiet. The mist had vanished once I passed the halfway mark, revealing the mirrored surface of the lake. No flags or banners hung from the castle walls. The only decorations, the pair of massive, maybe 50-foot-tall dragon statues. My heart raced. My hands instinctively found the hilts of my blades as I stepped foot off the bridge, ready to sprint back at the first sign of trouble. But there was nothing. No one. Slowly, I approached the gate, and the hair on the back of my neck stood. I could tell from afar that the gate was closed, but it was only as I drew near that I realized that there was actually no way to open it. No latch or lever, no side door tucked away. The walls were sheer vertical stone with no grips or handholds, no way to scale it without a catapult or grappling hook. The anxiety shifted to dread as the nagging fear that this was some sort of dead end grew stronger. Could we have found some sort of off-limit area? Something incomplete or time-locked? Not accessible until a later date? It would make sense, given the fact that the wrought iron gate has no apparent way to open it. I double-checked my map. Sure enough, my own indicator was right smack dab underneath the marker. This was the end of the road. There's no way that a quest this early on was unfinished, or that I had somehow come upon a late-game quest in the starting area. Did I need some sort of key? Some sort of magic to... I stepped closer, and when I saw it, I smiled. The shimmer appeared only when I was within arm's reach. A translucent, ethereal veil that could only mean one thing. I extended my hand toward the gate, only it never touched the wrought iron. It disappeared as it passed through the magical barrier. My hand came back intact, no ill effects or damage received. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. A blinding golden light enveloped my vision as I continued forward, and when it faded a few moments later, I found myself standing on the other side of the gate, in the castle's courtyard. Before I could even properly survey my surroundings, a quest prompt appeared before me in the form of a floating digital box. New quest received. Purge the castle of the evil that infests it. Whoa. To no one's surprise, the details of the quest were short and vague. But, going off my own extensive gaming experience and the rather telling title of the quest, it's obvious that some sort of cult had taken residence in this castle, and it's our job to slay them all, with some sort of boss-level monster at the end. While the quest also didn't make any sort of mention as to a reward, it did come with a disclaimer. If a player that's part of a group leaves, such as by teleporting or logging out, upon return they would be placed outside the castle walls and not allowed in until either the rest of their group finishes the quest, leaves, or die. Upon death, the players will be teleported back to the beginning, unless they had unlocked a safe zone. However, any mini-bosses will not respawn and will not need to be fought again until a week has passed. I glanced upward. Well, fuck me. It's a good old-fashioned dungeon raid. Even has a reset timer and everything. It should have been obvious with the ethereal portal that I passed through, but why didn't we encounter something similar with the Goblin Cave? If I were a betting man, woman, I'd wager that it had something to do with the content. That Goblin Cave had practically nothing going on inside of it besides several dozen goblins. Who knew what lay waiting inside the castle? There was nothing noteworthy in the courtyard. No enemies, just the aftermath of a battle long over. An apt place to gather comrades and strategize before heading in. With the new quest and the knowledge of what this castle actually was, I turned back around and exited through the portal. When I came out and returned to the area just outside the gate, I was inundated with a bevy of messages from the group, ranging from, "What the fuck is happening?" to, "Are you still alive?" Bob was halfway across the bridge, running full force with Lutho and Ronnie behind him. I gave them all a cursory wave as if nothing had happened, and Bob stumbled to a halt. Lutho and Ronnie ended their sprints more gracefully. "You guys okay?" I asked as I met them at the halfway point of the bridge. Ronnie scratched his head and averted his gaze. "We, got worried when you weren't responding." "Huh," I thumbed back. "None of your messages showed up until I came back outside the castle."
Weird.
Lutho stroked his beard.
So, what's the deal with it?
Bob asked.
"It's an instance dungeon. The wrought iron gate doesn't have any way to open it, but when you get close, you realize it's a portal. Stepping through it teleports you inside. Got a quest right after. Here, I'll share it with you."
I opened up my quest log. Thankfully, unlike the quest that Weiston gave me to retrieve the book, the option to share the quest wasn't grayed out.
Purge the evil?
Bob chuckled as he, Ronnie, and Lutho all read over the quest details.
So, we'll need to clear it all in one attempt.
Lutho stroked his beard.
Hardcore.
"Not necessarily," I said. "The mini-bosses are acting like some sort of checkpoint, so in case we as a group all die, nothing will respawn until a week has passed. Then the whole thing resets. Plus, there's safe zones."
Sounds pretty straightforward,
Lutho said. "All I can say is," Ronnie glanced around, "is that it's too late to start this. Sun's going down, and these skinny legs of mine are tired from all that mountain climbing and hiking through the snow. Let's set up camp." All four of us looked around. I scratched the back of my neck.
"Any ideas on where to camp? Somewhere along the lake shore?"
"Definitely not in the forest," Ronnie gestured to the gnarled wood. "Too spooky. Probably has, corrupted wolves or some shit in it." Bob nodded.
Not somewhere out in the open either. since we're not in the starting area anymore. Could get ambushed by players.
I doubt there's very many players in the area, if at all.
Lutho turned to me.
You only knew about this location from a map, right?
I nodded.
Yeah, which was in a secret room in that haunted mansion.
Which could only be found after we killed the Lich, Ronnie added.
So, unless some players just happen to be mountaineering...
Mountain what? Ronnie interrupted. Lutho rolled his eyes and continued.
Mountaineering, the activity of exploring mountains.
Forgot you were a Boy Scout,
Bob chuckled.
As I was saying,
Lutho glared at the group.
Unless some players just happen to go wandering around in the mountains, it's very unlikely they'll find this place. So I think we're safe to camp, well, anywhere.
I'm not convinced I'm the only one to have retrieved the map,
I said.
Valid point, but we didn't see anyone else on our way up the mountain or on the road to the castle here. My point remains.
I shrugged.
My vote's still on the lakeshore.
Which side? Forest or castle? Ronnie asked.
Forest,
Bob, Lutho, and I said in unison. 20. Reconnaissance. While not as jarring as the day before, waking up in this digital world was still a very strange, surreal experience. At least this time, I have a full recollection of the events that led to me waking up in this surprisingly spacious tent. I didn't dream at all, nor was I restless. Like the night before, I had stripped down to my underwear before calling it a night. While not as bulky and heavy as Bob's plate armor, wearing mine to bed wouldn't be conducive to a good night's sleep. I could nap in my gear, but nothing more than that. My tent was bare bones but spacious, enough space for me to not only lie stretched out, but to stand up in. It was nothing more than your standard A-frame styled tent made with a dull tan-colored fabric. From the outside, it looked child-sized, and I had all but panicked until I crawled through the front flaps and found that it was, yes, bigger on the inside. A relief more to Bob than the rest of us, as they were all identical to one another. I resisted the urge to go exploring. I need to talk with Lisa first before I brave those unknown seas. So I donned my armor and wolf cloak before stepping outside. The sun had yet to crest the mountains surrounding the valley. The sky above was a pale gray. Dew blanketed the canvas exterior of my tent, and my breath formed thick clouds in the morning air. I couldn't help but smile as I tapped on the top of the tent frame. It vanished, reappearing in my inventory a moment later. The easiest campsite setup and takedown ever. Our campsite was situated along the shoreline of the lake, out of view from the bridge. We had walked the shore until we found a spot where the forest had retreated some, giving us ample space where we felt safe and secure. While our worry was on something coming out of the forest, we weren't too sure about the lake either. We pitched our tents and got a campfire going before settling in for the evening. We were granted a night free of clouds, which allowed me to stare up at the innumerable stars that dotted the night sky. Despite being a wholly digital, fictional world, it still blew my fucking mind. I had yet to visit a truly dark sky location, so for as far back as I could remember, my view of the stars was muddled by light pollution. Initially, we were hesitant about lighting a campfire, afraid of giving away our position, but eventually just said to hell with it. Besides, if the fire didn't give away our position, Bob's boisterous laugh would. We chatted aimlessly about one thing or another, picked up our conversation from earlier in the cabin. We reminisced about times long past, caught each other up on life events until, one by one, we all retired to our tents. We had briefly discussed setting up a watch, but then quickly dismissed the idea. If this were a game where death meant actual death, then sure. But for all we knew, we were the only ones in the entire region. Just as I was the last one to bed, I was also the first to wake. A chorus of snores came from the other 3 tents. How I managed to sleep through that, I would never know. To my surprise, the loudest didn't come from Bob's tent, but Ronnie's. It sounded like the snarl of some deranged feral beast. The likely reason why nothing attacked us during the night. It may not have been the wisest decision, but being the only one awake and the rest of my party not likely to be up anytime soon, I decided to go for a walk. More of a survey, actually, to see what else this hidden valley had to offer. It started with just a simple lap around the lake, followed the shoreline, roamed the perimeter with crossing into the tree line. By the time I made it back to camp, the sun still hadn't risen over the mountains, but the clouds high above had burned off and revealed a sky a mix of orange, blue, pink, and purple. My lap around the lake unearthed nothing strange or out of the ordinary. No signs of activity in the castle nor any other way in. Nothing in the water or in the forest for that matter. With my friends all still soundly asleep, I decided to venture a bit further from the camp. I followed the road back through the forest, hoping that if I did encounter anything, it would have been soloable. Compared to our ascent yesterday, this was nothing more than a jaunt. The walk was uneventful, and the forest opened up to the wide, rolling grassland we came through yesterday. From my position atop the closest hill, I could see the mountain pass. Apart from some deer that grazed on the grass and some birds, there were no other signs of life. No one else but me. Something didn't feel right. The valley was too quiet. The logical part of my brain said that it was simply due to the fact that Aiden and ST Studios had created a world so big, so massive, that they just couldn't fill every square inch with content. Not to mention that they had halted the login process and prevented any new players from getting in and flooding the game. Then again, I've never gone backpacking through backcountry wilderness, so this openness and emptiness could very well be the norm. I envisioned building a small cottage atop one of the hills. Nothing too big, but bigger than my one-bedroom apartment. I pictured myself coming out and sitting on the porch, drinking coffee while the sun rose above these mountains. Quiet, peaceful. I glanced back toward the castle and visualized us taking it over after clearing it out, using it as some sort of guild base. Now that would be pretty fucking dope. Having seen enough, I headed back to the campsite, examining the woods as I walked down the path. Their gnarled and twisted state had me wondering if there was more to the area than just clearing out the cultists and the castle. Some other evil that resided within the woods. A side quest, perhaps? Who knew? Bob had crawled out of his tent as I returned to the campsite. Besides the armor, the game had provided me with basically underclothes, something else to wear besides my underwear should I want to lounge about in something more comfortable. For me, it was just a shirt and pants. For Bob, it was simply a loincloth. The sight made all the worse as he threw his arms up into the air and stretched. I realized it was the first time I had actually seen what his body looked like underneath all that plate armor. As expected, he had an athletic build with defined muscle tone, but still had a little bit of fat on him. Not the physique of a champion bodybuilder, more like a linebacker for a professional football team. The muscles on his arms were thick, like corded steel. I shielded my eyes and gestured as I approached.
Can you, put that away?
What? You don't honestly think I sleep in my plate armor, do you?
I don't care what you sleep in, just put something on. Your armor, a robe, anything.
Afraid you'll glimpse my jolly green giant? Bob laughed. You've been in a woman's body for what, a few days now? Don't tell me you haven't.
No, I haven't.
I said, turning away.
I'm not ready for that yet.
There. Happy?
Slowly, I turned back toward the lumbering orc. While he hadn't donned his heavy plate armor, he had put on a sleeveless tunic, pants, and his boots.
Such a prude.
He shook his head, then gestured to my armor.
You, gearing up for battle or something?
Yeah, I wanted to investigate the area some. Did a lap around the lake, walked back to the grasslands. Figured I should be ready in case I get jumped by something.
Find out anything?
Nope. Place is pretty secluded and empty. Only saw some tame wildlife, deer and the like.
He thumbed behind him.
Go into the woods at all?
Nah, didn't step off the path at all.
I glanced over the gnarled tree line.
Don't want to go in there alone. Something's not right about them.
I feel you there,
he said, turning toward the castle. He let the silence stretch for a few moments before saying,
Real talk? You doing okay? Everything copacetic in the real world?
I let out a heavy sigh.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. A bit lonely, but fine. Happy to be here with you guys, minus Tom.
Bob didn't say anything, but he knew I was holding back. Something about the way he looked over at me. Maybe the slight tilt of his head, as if looking over the rim of his glasses.
Can we go somewhere private?
He gestured for me to lead on, and we walked in silence. I wasn't sure how far to go, but I figured the bridge would be the best spot. While not necessarily secluded or hidden, it was well out of earshot of the rest of our party. I sat down on the wall and looked over at the castle.
I felt myself up yesterday. Touched them, you know? Nothing intense, just held them for a moment longer than I thought.
Nothing wrong with that.
Bob folded his arms.
Eric, tell me what's really going on.
I sighed.
I'm strangely comfortable in this body. Like, part of me almost prefers it to, the real one. I'm not sure what that all means. It's confusing.
Ever considered the fact that you could be trans?
It was such an obvious question, yet not one I had even remotely considered. Was I subconsciously tiptoeing around the subject? Avoiding the all-too-logical explanation for why I'm feeling this way about this short-term body of mine? Was I afraid of what the answer might be if I asked myself this? I looked over at him, only briefly before turning my gaze downward.
It's crossed my mind.
Eric, you shouldn't be afraid to find out who you really are. Be who you are most comfortable being. What ultimately matters is what makes you happy.
You don't think I'm a pervert or anything? Choosing this body over a man's?
Bob glanced sidelong at me, then chuckled.
You're no more of a pervert for choosing that body than I am for picking this one. I mean, sure, I would have said something if you had gone with a big-titted porn star build sauntering around in platform high-heeled boots. But at the same time, who am I to deny that of someone? Sure, at its core, this is a fantasy role-playing game. But Aiden said it himself. This is also a vacation from reality. So if you wanted to give yourself big honkers and do nothing more than slay monsters in a chainmail bikini, then you go, girl.
I smirked.
I'm sure there are plenty of players logged in right now who are living out their wildest, kinkiest fantasies.
Bob placed a hand on my shoulder.
Amen. And you shouldn't deny yourself a chance to be happy, to enjoy life. Carpe fucking diem and all that. 'Cause to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure how much longer I can hold off giving you-know-what a test drive.
I shook the image from my head as Bob let out a hearty belly laugh. Must have been the look on my face.
And Eric, or shall I say, Kalinestra,
Bob said, his tone solemn.
if you ever need to ask me anything, and I mean anything, don't hesitate. I'm here for you, whatever you decide. No judgment from me, no matter what you need to know about.
Thanks, Lisa, I said. That really means a lot.
Now, if you'll excuse me, Bob straightened, I must away to my secret chamber to practice some forbidden incantations.
I watched him leave, whistling to himself as he started back toward the camp, before making a hard right and stepping into the tree line. It wasn't until he vanished that it clicked in my brain. Oh, what the ever-living fuck? I made my own way back to camp while attempting to not look into the forest. The sun had risen over the mountains, but with the chill still in the air and wanting to get lost in my own thoughts, I reignited the campfire and sat back down on the log we had dragged over the night before. I had slipped so deep into my own thoughts that I didn't even hear the stranger approach. Hello? The female voice called out. Hello? I blinked out of the trance and nearly fell off the log. Then, as graceful as a newborn giraffe, I got to my feet and turned toward the stranger. Who are you? I had to use every ounce of my willpower to both keep my jaw from hitting the ground and not stare. The stranger was another player, a female elf with the name Talisera. Based on a quick glance at her attire, it was a safe bet that she was some sort of magic user. Going off her color scheme, I would hazard a guess that she was trying to emulate a warlock or dark sorceress. Where I had bright neon blue hair, Talisera sported long, wavy purplish black with dark eyes. Her outfit was what I could only describe as an armored dress, a breastplate made of thin plate mail, matching pauldrons, and gauntlets that left the tips of her fingers exposed. Underneath it all, a long black dress that left nothing to the imagination, and dark leather boots with a modest heel. Talisera tilted her head as she squinted and gave a half-hearted wave. Hi, my name's Talisera. She introduced herself as if I couldn't see her name floating above her head. It was only her name. She had no guild affiliation. Then again, neither did Dion and his merry band. She also kept a safe distance, as if still determining whether or not we're friendly. Returning the gesture and wanting to appear respectful, I introduced myself, though I nearly slipped and almost introduced myself as Eric. Whoa! Ronnie shouted. I glanced back over my shoulder to see the lanky bard scrambling to get back onto his feet. Who the fuck are you, lady? Unfazed, Talisera said, Talisera, pleasure. Ronnie took up a defensive posture, which appeared to be some sort of martial art stance. You alone? Explain yourself. Talisera turned back toward me. I assume he's a friend of yours? Is this some kind of ambush? Ronnie glanced around frantically. Where's Bob? Did you kill him already? Bob? Talisera asked. Who the fuck is Bob?
I'm Bob.
All eyes turned toward the lumbering orc casually strolling out from the woods into the campsite. A shiver ran up my spine as I remembered why Bob wandered off into the forest alone. Holy fuck, you're a big one, Talisera said with a smile. Went a little crazy on the sliders, did you?
You can say that.
Bob raised an eyebrow, then turned to me.
Who's she?
I shrugged. She just walked up. Said hello, introduced herself. I'm right here. Talisera waved her arms. I can hear you.
What the fuck is going on?
Lutho mumbled as he crawled out of his tent. He spotted Talisera, but it took a few moments for his brain to register. He looked over at Kalinestra, Bob, and Ronnie in turn.
Who's the elf?
You've got friends in the trees?
Ronnie asked, still trying to channel his best Bruce Lee impersonation.
Where are they?
What? No, Talisera waved ambivalently. I'm a solo player, though I do love the guild name. Was the misspelling intentional?
So you're not here to bushwhack us? Ronnie relaxed his stance.
Bushwhack? Talisera thumbed behind her at the castle. Nah, I was hoping you guys were going to storm the castle. Figured I would inquire about joining in on the assault. Bob, Ronnie, and I shared glances before busting out into laughter. Lutho, who was still in the process of waking up, decided to crawl back into his tent. I wiped away tears. I am so sorry. That must have been really confusing. It's just that our only other encounter with other players was an attempted mugging on the road outside of the starting area before Oakenfort. Attempted mugging? Fucking hell, Talisera smirked. How'd that turn out for them?
We were several levels above them, so...
Bob took a seat on a log by the fire.
So, they fucked around and found out.
Talisera raised her hands. Well, I mean you no harm. Like I said before, just a solo player looking to get in on the dungeon raid.
I see you've got your privacy filter on,
Bob said. As do the rest of you, Talisera replied. What's your, class? I asked. Talisera folded her arms. I guess you could say I'm a sorceress, but I'm hoping to try to make it more like a warlock. See if that's something that can be unlocked. Wicked, Ronnie said. Name's Ronnie. Bard. Talisera looked him up and down. Ronnie? Like Dio? Precisely. He threw up the metal horns. May he rest in peace. Talisera returned the gesture and turned to Bob. Based on your size and the sheer amount of plate armor you're wearing, I'm going to assume you're the party's tank. Then she turned to me. Dark leather, twin blades, bitch and wolf cloak. Rogue, obviously. Is it safe to guess that the dwarf is some sort of healer? Ronnie thumbed back at Lutho's tent. Yeah, he's our cleric. Talisera looked at all three of us in turn. You all friends in real life? I nodded. Friends since high school. Consider yourselves lucky. None of my friends had any interest in getting the game. So, now that introductions are over, would it be possible to join up? If you haven't already started clearing out the castle, that is. Sure, I started.
Wait,
Bob interrupted.
Party meeting!
A translucent keyboard appeared before him, and he started typing. I'll wait. Talisera sighed and took a seat on a nearby stump. Bob gave me a look. I rolled my eyes and brought up my chat window as the three conscious members of the party had a private chat. Bob.
We sure we can trust her?
Kalinestra. Trust her? WTF are you going on about? If she joins the party, then she can't do anything. No friendly fire. Ronnie. She seems chill. Don't see why not. Besides, she's a caster. We could use another damage dealer since Tom logged out. Kalinestra. Yeah, she does look pretty strong. Bob.
I get it, you have a crush, but that's not enough of a reason.
Kalinestra. A crush? Seriously? Ronnie. Hey man, she's a total babe. Just look at her. Bob.
Looks can be deceiving.
Kalinestra. The fuck's that supposed to mean? Bob.
It means that don't fall in love with the character. She could be a dude too.
Kalinestra. Dude, you're reading way too much into this. You don't trust her, that's fine. But what's wrong with adding another party member? We could use the help. Ronnie. Why does it matter if you trust her or not? She didn't mask her intentions or anything. Just wants to join in on the raid, plain and simple. No harm in letting in a rando for this raid. Bob.
All right, fine.
I swiped away my keyboard, suddenly in a foul mood. I thought Bob went off into the woods to have a good wank, so why the fuck was he so bent out of shape? There's something else going on that he isn't telling me? Why'd he get so suspicious all of a sudden? I mean, sure, it would be a lie if I said I wasn't somewhat crushing on Talisera, but at the same time, Bob did have a point. I don't know who was piloting the dark sorceress elf that waltzed into our camp. She could be a guy like me. Hell, she could be an 80-year-old grandma. But all that mattered right now was that she's Talisera, a damage-dealing magic user. I approached the newcomer and extended a hand. She had taken to flipping through the player's handbook during our brief discourse. The book disappeared from her hands as she smiled, stood, and shook my hand. Thanks. I really appreciate it. The message prompt appeared in the corner of my vision. Player Talisera has accepted your party invite. Jesus fucking Christ. Now that Talisera was a member of our party, I could glimpse beyond her privacy curtain. Things like her equipment, stats, and level. Which, if I was reading that correctly, was level 9. 21. Infiltration 101. I see you've also got the ring, Talisera said as she navigated through the translucent menu that floated before her. Though I figured you would have been at least 7th or 8th level to have also found this place. Love the wolf cloak, though. I see you made it yourself. I tried to hide the frown as I combed through the character sheet of our newest party member. It was strange having someone inspect me, like I was a fresh recruit at boot camp or something, examined under a microscope by a superior officer trying to find something, anything, wrong so they could punish me. Though, despite her comments about being lower level than she expected, I couldn't sense any actual disappointment in her tone. If anything, there may have been a tinge of worry. Did we hike all this way only to find out that we're too low level for the castle? In past games, if a quest was too high level for you, there would be some sort of indicator for that. I couldn't shake the feeling that her eyes were just scanning every inch of my character, like I was some statue in an exhibit. It made me feel naked before her. While I should have felt embarrassed, part of me liked the idea of being naked for her, letting her examine every inch of... Damn, lady, how did you get to level 9? Ronnie asked. That's hella impressive. I shook my head and snapped out of the daydream, then closed out of Talisera's character sheet and returned to the campfire to sanitize my brain. Until she told me so herself, I'm just going to have to assume that the player pulling the strings of the dark elf sorceress was some dude named Tony. Bob took a seat by the fire.
My question is, how did you find this place?
He didn't seem the least bit interested in inspecting her, like Ronnie or myself. Talisera swiped away her menu and joined us by the fire, taking on an even more sinister look with the glow of the flames. Same as you, I presume? She glanced over at me. Marker on my map.
Well, that's not vague or anything.
Bob scowled and folded his arms. I sat up.
So you also killed the vampire?
Talisera raised an eyebrow and smirked. You mean the Lich? Look, I get that you don't trust me. That's fine. I'm a rando among a tight group of friends. But you don't need to fucking test me. I, too, looted the map in the secret chamber in the Lich's study, though I didn't get the map until the 3rd time. You killed that frosty bastard 3 times? Ronnie nodded with approval. No wonder you're level 9. 3 times, 3 different groups. She tapped the silver circlet on her head with a sharp painted fingernail. How I got this here headpiece? My reward from the Lich's frozen corpse. Nearly died on the first attempt, so once the party member got the book, we left, not even looking for a secret chamber. Second group found it. If any of them got the map, they didn't say. I showed the chamber to the 3rd group, and that's when I got the map, and had enough.
How'd you deal with the skeletons?
I asked. Talisera laughed. Oh, that was something. We made it halfway through the first attempt before getting mobbed. Got through the doors on the second try. Let's just say sequential groups were very thankful for my presence, especially since we didn't destroy the phylactery on the first go. Ronnie raised an eyebrow.
You managed to actually kill that fucker?
Talisera nodded. Me, a ranger, 2 melee, and a cleric. Radiant magic did wonders. I glanced over at Lutho's tent. But here's the best part, Talisera continued. If you don't destroy the phylactery, the lich resurrects.
No fucking way,
I chuckled. Ask me how I know, she groaned. So, yeah, lots of experience from that fucker. And here I thought we were the first ones here. Ronnie put his hands on his hips and shook his head. Talisera shrugged. I mean, I haven't seen anyone else show up besides you guys. I tried to solo the castle a couple times, but couldn't get very far. She gestured at Bob and all his plate armor. Need someone like you. I'm a glass cannon. Bob huffed. I gave him a look, then turned to Talisera.
How far did you get inside?
Not far. A couple of rooms in. I can take out some, but there's roaming patrols and groups of 3 or more. This is definitely not a solo dungeon. It's cultists, right? Ronnie asked. Talisera grinned and nodded. Good old-fashioned cultists. Raving lunatics in robes. Well, Ronnie clapped his hands together. Let's wake the cleric and get to stomping some cultists. I'll meet you guys inside. Bob, Ronnie, and I watched as Talisera casually strolled away from the campsite toward the bridge.
I don't trust her,
Bob said when she was well out of earshot.
Yeah, no shit.
I rolled my eyes, stood and stretched.
I heard you the first dozen times.
She's not going to sleep with you.
Bob jammed a finger at me.
For all you know, she could be some perverted dude living a fantasy.
I tilted my head and squinted. Where the fuck was this mistrustfulness coming from? Since when was Bob, or rather Lisa, this suspicious? Not even an hour ago she was telling me how she would be there for me no matter what. An ear for me to vent to. Someone I could open up to and be honest with. Now all of a sudden she's acting like some sort of cockblock, as if I would fall head over heels for any woman who even looked my way. Was she jealous or something?
What the fuck is going on with you?
I asked.
Why are you getting so fucking protective all of a sudden?
Bob opened and closed his mouth, looked away, then said,
I don't want you getting hurt, that's all.
Hurt?
I blinked.
You think I'm going to ask Talisera out on a date or something?
Bob threw his hands up.
I don't fucking know. I just know how lonely you are, and, well, I'm just afraid.
Afraid of what? That I'm going to ask out any and every woman that even looks my way? Is that what you think of me? That I'm some lonely, desperate guy?
I paused for a moment.
Is this because of what happened when I asked you out? Lisa, that was like 15 fucking years ago. I got over it. I got over you.
What the fuck is going on out here?
Lutho said, head poking out of the tent. He looked around.
The hell are you two shouting about out here? You sound like an old married couple, Jesus fucking Christ.
He yawned.
Was I imagining things, or was there someone else here earlier?
No, you weren't imagining things,
Bob said. Then he turned to me, sighed, and said,
I'm sorry. You're just one of my best friends, and I don't want anything bad to happen to you, that's all.
I felt my body relax.
Lisa, you and the rest of you, Tom included, are the most important people in my life. I do appreciate you looking out for me, really, but...
You're not some helpless, desperate guy, Bob said. I'm sorry for saying that.
Yeah, you're acting like his mom, Ronnie said.
Now that you're finished,
Lutho said.
Who's the rando?
Her name's Talisera, Ronnie said.
She's a sorceress and joining up with us to clear out the castle.
Oh,
Lutho said.
cool. Let me put my pants on.
Ronnie looked at Bob and I. I'll let you two have some privacy. Then he walked toward the castle. Lutho came out of his tent, fully geared up and ready. He gave us a look, then said nothing as he wandered off toward the castle. When they were both out of earshot, I broke the silence.
Lisa, what the fuck?
Bob groaned and looked away. I'm jealous, that's all.
Jealous? Come on, you even said it yourself. She could be some dude playing a chick, like me.
I know, it's just... Bob sighed. We're finally all back together, and then Tom decides to peace out, and now that hot piece of ass saunters up in here and...
Stop! I raised my hand. She's not going to break up the party. She is not some siren here luring Mitch, Dwayne, or I into the rocks. She's just another player looking for help clearing out some content, okay?
The massive orc averted his gaze. Yeah, okay, fine. Then he walked off toward the castle. I watched him for a few moments before heading that way myself. So what, we just walk through? Ronnie scratched his head as he glanced up at the massive wrought iron gate. He and Lutho stood a few feet from the castle's entrance, looking both confused and unsure of themselves.
Yeah,
I said, moving toward it.
It's just an illusion.
Whatever Ronnie had said was lost as I crossed through the barrier. When the bright light faded, I was back in the castle courtyard. Talisera sat on one of the still intact crates, legs crossed and flipping through what looked like some sort of spell book. In fact, it almost looked like the one I turned in for Weiston. Here I was thinking you guys chickened out. She dismissed the tome and climbed down off the crate. I rubbed the back of my head.
We, needed to wake the cleric. He's a heavy sleeper.
Well, that's neat, Bob said as he came through the portal. Lutho rubbed his eyes as he walked through. Then, a few moments later, Ronnie staggered in, his hands outstretched in front of him and his eyes closed. I shook my head. You can open your eyes now, Bob said. Ronnie opened one, then the other. He glanced around and shrugged. Well, that was cool. Lutho approached Talisera and I and stretched out his hand.
Talisera, is it? My name's Lutho.
Talisera shook his hand. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
So, are you also a guy playing a female character? Or are you actually a woman?
Talisera's eyes widened as I whipped around and fixed him with a glare sharp enough to cut steel. My cheeks burning. Dude, what the fuck? Ronnie threw his hands up in the air. You can't just ask someone that. Whoa, what? Talisera took a step back, head cocked. I could see the gears turn and the light bulb click on as she slowly looked over at me. So, you're a dude? I gave a little wave, then turned to Lutho and mouthed, I'm going to fucking kill you. Talisera put her hand on my shoulder. Right on, dude. That's pretty hardcore. I have like a million questions. Maybe once we've completed the castle, Bob said, moving on toward the main castle doors. I gave Talisera a weak smile, then followed after Bob. I can't fucking believe he would go and ask her that. I mean, sure, I really wanted to know, but still, you don't just walk up to a complete stranger in a video game and ask them if they're a guy or girl in real life, right? Dude, not cool. Ronnie smacked Lutho upside the head.
What?
Lutho shrugged.
Since when did you all get so uptight? Sheesh.
To answer your question, Talisera said as she walked by Lutho, I am a woman. So, give us a rundown, Bob said as Talisera approached the door. What can we expect? Well, like I said before, I didn't get very far into it, so I can only describe the first couple of rooms. She placed her hand on the massive wood door. This door opens to a narrow hallway. Only other door is at the far end. 2 guards flank it, archer and a sword and board. And after that?
Bob asked. Tali Sarah winked. 1 room at a time, big guy. Bob scowled, then readied himself.
Say when.
Tali Sarah peered over at Ronnie, who had his axe guitar ready to go. Is that an actual axe guitar? Ronnie winked and threw up the metal horns. Figuring I could use the practice, I went with the bow and nocked an arrow. Ready. Lutho lobbed a spell at Bob.
Shields up.
Bob kicked the door open and charged. The 2 guards at the other end were quite surprised to see the orc charging toward them. I let loose the arrow, but it missed its mark by a wide margin. I swore under my breath as I readied another. A vibrant reddish-purple bolt of magic struck the guard square in the chest. He dropped to the floor, dead. Tali Sarah cheered from somewhere behind me as she scored a critical hit. I grumbled and switched back to my blades. I'm just going to have to really dedicate some time to leveling up this skill. No point in wasting arrows. It didn't even matter since the second guard was already dead. Being smashed against a stone wall by a heavily armored orc charging at full speed would do that to you. That wasn't too hard, Ronnie said, slinging his guitar onto his back. Lutho shrugged as he tossed a heel Bob's way. If the rest of the castle were that easy, I wouldn't need any of your guys' help. Tali Sarah chuckled. Room beyond this door is a courtyard. A couple of guards patrol the parapets, so our best bet is to move quickly and quietly into the door to our left. There's 2 other doors, but I don't suggest taking them.
How come?
Bob asked. Well, one leads to the barracks, which if you feel like taking on a mob of cultists, be my guest. Tali Sarah smirked. The other is the armory and a death trap. There's another door that leads to it that if we can find our way to, we could get the jump on the guards that are in there. I looked over at our elven sorceress. Just how many times have you tried to solo this castle? Tali Sarah tapped on her chin. I think maybe 10 attempts before I stopped. A real glutton for punishment, aren't you? I jested. Nah. Tali Sarah winked. I prefer to dole out the punishment. I quickly turned away to prevent her from seeing my reddening cheeks. God damn. We should definitely try for the armory, Ronnie said. Might be some nice loot in there.
Wouldn't mind upgrading my armor.
Bob glanced down at the dull plate.
Something a bit more flashy?
We could all use some upgrades,
Lutho said. Bob once more readied himself.
Now, first door on the left?
Correct, Tali Sarah nodded. Remember, fast and quiet. Bob shrugged.
Not sure how quiet I can be in this armor, but I'll do my best.
Let us go first, I said. You can bring up the rear. Bob smiled and gestured toward the door.
Ladies first.
I glared at the grinning orc, then sighed and moved toward the door. Slowly, carefully, I opened it just enough to peek through the slit. Can you see anything? Ronnie asked. Barely, I replied. How close to the nearest door? Like 20 feet or something? Tali Sarah said. I never really took the time to measure it.
Just go already,
Lutho said. I was about to utter some choice words at our dwarven cleric, but Tali Sarah had already pulled the door open enough for her to slip through. Ronnie and Lutho passed through after her, and then, shaking my head, I stepped into the courtyard. I moved quickly along the inner wall toward the next door. Tali Sarah waved me over, and I slipped through into the room beyond. Lutho and Ronnie poked their heads out into the hallway to make sure no one would get the jump on us. Then I poked my head back into the courtyard just in time to see Bob come barreling out, running quickly along the hallway with all the stealth and subtlety of a one-man band. Relieved that, for once, he kept his mouth shut and didn't belt out some sort of war cry. Tali Sarah and I had to dive out of the way to avoid getting run over as Bob careened through. Tali Sarah quickly surveyed the courtyard before closing the door. Clear. Bob wiped the sweat from his brow as Ronnie patted him on the shoulder.
Guess you rolled pretty high on your stealth check.
A nat 20 by the looks of it,
Lutho said. I kept my ear pressed to the door, but heard no sigh of alarm from the courtyard. Looks like we're
intruders!
22. Smooth as silk. All eyes turned to Ronnie. Oops.
Nice one, Bard,
Lutho grumbled. If I recall correctly, I said as I drew my blades, you both were supposed to be lookouts.
I have no recollection of that,
Lutho said.
Not now, dipshits,
Bob said as he intercepted the guards. Dressed in matching garb, a mix of full gray plate and chainmail, the guards closed in on our orc tank. In addition to the armor, both were equipped with swords and shields and wore a tabard that bore a symbol that looked awfully familiar. These weren't your standard castle guards, that's for sure. They had that crazed, unhinged look in their eye that was common among cult acolytes.
These fuckers hit hard,
Lutho said as he lobbed a mix of healing and protection spells toward Bob.
You don't say!
Bob shouted back, grunting with each impact. I sprinted into position as Bob pulled the two guards back toward the door, making sure to not get accidentally clipped by one of the guards' attacks. Once I was square with their back, I unleashed a flurry of stabs and slashes into the guard. With Talisera launching her own barrage of dark, twisted magic, and Ronnie providing a wonderful backdrop of fast, heavy riffs, we were able to make quick work of the two guards. I have to say, it was really nice having a second damage dealer in the group with Tom gone. And Talisera was no slouch. She easily did nearly twice the damage I was doing. I could only imagine what kind of output I would have at her level. The corpses of the two guards hadn't vanished before the next patrol arrived. A trio this time, with one of them a spellcaster. Dressed in hooded robes that obscured half their face, the cultist remained out of melee range while he lobbed his own array of spells at our bard. Bob managed to grab the attention of one of the other two, while the third, wielding a massive axe, decided to chase down Lutho.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit!
Lutho yelled as he ran around the room, stopping only momentarily to cast protection spells on himself while keeping Bob and Ronnie alive. Stop running away, I shouted as I ran after the hulking axe wielder. Chain pulls like this could easily spell disaster for a group. Not getting any downtime to recover health and mana could, and most oftentimes would, lead to a group wipe. Something we narrowly avoided early on in the Goblin Cave. I wouldn't be surprised if we die multiple times trying to clear this castle. A quick glance gave me the status of the party. Lutho's mana dwindled as he recklessly cast spells to keep himself and other members of the group alive. Bob was down to half health, despite only facing down one foe. Ronnie had lost 2/3 of his health before Talisera had managed to grab the attention of the cultist mage. I was the only one to have not taken any damage. That was, until the axe-wielding cultist had decided he had had enough of me jabbing at his back. Oh shit. The man was nearly a foot taller than me, and looked to weigh twice of me. The axe alone was as big as a car tire. His reddish-brown hair was a disheveled mess, with a part of it shaved off. It was a true test of my dodge and parry skills as I moved backward in an attempt to lure my opponent to someone bigger than him. Thankfully, with the axe that big, his attacks were few, but still fast. I managed to avoid 2 of the swings. The third connected, and man, did it hit hard. The sharp, stabbing pain rippled through my digital body as the axe swung downward and at an angle. It sliced through my shoulder and chest and took 1/4 of my health. I grunted and swore under my breath, but thankfully, my plan worked. Bob maneuvered in front of me and intercepted the cultist's next attack. It bounced harmlessly off the orc's shield, and with the other 2 cultists dead, it was 5 against 1. He fell down dead in short order. The silence stretched on for a few moments before we all collectively let out a massive sigh of relief. Well, all except Tali Sarah, who had decided to laugh instead. Damn, that was fun! She wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. Now you can see why I couldn't do this solo. I'll say. I rolled out my shoulder that took the axe swing. The once sharp pain had dulled, but still lingered. Lutho walked over to the nearest wall and slid down into a seated position as he waited for his mana to regenerate, the rate of which hastened by a soothing power ballad from Ronnie. Bob slung his shield back over his back before leaning against a pillar, while Talisera took a seat on a nearby bench. While the rest of the group recuperated by the door, I crept further in just to make sure no more surprises were in store. With the coast clear, I returned to the party. Good news, Talisera said, is that the trio patrol is the hardest one in this sector. At least that I've managed to encounter. I could barely get 2 spells off before they would drop me. Even better news. We leveled up, Ronnie said.
Going to miss that experience bonus,
Bob said as he opened up his menu.
This may sound like a stupid question, I started, but what actually happens when you die in the game?
Talisera looked at the group in wide-eyed surprise. You mean you guys haven't died yet? We've come close, Ronnie said, but managed to escape by the skin of our teeth. I'm honestly impressed, Talisera nodded. You're the first bunch I've encountered that have claimed that.
I think it's pure dumb luck,
Bob said.
I lost count of the number of times our characters nearly died back during our high school campaigns forever ago.
Forever ago? Talisera raised an eyebrow. Just how old are you guys? You're not a bunch of middle-aged dads who've been playing since the 80s, are you? Bob, Ronnie, Lutho, and I shared glances.
I'll have you know,
Bob began,
that I am also a woman.
Explains the exaggerated proportions, Talisera smirked.
Oh, you have no idea, lady.
Bob returned the grin.
We're all around 30,
I chimed in.
We all met in the same class in high school, freshman year.
Except for me, Ronnie added. Few years younger. Met these knuckleheads through my older brother. He not join you guys in the game?
He was, but he chose to log out after the big announcement,
I said. Oh. Talisera frowned. Ronnie waved. Don't worry. There was no way he was going to stay logged in for more than a day tops. Would miss his wife too much.
What about you?
Lutho gestured with his chin toward Talisera.
You're not some high schooler, are you?
Or some 80-year-old reliving the days of her youth,
Bob joked. Hell, if I were 90-something, I'd totally get one of these to feel young again, Ronnie added. I'm doing it already with my leg. He extended his right leg. Firstly, you never ask a woman her age, Talisera said, feigning insult. Secondly, I'm also in my early 30s. So good to know I'm not the one playing with a bunch of high schoolers. But high schoolers aren't even allowed to play the game, Ronnie said. I felt something in my chest. A twinge of hope? Some sort of relief? The fact that Talisera was both actually a woman and around my age didn't just fan the ember of my crush, it poured gasoline on it. I glanced over to see Bob staring me down, as if he knew what was going on in my head. He had a point, though. I had only just met Talisera. If I started fantasizing about a theoretical relationship, then it would only prove him right. I was lonely, sure, but I wasn't that desperate, was I? She was the first female player, friendly, that was, that we've encountered. Sure, her avatar was incredibly sexy, with the long, flowing raven black hair, the curves, and a devious smirk that... Come on, Eric, get a grip on yourself. You've got enough to deal with, what with the rapidly developing gender dysphoria and all that. No need to complicate things with an imaginary relationship. I gave Bob a the fuck you looking at look before turning away.
Oh, "Where to now, Castle Tour Guide?" Lutho said. "Man is fully regenerated, everyone's topped off and ready to go."
Talisera nodded and pointed off to her right. That way.
Are we absolutely sure we want to do this?
I asked as I turned back toward the group. We all gathered in a corner of the room to strategize our next attack. Unlike the Goblin Cave, we progressed slowly through the first floor of the castle. After that first chain pull, we felt it was best to avoid any more surprise patrols and ambushes. As Ronnie had put it, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. What it ultimately boiled down to was that I had spent a lot of time sneaking around, scouted ahead, poked my head around corners, checked all doors and hallways. I couldn't really complain. It did wonders for my skill in stealth, bumped it up a few levels as I avoided detection. While we had yet to find the way up to the next level, the amount of exploration and cultists we killed had rewarded us with a fair bit of experience. Really wish we still had that experience bonus. But even so, the amount of cultists we've encountered on the first floor alone was more than the Goblin Cave. I wouldn't be surprised if we were all level 10 by the time we cleared this place out. The cultists had almost no loot on them. All we ever got was a handful of coins or some of their plain armor. No upgrades of any sort, nothing worth keeping. Though Ronnie did loot a half-eaten sandwich off of one of the cultist mages. That was good for a laugh. But thankfully, that was about to change, as we had finally found the other entrance to the armory. 2 guards stood on either side of the door. They were nearly identical, both dressed in matching plate armor adorned with the same sigil that we had seen throughout the first floor. At one point, I asked Talisera if she recognized it, but she shook her head. It was strange, because I could have sworn I saw the same symbol on the tome that I recovered from the Lich's Manor, which I also recall her browsing. She had done the encounter multiple times. Did she just keep the book for herself and not turn it in to Wyston? It would make sense, since she had been upfront with telling us that she wanted to unlock some sort of warlock class. Was she dipping her toe in dark magic and not telling us? Was Bob right after all about not trusting her? "We don't even know what's in there," Ronnie said, "or how well guarded the interior is."
I know what's in there.
Bob rubbed his hands together, salivating.
Shiny loot. Upgrades.
"Or death," I said. "I'm with the orc on this one." Talisera jerked her thumb toward Bob. "I could use some new gear. This circlet is the only upgrade I've gotten." I shrugged. "I'm just saying that if we all die in there, we may have to start over. We haven't encountered any sort of mini-boss or checkpoint."
Perhaps the boss is in the armory, Bob said. 2 birds, 1 stone.
All eyes turned to Lutho, the tiebreaker. The dwarf stroked his beard pensively, then after a few moments, pointed toward Bob and Talisera.
"We storm the armory."
"Guards first," Talisera said. "Don't be hasty." Bob grumbled something incoherent, but nodded.
"All right. Ladies, you're up."
I rolled my eyes as Bob gave me a knowing wink. Ronnie gave me a thumbs up. "Time to channel your inner Legolas." Talisera positioned herself next to me and glanced around the corner. "You take the left, I'll take the right." I grimaced as I switched to my bow and nocked an arrow. After a couple of deep, centering breaths, I nodded. "Please, please, please don't fuck this up." Talisera began. 3, 2, 1. We slid out from behind the wall. I stayed low while Talisera stood tall. I had to stop myself from jumping with joy as my arrow flew straight and true. It lodged itself in the guard's exposed neck, and the guard dropped dead as I was rewarded with a combination critical hit and sneak attack damage. I could only imagine how much blood would have erupted out of the wound if I disabled the gore filter, like something out of a Tarantino film. Talisara's purple-black bolt landed square in the chest of the other guard, and he dropped to the floor dead. Neither had a chance to yell, scream, or alert their comrades. I glanced over at Talisara, who shrugged. Thank fuck for sneak attack, I chuckled. Amen to that. Talisara raised her hand to give me a high five. I slapped her hand, perhaps a bit too eagerly. Holy shit, Ronnie said.
Yeah, fucking hell,
Lutho added.
Nice work.
Bob nodded as he stepped around us and approached the double doors. Ronnie and Lutho walked after him, followed by Talisara and I. It's locked, Ronnie whispered back to us after he jiggled the doorknob. Shocker, I said.
Any way to tell what's on the other side?
Lutho said. What about your detect magic? Ronnie said. Didn't you use that back at the Lich's study? I shrugged. Yeah, but that only let me find the way in, not see what's on the other side.
I can't see anything,
Lutho said, stepping away from the keyhole. Let me try something. Talisara placed her hand on the door and closed her eyes. A moment later, purple-black magic radiated off her body. Lutho and Ronnie stepped back from the surprisingly intimidating scene. But as quickly as it came, Talisara's aura vanished. She opened her eyes and smiled. It's vacant.
What was that?
Lutho gestured with his finger. Clairvoyance. Talisara wiped her hands. Though now I have to wait a day to use it again. Neat, Ronnie said, fist-bumping Talisara.
In that case,
Bob raised his foot. No, wait, I called out, but it was too late. The orc's massive foot collided with the doors, but instead of the doors exploding open, Bob was thrown back. Propelled by a magical force, he tumbled and rolled until crashing into the far wall, losing nearly half his health in the process. The doors remained completely unscathed.
What the fuck was that?
Bob slowly climbed back to his feet, definitely shaken by whatever it was that was protecting the armory. I was trying to warn you. I thumbed at the door. It's got a magical lock. I can't pick it.
Well, shit, why didn't you say so?
Bob said, brushing off the dirt and debris while Lutho emptied his mana, bringing the orc back to full health. I tried to, but no, you had to go and try to brute force your way in. That's Tom's shtick, not yours.
Well, how did she get into it?
He gestured to Talisara. I never said I've been inside it, she protested. Bob pointed at her, then at the doors.
Then how did you know it's the armory?
There's a sign above the doors facing the courtyard, she said.
Why didn't you?
Bob started, but let whatever else he was going to say crumble into nothing more than a series of groans. Well then, Ronnie said, inspecting the seemingly ordinary-looking padlock. Guess we find the bastard who has the key? Best guess would be whatever mini-boss is on this floor, I said. Agreed, Ronnie nodded.
Well, let's find the fucker, Bob said. Daddy wants some new boots.
I winced. Please, please, don't ever call yourself that again. Bob smirked.
Whatever you say, princess.
My frown deepened, but Talisara chuckled. Was he doing this deliberately to embarrass me in front of Talisara? He knew what was going on inside my head, yet he continued to use these female monikers for me. It's weird. I should have been mad that he called me a princess, as if it was some insult to my masculinity, but instead it just felt sort of strange. I don't know. It was all so confusing. Well, I think we should go that way. Ronnie pointed down the hallway. It was the only area left on the first floor that we hadn't explored yet, and from the looks of it, it looked promising. The hallway beyond was empty, but at the far end was a short set of stairs which led to a pair of wooden doors. Emblazoned on each, as if carved with a hot poker, was the same sigil flaunted by all the cultists we've killed thus far.
Boss room?
Lutho asked.
Boss room,
Bob said.
Mini boss, I clarified. There's still several more floors to go.
Fucking hell, Ronnie sighed. We're going to be here all day.
It's already noon,
Lutho said. Says the one who slept in this morning, Ronnie grumbled.
no time for chit-chat then.
Bob turned to me and gestured on ahead.
Well, go check for traps.
I glanced around to see everyone looking at me expectantly. Then I sighed and headed toward the boss's doors. It only took me a few steps before I detected the first trap. 23. Boiling over. By the time I stepped foot at the base of the stairs that led up to the double doors, I had disabled nearly half a dozen traps. There were tripwires, pitfalls, even a false stone that would have unleashed a barrage of arrows. Talisera caught a stasis trap that would have alerted the entire castle to our location. Needless to say, the developers really wanted to make our lives difficult, and that was just for the first boss in this castle dungeon. Sense anything? Ronnie whispered. Lutho, Talisera, and I huddled around the doors to see if there were any other surprises waiting for us. The coast was clear, and I gave Ronnie and Bob the thumbs up. With the first floor entirely cleared out, except maybe the armory, we had no other path forward but what lay beyond these doors. Since Talisera had used up her daily clairvoyance spell, which I was so fucking jealous of, all I could really do was put my ear to the door or try to peer through the keyhole. Ronnie snickered. What do your elf eyes? Zip it, I hissed. But the rest of the group, Talisera included, giggled. Unlike before, I could actually see through the keyhole into the room beyond. Looks like some sort of office or study. Can't see anyone, but I doubt it's vacant. Like from that mansion? Ronnie asked. Yeah, I stood. But a lot smaller. Like someone's home office.
Well,
Lutho said.
There's only one way to find out.
Everyone else backed away and pressed themselves against the walls on either side of the doors. Once in position, I slowly twisted the doorknob, pushed the door open, then bolted over toward Ronnie and Talisera. Nothing happened. Bob gestured with his head. I knew what he wanted me to do, but I feigned ignorance. Then he pointed at his eyes and into the room. I rolled my eyes, stepped away from the wall, and peered around the doors. My investigation lasted only a half second before I pulled myself back and out of sight. He's in there, I mouthed and pointed inside.
What?
Bob whispered. There's a dude in there, I whispered loudly. Bob stepped out from behind the wall, peered into the room, then stepped back.
On 3, we go, okay?
Talisera and I nodded. Ronnie gave a thumbs up, but Lutho said nothing.
3,
Bob began.
2, 1.
All 5 of us moved out from our hiding places and stepped into the room. Nothing happened. On the far end of the room, an old man wearing a more ornate version of the cultist robes casually perused his office. He stood before a small bookshelf and scanned the books before taking one out. After flipping through the pages, he made a disapproving noise and returned the book. Then he turned toward the group and approached his desk, but made no sign of detecting the group. Bob, Ronnie, and I all shared glances, with Ronnie shrugging. Maybe we're outside his aggro range, I said.
Like the Lich?
Bob said. Talisera nodded. I think so. Then I glanced downward. While we had stepped through the door, we were still technically standing in the doorway. Bob took a half step forward. The doors behind us slammed shut, and the man seated at the desk turned toward us.
I see we have guests, he said as he shot to his feet. Or should I say sacrifices?
Then his hands started to glow. I don't like the looks of this, Ronnie said. Kill him, quick, Talisera shouted. Don't let him cast anything. Bob let out a deafening roar before charging forward as Lutho hurled a protective shield. Talisera moved laterally as purple-black magic encased her hands. Ronnie slung his axe guitar around and filled the room with the fast, epic riffs of a song I didn't recognize. I withdrew my blades and closed in on the senior cultist. His portrait and resource bars appeared in my HUD. According to the game, his name was Bowdrick the Mindshorn. But more importantly, he was level 15. We had all achieved level 7, with Talisera still at 9th level. Despite the level differences, I felt a fuck-ton more confident going into this encounter than with the Lich. How we managed to not only survive that encounter but defeat him on our first try will forever elude me. Bowdrick was no different from the Lich in that as soon as the battle began, he positioned himself in the center of the space and started lobbing firebolts at Bob. Even when our tank moved into melee range, Bowdrick continued hurling balls of fire. Perhaps not the best choice in an enclosed library, but I didn't make this game. When we got him down about a quarter of his health, he raised his hands into the air and, in a strikingly similar fashion to the Lich, unleashed an explosive blast that took us all down by a third of our health. Sweet baby Jesus, that fucking burns! Ronnie shouted as he patted his body to make sure he wasn't on fire.
Let's not let that happen again, okay?
Bob snarled as he tried to close in on Bowdrick. When he got down to half health, I managed to interrupt the cast by channeling my inner tavern brawler and smashed a chair across his back. While it worked to prevent another explosion, Bowdrick did have another trick up his sleeve.
You only delay the inevitable,
he scoffed. Then he turned his attention from our tank to Talisera and hurled magic her way. Oh, fuck! She was mid-cast, but managed to react quickly enough to throw up a barrier. While it didn't completely negate the damage, it absorbed enough to keep her standing, barely. Lutho threw a heal her way just to get her out of danger, but that was all he could spare. When he got down to the last quarter of his health, I had to improvise. I had used up the only chair in the room. So I leapt from the nearby desk and kicked him in the head. If I had done that in my real-world body, I would have broken something on the way down. Instead, I landed nimbly and got back to slicing and dicing without skipping a beat, though I couldn't hide the smile from the hoots and hollers I got from the rest of the party. At 10%, everything changed.
From shadow I rise, in fire you fall!
Bowdrick threw his hands up into the air once more. Only this time he started to encase himself in flame.
I will not let you continue!
Kill him! Drop him! Everything you've got! Talisera shouted over the din of combat.
No shit, lady!
Bob yelled back. Ronnie strummed his guitar even faster. Lutho spent the last of his mana to lob what few damaging spells he had at the cultist mage. I drained what little stamina I had left in my meter to stab, hack, slash, cut, maim, hew, and rend the last remnants of Bowdrick's health. I didn't even bother looking at his life bar. It had become a race. Either we drop him first, or we have our first wipe of the day. Sweat poured down my head and neck, both from the exertion and the growing heat in the room. The wolf cloak didn't help. It was like being out in the sun in the dead of summer wearing a heavy black sweater. Then, Bowdrick's wreath of fire vanished as he dropped down to his knees.
You think you've won?
He glanced around.
I am merely the first.
Whatever else he had to say became incoherent garbling as he fell forward. He expelled his final breath, and his body vanished, leaving behind a floating treasure chest. It took us a few moments to stop huffing and puffing before we could summon the energy to converge on the loot indicator to see what rewards the game had offered to us. Lutho threw his hands up into the air as he shouted, "Upgrade!" Before I could even ask what he got, his plain, dull gray robes transformed into that of Bowdrick's. "Well, now you look like one of them," Ronnie said. Lutho shrugged as he examined the robes from different angles.
"I'm sure there's a way I can change it, like with dyes and shit."
"Well, let us know if you start hearing any whispering,"
I said. I hadn't bothered checking to see if I got anything. Once the fight was over, I sheathed my blades and sat down. My arms felt like wet noodles.
Anyone else get anything?
Bob asked.
I got zilch. Just some coin.
I got his spell dagger, Talisera said, the twisted, curvy blade appearing on her hip. Wicked, Ronnie nodded with approval. With my stamina bar partially regenerated, I got back onto my feet. I doubted a spellcaster would have anything useful for a rogue, but no harm in checking. But when I opened up the loot menu, I couldn't help but grin.
"Well, I got the key to the armory."
Bob threw his hands up into the air and started off toward the armory. "Slow down, you big buffoon," Ronnie called out before following after him. Lutho gestured to the back door of Bowdrick's study.
"I can only assume that door leads on to the next level."
"Unless it's hidden behind some secret door," Talisera mused.
"Please, no,"
I said. While Bob and Ronnie waited by the doors to the armory, Lutho, Talisera, and I did a quick once-over of the room to see if there was anything of value. Besides a bunch of lore books, the only thing useful we came across was a couple of one-time spell scrolls. I let Lutho and Talisera divvy them out among themselves before heading toward the armory. Bob could barely contain his giddiness as I summoned the key from my inventory. There was an audible click and thud as the padlock sprung open and fell to the ground. The hair on the back of my neck stood as the previously invisible magical barrier shimmered before disappearing altogether. I barely got the door open before Bob barged in.
"Wait, there could be—" never mind," I groaned.
"What a load of horse shit!"
Bob shouted as he kicked a crate into the armory wall.
"Absolutely nothing!"
Ronnie shrugged. "Probably just bad luck. You know how these things are. If the bosses dropped all the loot on the first clear, then no one would go back." "Bard has a point," Talisera gestured to Ronnie. "Reminds me of when I was in a hardcore raiding guild for World of Warcraft. Go weeks or sometimes months, and the one upgrade wouldn't ever drop." I chuckled.
Man, I remember those days. Took me 5 years to get one specific weapon. By that time, several expansions had come out, and it was solely for the transmogrification. I was just solo clearing it and some of the other raids. Something to pass the time, collect all the cool old gear and whatnot.
Ronnie tapped his chest in solidarity. We've all been there. Despite being called the Armory, we didn't get anything from it at all. The only loot it offered us was basic level stuff. Only worth it if you wanted to dress like one of these cultists. Which, thinking about it, could be useful, but I only had so much space available in my inventory.
"Still bullshit,"
Bob grumbled as he stormed out of the armory. With the first floor essentially cleared, we returned to Bowdrick's study.
"Let's see what's behind door number 3,
I said as I opened it. It not only led outside onto a balcony, but upon stepping through the doorway, I got a notification that I had entered a safe zone. I glanced over and skimmed the prompt that appeared in the corner of my vision. You have found a safe zone. You'll be resurrected in this location. Any progress up to this point has been saved. No enemies will respawn until the instance resets. Well, that's fucking dope, Ronnie said as he joined me on the balcony.
I could use a breather,
Lutho said.
Healing your asses isn't easy.
Nor is taking all the damage.
Bob's weapon and shield vanished as he practically fell down onto a bench. Yeah, but you like it, so stop complaining, Ronnie teased. Bob threw his hands up.
Guilty.
I leaned on the railing and marveled at the view. The sun had begun its slow ascent, blanketing half the valley in the shadow of the mountains. Warmer hues of orange, yellow, and gold started to blend into the still predominantly blue sky as we shifted into the back half of the day. I closed my eyes and breathed in deep the clean air, felt the warmth of the sun on my face. We were on the back side of the castle, and while not all that high above the ground, we still had a little bit of a vantage point. It was just high enough to peer over the perimeter wall and see the far edge of the tree line. Our campsite wasn't visible from this angle, nor could I see any pillars of smoke from any campfires. I wonder if we'll be done by night. What the fuck kind of question is that? Talisera said. I tore my gaze from the vista and glanced back, apparently oblivious to the rather heated conversation going on with the rest of the party. Bob shrugged.
It's a perfectly straightforward one.
Maybe for a job interview, Talisera folded her arms. I don't see why you need to know personal information about me. What's going on here? I asked. Bob gestured to Talisera.
Just trying to learn more about our guest party member.
I glanced over at Ronnie and Lutho. They had both taken a seat on one of the benches on the balcony safe zone. Ronnie shrugged.
Only fair.
Lutho leaned back.
She showed up out of nowhere. Kind of suspicious if you ask me.
Suspicious? Talisera turned toward Lutho. Like what? You think I'm fucking stalking you guys or something? Look, our only other encounter with other players has been hostile, Ronnie said. So we're just a little...
How did you find us?
Bob asked. Talisera squinted. Are you serious? You had a fucking campfire. Anyone in the valley could have found you. She's got a point, I said. We weren't exactly...
Not asking you,
Bob snapped. It's kind of a dick move to demand answers from me when you've told me absolutely nothing about yourselves, besides the fact that you're a chick and this neon blue bombshell over here is actually a dude. I blinked, but Talisera continued. I don't get what the fuck you want from me. I'm by myself out here and wanted to find a chill group to do some content with. Like, what the fuck is so suspicious about that? I already told you that I got the map marker to this location, same as you, by finding the hidden chamber in the Lich's study. And I assume I got here, same as you, by following the path up the mountain. Path? Wait, what path? Ronnie sat up. Talisera looked at us in turn. Yeah, well, I wouldn't call it a path so much as like a trail. Don't tell me you guys just hoofed it up the mountain blindly.
That would explain the bear,
Lutho snorted. Encountered some wildlife on your way up? Talisera asked.
None of your business,
Bob replied. You know what? Fine. Talisera threw her arms in the air, then jabbed a finger at Bob. You don't want me? Fine. Fuck you. I'm out. I'm fucking sick of this. This isn't some dystopian nightmare game where if we die, we actually fucking die. It's a game, dude. Get over your fucking self. I just want to have fun, kill some cultists, level up, and get some bitchin' gear. If you can't, then I'll just find some other group to clear out this castle with. Whoa, wait. Hold on a second, I said to Talisera. Then I turned to Bob. Dude, what's your problem? You're kind of being a dick here. We don't need to interrogate her. She's already proved herself more than capable. Bob jabbed a finger at me, then pointed over at Talisera.
Taking her side is not going to get you into her pants.
I slapped Bob. My hand moved on its own. I didn't even realize what had happened until my hand started throbbing. It felt like I had smacked a stone wall. But at this point, I didn't give a fuck. My friend stepped over the line. You know what?
Fine, sure. You want to know the truth? I stammered. Yeah, I'm fucking lonely. I'm depressed, and I sure won't deny that Tally Sarah here has a stunner of an avatar either. But you know what I'm not? A horny, perverted creep. I'm not trying to be her white knight either. Like her, all I want to do is have fun and play this insane, gorgeous, fucking mind-blowing game with my best friends. And you know what? It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to make some new friends along the way. Is that too much to fucking ask for? Because you're really the only friends I have. The ones I made in college, well, they've forgotten I even exist. Now, you are going to fucking apologize to her because, like it or not, we're not going to be able to clear this castle without her. I'm already dealing with enough of my own shit right now. The last thing I want is to also question whether or not I should stay logged in here with you if you're going to be a total fucking prick to everyone we come across. Bob didn't say anything as he turned his gaze away from me. The silence was deafening. Fucking answer me. Or should I call you by your real name? Finally, the orc turned back toward me, and we locked eyes. After a few moments, his face softened.
I'm sorry.
Not to me. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to her. I pointed over at Tally Sarah. The dark sorceress shifted her weight from one foot to the other, her arms folded, her gaze averted. Bob straightened and approached her, his hand outstretched.
I'm sorry. You're right. I had forgotten that this was just a game. And I, got overly protective of my friends here. The blue-haired princess mostly.
I grumbled, but Bob had more to say.
This has been something I've been harboring for a while, and it's not easy to admit it. The guys you see here are some of my only friends, and I've unfortunately come to be rather antagonistic when it comes to new people, especially women. Because I worry that they'll take them away from me. It started with his brother.
Bob gestured to Ronnie.
And the fact that he chose to log out and not spend time with us here didn't make it any better.
What are you saying? Ronnie stepped forward. Do you hate my sister-in-law?
No, of course not.
Bob sighed.
She's awesome and so perfect for your brother. It's just...
I get it, Tally Sarah said. You have a tight group of friends that you want to maintain. Hold on to. So you're worried that someone will steal them away from you? Bob nodded. I turned toward him. Why didn't you say something? He looked away and sighed.
Because it all sounds so ridiculous now. I got jealous and wanted you guys all for myself, no one else. We're all grown-ass adults here who can make their own decisions. I should have been happy that we got to spend that time with your brother before he logged out, but instead I saw it as a betrayal.
He gestured to Tally Sarah.
So imagine how I felt when you stroll up to camp all dark and sexy and mysterious. Instead of seeing you as another player, I just saw you as some seductress here to steal another one of my friends from me. And when I saw the way she looked at you, well...
Understandable. Tally Sarah tilted her head toward me and winked. She is pretty adorable. My cheeks burned as I turned away. Motherfucker. Bob chuckled.
So, yeah, I'm sorry I treated you like shit. Assumed you had malicious intentions. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name's Lisa. Underneath this gargantuan green exterior lies a short, scrawny woman.
Tally Sarah looked Bob up and down, smirked. That would explain the proportions. Ronnie stood and approached Tally Sarah, hand extended. I just want to remind everyone that I had no issues with you joining up. You seem tight, and I dig your style. Lutho hesitated, but eventually he walked up to Talisera to apologize.
I'm, unfortunately, just a naturally suspicious person. I'm not like that guy,
He thumbed over to Ronnie.
who's more inclined to open up to strangers. I've always been, I guess, cold, but that may not be the right word.
Aloof, I said.
What she said.
Lutho sighed.
It's a bad habit of mine. Caused my last relationship to fall apart. Wounds still fresh.
Talisera placed a hand on his shoulder. I know that all too well.
Again, I'm sorry.
Bob gestured awkwardly.
Things just got out of hand. I didn't mean for any of that. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, please don't go. You're like a total badass, could definitely use your help.
Talisera glanced at each one of us in turn, ending with myself, where it lingered just a little bit longer. Then she shrugged. Sure, why not? I guess I should call off the ambush I had waiting for you once we exited the castle. Then, after a moment of awkward silence, she said, Kidding! Holy fuck, you guys should see the looks on your faces.
I guess we deserved that,
Bob said. Come on. We've got a castle to clear. Talisera waved us on. A round of cheers erupted on the balcony safe zone. Then Bob, Ronnie, and Lutho all made their way toward the exit to the next area of the castle. Why didn't you say something, dude? Ronnie said to Bob. She's family. I couldn't hear the rest, as when I walked past, Talisera placed a hand on my shoulder to stop me. Thanks for sticking up for me, she said softly. Then before I could even reply, she planted a kiss on my cheek and whispered, Play your cards right, and who knows what'll happen. Then she smacked me on the ass and headed toward the balcony exit. I blinked, my fingers pressed against my cheek where the warmth of her lips still lingered. How long had it been since I've been kissed? Years? And what she whispered to me. Oh, fucking hell. You coming or what? Ronnie called out from the exit, not even giving my brain a chance to dream up what Talisera could mean by her parting words. If the playful smack on my ass was anything to go by, yeah, sorry, I said, jogging up to the door. I can't believe you slapped Bob, Ronnie said. I can't believe I was even able to reach him. I looked down at my hand. He's going to kill me, isn't he? Ronnie grinned. Oh, so much so. I grinned. Worth it. 24. The Allure of Evil. The second floor of the castle made the first feel like a casual stroll in the park. Sure, we were much more in sync, having aired out our frustrations, skepticism, suspicions, and dirty laundry, but that didn't mean we were plowing through. Just like the hallway leading to Bowdrick's study, the second floor of the stone fortress was riddled with traps, my favorite being the ones that would drop you down to the floor below. Aiden must have had a ton of fun researching medieval castle defenses because this fucking dungeon was littered with all sorts of surprises. That, combined with stronger individual cultists, frequent patrols, and many a blind corner, kept progress slow. This was all a deliberate choice, by the way. We wanted to get as far as we could before it got late, and we figured moving in small, calculated steps reduced the risk of a party wipe. There was also the matter of the mimic. We weren't expecting to come across one so early on in the game, so let me tell you how surprised we were when we stumbled upon it. It was located in a secret room, concealed behind a magic barrier that Talisera detected. It seemed my own version of that paled in comparison to that of a real caster. Not jealous or anything. I'd like to see her pick a lock. While Talisera found the room, Bob found the mimic. The room that it was in had upgrades for all of us, except for our orc tank. So, during another tantrum, he kicked over a side table, which promptly bit down on his leg.
Oh, holy shit, he bellowed. It's a mimic! A mimic!
We walloped, bashed, and swatted at the fiend like it was some river monster trying to pull Bob under. The fight was sloppy at best, manic and chaotic at its worst, with Talisera lobbing dark fire toward it as if it were a spider. When the mimic eventually keeled over and vanished, we were all left gasping for breath as we waited for the adrenaline to wear off. "Well, that was exciting," Talisera said. Bob wagged a finger at Talisera, but failed to find the right words. "Fucking mimics, man," Ronnie said. "Never there when you search for them, but always pop up when you least expect."
How much do you want to bet that the mimic will be a different piece of furniture every single time this place resets?
I wiped my brow.
"Genius and sadistic,"
Lutho huffed as he forced himself back to his feet.
"Least it could do was drop some loot," Bob said. "Punk-ass bitch."
"Don't worry, big guy." Ronnie patted Bob's arm. "You'll get something soon enough." We walked out of the room with Lutho getting a new staff. I got a pair of leather gloves. Ronnie got some shoulder pads, and Talisera got a spellcaster breastplate that, unsurprisingly, matched the rest of her dark, almost gothic apparel. If it weren't for the fact that she was a member of our party, you'd almost think she would be a boss NPC. I wasn't sure if this was just a product of my horny caveman brain, but it honestly looked like Talisera was trying to go for a dominatrix look. While she wore a pair of dark boots, they only went up to her knee and lacked that 6-inch platform heel. The second floor, despite its increased difficulty, proved to be shorter, as after only a couple of more pulls following the mimic room, we arrived at the cathedral.
"Oh, you've got to be shitting me,"
I whispered as I pulled my head back from around the corner.
"Boss room?"
Lutho asked. I nodded.
"Big open area, far from empty."
"Let me see," Ronnie said, stepping around me. "Oh, what the fuck?"
"What is it? What's going on?"
Bob asked. Ronnie shook his head. "There's like 24 cultists in there. Looks like a chapel." "Did you see the boss?" Talisera said. Ronnie and I shared a glance. Then we chuckled. "Oh yeah," Ronnie said. "She's not hard to miss." Talisera forced herself over and around Ronnie and myself, making no attempt to not brush her body against mine as she poked her head around the corner. A few seconds later, she moved back to her previous spot along the wall and started laughing.
"Someone fucking tell me what's so funny," Bob grumbled.
Let's just say one of the game's designers had a little too much fun with this chick, Talisera said. Way too much fun. Bob forced his way through the group, determined to know. He only glimpsed around the corner for a second before pulling back, slack-jawed.
That's someone's fetish. That's some designer's wet dream. How did...
Bob trailed off, seemingly lost for words. Up until now, any and all of the cultists we had encountered were fully clothed, men and women. Whether they wore armor or robes, it was all designed for protection. You could almost say it was practical, realistic, family-friendly. When Lutho pulled his head back from inspecting the boss, he just sighed and said,
"Yikes."
"I don't know, man," Ronnie said. "That would convince me to join if I was looking for a cult."
"And you thought I was the pervert,"
I muttered. Xylera, voice in the void, the boss for the second floor, stood before the altar at the far end of the chapel. She towered over the throng that had gathered before her, with fiery red hair that cascaded down past her shoulders. Her design was, to put it simply, deliberate. There was no way in hell that she made it through the endless rounds of alpha and beta testing without Aiden knowing. If anything, her look alone warranted the adult-only age rating slapped onto the game. Upon her dazzling head sat a gold circlet, not unlike Talisera's. But unlike our sorceress party member, the boss NPC wore little to no armor. What armor she did wear was a single pauldron on her left shoulder and heavy plate gauntlets. The rest of her attire consisted of a form-fitting dress that left absolutely nothing to the imagination. But still on theme with her cultist brethren, it was cut in a provocative manner, with more skin exposed than covered. And if that wasn't enough, to complete the look were a pair of thigh-high, high-heeled stripper boots. If the outfit wasn't titillating enough, she had the body of a porn star and the looks to match, not unlike that one player character I saw back in the starting area. I wondered how long it would take before I came across an NPC of this design with these aesthetics, and I somehow doubt she would be the last. The hair on the back of my neck stood as I sensed the overwhelming magical aura emanating from the chapel. I blinked, activating my detect magic vision, and swore under my breath. "What is it?" Ronnie asked. "You noticed it too?" Talisera said. Thin strings of magic flowed from each and every single one of the cultists in the room to the woman standing up on the pulpit. When I blinked back to my normal vision, I could see the signs clear as day. They all rocked slightly back and forth, their footing uneven. They were enslaved. I turned back to the group. "She's got them bewitched." Ronnie poked his head around the corner. "Oh shit, you're right. That woman's got them under her spell."
If this were D&D,
Lutho frowned,
I would expect a fair number of wisdom saving throws during this fight.
Oh shit,
Bob said.
I'm fucked.
Lutho, do you have any?
I said.
Way ahead of you,
Lutho said, flipping through his spell book.
I know I've got some buffs here somewhere.
I turned to Ronnie.
Gonna need something really hardcore.
Ronnie scratched his chin. Like death metal? I may have something.
What about something completely opposite?
Bob said.
Like a power ballad. Something uplifting or inspiring.
That could work, Ronnie nodded. Yeah, I have just the thing in mind.
Found a spell that should help against mind attacks.
Lutho closed his book.
So what's the plan?
Bob said.
Just focus fire on the floozy and deal with the horde second?
I can whittle them down while the rest of you take her on,
I said.
In theory, that many dead cultists should mean that they've got little to no hit points. 1 or 2 hits and they're dead.
Bob nodded.
Fodder.
Well, here's the good news, Talisera said. Then when we all turned toward her, she added, At least if we die, we can always try a different strategy. I shrugged. Ronnie nodded. Bob chuckled. Lutho sighed.
Ready?
Bob asked. Ready, the rest of us said. Then he let out a thunderous war cry and charged forward.
Oh, brave, broken things. You came seeking glory, or perhaps redemption, Xylera announced, voice silky smooth and seductive. But all you'll find here is the soft, wet kiss of oblivion. To my relief, my theory was correct. The swarm of cultists had little to no hit points, with each one dropping dead after a couple of hits from my blades. The only problem was that their number didn't seem to decline. Each time I killed one, another hooded thrall would appear. I couldn't stay in one place for more than a second, or else I would have been dogpiled upon. It must have been pretty comical to watch from afar. I'm surprised Ronnie didn't play yakety sax. I did my best to herd the mob of cultists like some sort of sheepdog, but I couldn't get them all. Any strays that decided to break from the pack to attack Lutho or Ronnie would get a dark magic bolt from Talisera. Fucking hell, it was great having a caster in the group. Though Tom would have had a field day with all these cultists. I could picture him just spinning around, an axe tornado, hacking and slashing like the villain in a horror film. You poor things. All that armor, and still so exposed. I couldn't help but roll my eyes.
I mean, I get what the developers were going for, but come on. It went on like this until Xylera got down to about half health. Your will falters already. I can feel it trembling. In typical video game fashion, she sent out an explosive blast that sent everyone, except Bob, flying. The heavily armored orc remained on his feet, but he was pushed several feet back. The attack decimated the mob of enthralled cultists, leaving just us and the boss. And that's when the voices started. Blessed be the minds that break. You shall be beautiful in surrender. As I climbed to my feet, Xylera's whispers filled my ears. It was as if she was right next to me, her body inches from mine, her lips so close. Her voice was intoxicating, like silk and steel, threading through my thoughts and unraveling my will with each word. You fought so hard, she murmured. My knees wobbled, my breath shallow as the weight of her magic pressed against my mind. Wouldn't you rather kneel and worship? The thought wasn't mine, and yet it filled me, warm and treacherous, blotted out my resolve like ink on paper. My vision blurred as I felt a hand brush against my cheek, the heat of her power a tangible thing now, coiling tighter and tighter. Lutho, I called out. Now would be a good time for that.
I'm doing my best,
the dwarf called out. Then, as quickly as the voices came, they vanished, as a shimmering bubble of pure light enveloped me. Fucking hell, I muttered. That was a close one. I shook the lingering touch of her voice from my head as I straightened up and got my bearings. One by one, the dwarf sprinted around the chapel to cast the protection spell on the party, barely managing to get to everyone in time. You dare defy me? How utterly adorable, Xylera called out in frustration, having her attempt at enslaving us thwarted. You could have served. Now you'll only suffer. As if it wasn't already bad enough, I watched as Xylera grew taller. Her form shifted. What was once human became something different altogether. Whatever evil she drew her power from now granted her a demonic form. I would have said she was kinda hot, if it wasn't for the fact that she was out for blood and batshit crazy.
I want you broken, trembling, whispering my name between sobs and screams. Even her voice changed, becoming husky with a tinge of psychosis.
Oh, fuck, Bob shouted. Kill her, kill her!
The frenzied cult priestess unleashed a flurry on Bob, an onslaught of magical and claw attacks that caused his health to steadily decline, no matter how many healing or protection spells Lutho lobbed his way.
I'm running low on mana,
Lutho called out. I sprinted into position behind Xylera's new demon form, making sure to give her a wide berth to avoid her sweeping claw attacks before I started hacking and slashing as fast as I could. Talisera hurled wave after wave of her own dark magic at the priestess, while Ronnie switched gears and strummed something hard, loud, and fast.
Spill your blood, spill your heart, spill everything. I'll catch every drop.
Guys, I don't have much.
Bob started, but whatever else he had to say vanished as Xylera landed a killing blow. Her maniacal laughter resounded off the walls of the chapel as she sprinted toward her next target. Come get me, you fucking psycho bitch! Talisera shouted as she stood her ground, lobbing bolt after bolt of magic, before swapping to her spell blade as Xylera got within melee range. She did what she could, but all it took was 2 hits and she was down.
One by one, you'll kneel,
or die. I care not which. I'm out, Lutho shouted. Fuck, I'm out of mana.
I'm trying. I grunted as I continued my assault on Xylera's back while she picked off the rest of the group. With Talisera dead, I thought for sure she would turn on me. But instead, Ronnie's headbanging melody came to an abrupt halt as he swung his guitar around into its axe mode. Xylera's laughter continued as she sprinted toward our bard. He did not maintain the same level of calm as Talisera and let out a surprisingly high-pitched scream as he braced himself for death. It never came. With what remaining energy I could summon, I managed one final attack that ended Xylera's rampage. The corrupt, malevolent magic that empowered the cult priestess evaporated as she returned to her human form and dropped to her knees. Her final words echoed in the cathedral.
Kill me then, but know this. You'll dream of me, and when you wake, you'll miss me.
Her body went limp before it vanished a few moments later. The very air in the chapel seemed to get lighter and clearer with Xylera's corrupting influence gone. The floating holographic treasure chest appeared where her body was just moments ago, and before I could even take a step toward it, the massive stone doors at the far end of the chapel beyond the altar slid open. With a loud rumble that shook the ground, the doors parted to reveal a staircase that led on to the next level. I let out an exhausted, "Woo!" and fell onto my back. My arms and legs splayed as I tried to catch my breath. In addition to whatever rewards waited for me in the treasure chest, the game saw fit to compensate me with enough experience to level up. 8th level. But I wasn't the only one. Talisera had achieved level 10, while the rest of the group was still level 7. But not far behind, I'm sure. You tell anyone about my scream, I'll fucking kill you, Ronnie said. I forced myself up onto my elbows.
I didn't know you were a soprano.
Ronnie tried to stay angry, but he broke out into laughter. I saw my life flash before my eyes. Damn bitch was scary. Kinda hot, but scary. When Talisera returned to the land of the living, she threw her hands up in the air. Double digits, baby! Fuck yeah! We waited for Bob to spring back to life before checking the loot.
Motherfucker!
Bob groaned.
I hate this fucking castle!
To further reiterate his frustration, he picked up the remains of a pew and lobbed it at one of the stone walls. If it makes you feel any better, Talisera sighed. I got zilch too. Then she walked over to Lutho and thanked him for the resurrection. Same, Ronnie said. Just some coin. He sat down on some rubble and played a soothing tune while Lutho's mana regenerated. It seemed I was the only one to walk away with something besides some compensatory coin. The more important question was whether or not I was going to lie about it. The game was programmed with keeping loot a secret among party members, so I could take it and they would never know. Of course, that would require a successful persuasion on my part. What you get? Ronnie leaned toward me. I frowned, knowing full well they would see through my bullshit. I could just leave it there, never looted in the first place. I closed my eyes and sighed.
I got her Xylera's dress.
Laughter erupted in the chapel. It bounced off the walls and likely echoed throughout the rest of the castle. Bob, Ronnie, Lutho, even Talisera could barely remain on their feet. Ronnie did manage to fall off the pew he was perched on.
This I gotta see.
Bob wiped away tears.
Please, please, for all that is good and holy, equip it.
Fuck no, I said.
No fucking way.
Come on, don't be a pussy, Ronnie said.
Did you get her boots, too?
Lutho teased.
Can you even walk silently in those stripper boots?
Fuck off.
I'm not going to wear it. I adjusted my wolf head hood and headed toward the stairs.
All right, fine, you big baby,
Bob shouted after me, while Ronnie and Lutho made chicken noises. Despite my protestations, I looted Xylera's armor. I don't know why. I mean, sure, it was surprisingly an upgrade from my current gear, despite it being characterized as cloth versus leather. What it lacked in armor, it made up for in other stat bonuses, namely charisma and dexterity. The developers knew what they were doing, as if I were to equip it, it would not only take up the equipment slot for my upper body, but for my lower body too. Meaning, I couldn't wear any pants with it. The only way I could cover myself up would be by keeping my cloak wrapped tight. The party's voices grew quiet and distant as I ascended the stone stairs. The only one who didn't say anything about the dress was Tali-Sarah. Whether it was because she didn't know me enough to feel comfortable teasing me or not, whatever was on her mind, she kept to herself. I glanced back. If I was going to put on that dress for anyone, it would have been her anyway. The stairway narrowed as it twisted up and around until it deposited me into a small room. At the other end was a set of closed double doors. While I had no idea what lay beyond the door, what held my attention was the in-game message that let me know that I had once again stumbled upon a safe zone. 25. The bigger fish. I basked in the few minutes of silence I had while I was still alone in the safe room. Not long enough for my mind to wander to certain topics, questions, or concerns. It was simply enough time for me to center myself, take a couple of deep meditative breaths, and prepare for what lay beyond those doors. It had been a long, arduous, but fun day of clearing out this castle, going on 8 hours or so, maybe more. Like a normal day at work, except with dismembering raving cultists and slaying demon hypnodominatrixes. The fact that those stairs led up to the 3rd floor could mean that we're nearing the end of this dungeon. Crazy to think that we're almost done. But when you think about it, the enemies we've encountered in this castle have only been around level 10. In the grand scope of this game, this would be considered low-level content. Not to mention, there was also the whole we're living in the game circumstance. So something like this would take a few days to tackle 6 months from now when game time reverted back to real-world time, like when I used to be in a hardcore raiding guild in the early days of World of Warcraft. Spend several hours, couple of nights a week, trudging through late-game content. There was never any official statement on a level cap, but I would have to assume it was pretty high up there, 50 or even 100. Would there be raids that required 10, 20, or 40 players all working together? What's out there? I turned to see Ronnie gesturing at the double doors. I didn't even hear him come up. I shrugged.
Could lead to the roof? Can't remember if there was a 3rd floor or not.
The castle looked huge from outside. Ronnie scratched his chin. Like it had 20 floors or something. We can't be done already.
I was wondering the same thing. But think about it. We're only around 10th level here. This isn't anywhere close to endgame content.
Fuck, he said, drawing out the last syllable as his eyes widened. Bob, Lutho, and Tali-Sarah joined us moments later, laughing over something. With the rest of the party assembled and wanting to put an end to the mystery, I pulled open one of the doors just enough to poke my head through. I didn't need to linger long before I got my answer.
It's the castle roof,
I said. I opened the door the rest of the way and let in a cold gust of wind. The doorway opened up to a small, narrow access path that skirted the perimeter of the sloped roof of the keep. A small half wall was erected to prevent anyone from falling off the pathway. I doubted it would pass any kind of safety standard. From within the safe room, we could see out into the valley. It was late afternoon, but still plenty of light left for whatever awaited us.
No shit,
Bob said, poking his head out the doors. Are we already at the last boss? Tali-Sarah said.
Thoughts on what it could be? Ronnie said, taking a seat.
I'm going to guess a dragon, I said.
What makes you say that? Ronnie said.
Probably all the dragon insignias everywhere,
Lutho said.
And let's not forget the giant dragon statues parked out front of the castle.
And we are on the roof, Talisera added.
Okay. Ronnie scratched the back of his head. You made your point.
This is going to be so awesome. I've always wanted to fight a dragon.
Bob grinned, wide-eyed.
You think it'll drop like a dragon egg or something? I'd kill for a pet baby dragon.
I squinted his way.
You know I'll fight you for that baby dragon.
Ronnie raised a fist. It's mine, I say, mine!
The question we should all be asking,
Lutho said, lowering his voice,
is how the fuck are we going to fight a dragon? So far, everything we've fought has been human-sized.
That's true,
Bob nodded.
You think it's more like Monster Hunter? Or a regular MMO like World of Warcraft, where we're just swinging at its feet?
Knowing Aiden, it's probably the former.
I sighed.
Why go through all this effort just to have us attack invisible hitboxes?
Well, let's just hope it's not a big fucking dragon,
Bob said. A wee little baby dragon, Ronnie said, holding up his fingers.
Watch it be the size of a car.
I smirked. Or better yet, a jumbo jet. Talisera laughed. I think we would have seen it circling around, Ronnie said. You know, from the outside.
Well, it's an instance dungeon,
I said.
So it's probably hidden from anyone viewing from the outside.
Only one way to find out,
Bob stood.
Y'all ready for this?
Lutho rubbed his hands together.
Get your buffs here. Get your buffs.
Good news, guys, Talisera said. If we die, we just start back here. Always the beacon of hope, this one. Ronnie thumbed over at the elf sorceress.
She's right, though,
Lutho said.
Sure beats having to run all the way back through the castle.
Bob jogged out of the safe zone and onto the roof proper, with Lutho right behind him. Ronnie and Talisera went next, while I hesitated, just a moment, steeling myself for what was to come. The roof was empty. No cultists, nothing. No signs of anything. But the view was nice. Bob sighed.
Well, this is
Then came a roar that shook the earth. Despite its deafening volume, the roar did not have the same paralyzing effect that we encountered with the bear. If I had to guess, this was more of an announcing its arrival roar than, say, y'all gonna get fucking mauled to death roar. You just had to say something. Ronnie threw his arms into the air as the gigantic dragon flew overhead.
Fucking hell,
I muttered, my eyes fixed on the massive mythical beast that circled the walls of the castle. It was, for lack of a more eloquent phrase, fucking huge. Definitely bigger than a private plane, but not the size of your normal passenger plane either. It cut through the sky like a finely honed blade, its scales as black as scorched iron that seemed to absorb the late afternoon sun. Every beat of its wings stirred the air like a gathering storm as it circled the castle with a slow, almost deliberate poise, as it occasionally belched out a fireball to remind us of what it was capable of.
That's a big motherfucking dragon,
Lutho said. Well, is it actually a dragon? Ronnie said. Or is it a—
Shut the fuck up,
Bob said.
So, what's the plan?
I said.
The door's closed, so no going back into the safe room.
What's it waiting for?
Bob said.
Why is it just flying around menacingly?
Well, maybe we need to engage? I can lob a magic missile its way, Talisera said.
Save your mana.
I switched to my bow and arrow.
Let me try to tag it. Just say when.
When everyone nodded, I let loose an arrow. It missed by a wide margin.
A little to the left,
Bob said.
Shut it,
I snapped.
I fired another arrow. Again, it missed. To add insult to injury, I saw the message appear in the corner of my vision that I had gained a level in bows.
Really gotta level that bow skill.
Luthos shook his head.
Tell you what, why don't we all just put this castle raid on pause while I go find a range to shoot at for a couple of hours?
I glanced at each one of the group before loading up a third arrow and letting loose.
Aye, third time's the charm?
Bob trailed off as the dragon roared and turned toward the group.
Oh, fuck.
When I came to in the safe zone, it took me a moment to get my bearings. It was the first time that I had died in the game, and needless to say, it was really fucking strange. Our first encounter with the final boss of the castle ended in rather spectacular failure. It was thanks to my dexterous build that I was able to dodge the tail swing that took out the rest of the party. Some of them went flying off the roof of the keep, while others bounced and rolled. Being the last one standing, the dragon set its sights on me. I didn't put up much of a fight. It reared back its head, and the last thing I saw before it all went dark was a torrent of fire coming my way. Thankfully, I didn't have to discover what it felt like to be inside a blast furnace, and instead the heat I felt was equivalent to standing out in a parking lot in the middle of a blistering summer day in Death Valley, California. There was no "you have died" message, no respawn timer either. When the bright white light faded, I found myself floating in the safe room of the castle. The world was black and white. And before I could even look around, I was pulled back down onto the ground, and following another flash of light, the world was in color again, and the rest of my party was standing around.
Took you long enough,
Bob said.
Try to solo the boss?
What? No, the big fucker immediately cooked me like a steak on a grill.
Dying is weird. Ronnie scratched his chin. Like, I had completely forgotten I was in a game for those few seconds after it tossed me off the edge. Mercifully, Aiden and the rest of the developers decided it was in the player's best interest to not experience what it was like falling from a tall building. So when Ronnie and Talisera got launched off the castle walls when the dragon whipped its tail around, their characters died instantly upon going off the ledge and outside of the boundary of the boss fight.
Yeah, you'll get used to it.
Talisera stretched. To say this fight was more difficult than the other two bosses was putting it mildly. Similar to Xylera, Baldric, and countless other MMO bosses before this, the dragon fight consisted of phases. The first of which involved it flying in circles around the castle and either dive bombing with its massive claws or strafing the platform with its fire breath. It stayed in the air until we whittled down its health to somewhere around 3/4, achieved by a combination of my arrows and Talisera's magic. Fortunately, my quiver held something like 200 arrows. Sure, the quality of them was terrible, but I wasn't going to complain. These were the ones I looted off of Olamora. I didn't expect I would use the bow this much. Once we managed to get to that first checkpoint, the dragon touches down on the platform in a rather dramatic fashion, a shock wave that would damage you if you were too close and push you off the rooftop platform if you were close enough to the edge. While the first phase was pretty trivial, things got exponentially more difficult during this next phase. Most bosses you'd ever encounter in multiplayer online role-playing games have a finite number of mechanics, a number you could usually count on one hand, so that strategies could be formulated, attack plans carried out with measured, practiced ease. This flying fucker? Every time we fought him, there was something new. It truly felt as though it had a mind of its own. An actual boss monster with genuine artificial intelligence. One that wouldn't let you stand in its blind spot and wail endlessly as you chip away at its health. My favorite was when I got too close and he stomped on me. Literally crushed me. Felt like I had gotten the wind knocked out of me when I resurrected. I stopped counting our attempts, but I think it was somewhere between the 15th and 20th attempt that we finally managed to slay the dragon. The sun had set behind the mountains, coloring the sky a wash of purples, pinks, oranges, and reds. There was even a brief debate about whether we should just call it a night and come back in the morning, since our progress was saved up to that encounter. But stubbornness prevailed, and for some of us, it had gotten personal.
Keep wailing on the fucker!
Bob roared. I wiped the sweat from my brow as I stabbed, and stabbed again. My arms were going to be sore tomorrow. "Oh, God, why won't it die already?" Ronnie yelled as he walloped on the dragon with the sharp end of his axe. Even Lutho had joined in on the melee, his mana bar empty and dry. Only Talisera had somehow managed to ration her mana to be able to spellcast this late in the fight. It took every ounce of self-control to not glance at the dragon's slowly dwindling health bar in the corner of my HUD. "Come on, come on, come on, you bastard!" "Almost there," Talisera said. The dragon roared, stumbled, then collapsed. A few moments later, a deep, primordial voice whispered in my ear,
"You freed me, but the darkness still stirs. It watches. It waits."
Cheers erupted from the rooftop platform, and I let out an exhausted whoo as I fell onto my back. For a few peaceful moments, I stared up at the first stars in the darkening sky before forcing myself back up onto my feet to see what treasure awaited me. When the dragon's body vanished, it left behind the biggest treasure chest I had ever laid eyes on. The floating hologram was the size of a car. But what preoccupied my vision was the prompt that appeared before with some fanfare. An alert and commendation for completing the quest of purging the castle's evil. To go with the hovering prompt was an in-game message with the rewards for completing said quest, a hefty amount of gold, and enough experience to bump me, and only me, up to level 9.
"Oh, fuck yes!"
Bob shouted, louder than the dragon's roar.
"Fucking finally!"
I closed out of my character sheet to see him running around, cradling a new shield. Instead of the dull gray piece of scrap metal that he had started with, his new one was made from a single, massive dragon scale that was nearly half as tall as he was. "Dude," Ronnie clapped, "that thing is fucking baller." He wasn't the only one. Everyone walked away from the dragon fight with something new and shiny. Lutho got a new staff, Ronnie some chest armor, Talisera got a pair of polished black metal gauntlets.
"Please tell me you got something to go with that slutty dress,"
Bob teased.
"Some dragon hide boots, perhaps?"
"Oh, I got something sexy, all right." I navigated through my inventory to equip my upgrade. The daggers appeared in my hands, the blades a deep, polished black, with handles made from carved dragon teeth. They were equally savage and ornate, beautiful and ruthless. I will hold on to these forever. No dragon egg, but they'll suffice. "Fucking sick!" Ronnie stared down at the blades with the highest of approval. "Gorgeous. Simply beautiful," Talisera said, seemingly fawning over my new blades. Her fingers caressed the curves of the metal and the bone. The daggers weren't the only thing I looted from the downed beast. Appearing in my inventory was a mysterious piece of metal, bent and twisted, and to further add to its enigma, the item had no name. It just sat there in my inventory. Talisera confirmed that she had also looted the strange piece of metal. "Did you also hear the voice?" she asked. I nodded. This must be part of some huge quest chain. We both held our mystery loot while the rest of the group peered over it. "I'd say it's a fragment of something," Ronnie said.
"Yeah, like a key? Or some other mechanism?"
Bob said.
"How about we table this discussion for a later date?"
Lutho said.
"I don't know about y'all, but I want to get the fuck out of this castle."
As if on cue, A magical glowing ring appeared not far from where we stood. None of us had any doubt as to what it could be, and after a very brief scan of the roof, we all walked into the teleportation ring like heroes. Upon crossing the threshold, a blinding white light filled my vision, and a moment later I found myself standing back outside the wrought iron gate, facing the bridge. While it had grown dark, we had no issues finding our way back to camp. The crystal in Lutho's new staff gave off a soft glow, like a small lantern. I didn't even consider the fact that someone else may have taken up claim on our little campsite, but we didn't see any sign of anyone else having ventured into the castle valley. Despite the fact that we stepped into the castle just this morning, it had felt like days. Even if we had packed booze, I doubt any one of us would have partaken, except for maybe one celebratory drink. We were all so exhausted, some of us emotionally so, myself especially. Regardless, I wasn't the first one to disappear into their tent. That honor went to Lutho. He grumbled a good night before disappearing, whereas Bob and Ronnie actually made an effort. Though Bob lingered just a moment longer, his eyes on me as Tali Sarah and I remained the last two awake. Like some kind of parent figuring the kids will get into trouble the moment they took their eyes off them. I sat on a log looking out over the campfire toward the lake and the castle beyond when Tali Sarah took a seat next to me. "I just wanted to say thanks," she said, breaking the silence, "for earlier, standing up for me and whatnot." "It's nothing," I waved. "They were being assholes. Least I could do." Then, after a few silent moments, I asked, "Are you going to leave in the morning?" Tali Sarah sighed. "I don't know. When I made the decision to get this game, I told myself I wanted to go through it solo, especially when I found out that I alone among my friends would purchase the console. I was upset, but I couldn't blame them. They're like family, stuck by me while I dealt with a shitty ex-boyfriend, even when I grew cold and bitter as a result. He and I were planning a trip together, and instead of going on it by myself, I splurged on the console instead. Always loved fantasy. It's the perfect escape. So I sort of hoped that this game would be kind of therapeutic. Allow me to get away from the dregs of reality, get out and meet some new people. Make some friends, like you said. Not be so antisocial.
Fuck, I feel you there,
I said, then glanced over at her. She had brought her knees to her chest and rested her chin on her knees, her eyes fixed on the campfire. I could see the reflections in her dark eyes, the shadows in the folds of her pointed ears.
"I'm glad you found us. Even if you leave tomorrow, it was an honor to have met your acquaintance."
I turned my gaze back toward the fire as the silence returned, broken only by the crackling of the logs, the gentle breeze in the trees, the flapping of the tents the rest of my friends slept soundly in. "Tiffany," she said.
"What?"
She glanced over at me. "My real name. It's Tiffany."
"Eric,"
I said. She smiled and brought up her menu. "What's your friend code?" I gave it to her, but instead of giving me hers in return, she swiped away her menu and said, "I need something from you before you get mine." I squinted.
"Okay, sure."
She held up a finger. "First, I need you to promise that you won't share it with anyone." I nodded. That was an easy promise to keep. Second? Her eyes flicked to mine, then darted away just as fast. Then she opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, before glancing away as she played with the fabric of her dress. That dress from the cultist lady? Can I see you in it?" She bit her lip, and before I even had a chance to react or say something, she added, "I'm sorry, you don't have to. That was too forward of me. I'm so sorry." My cheeks burned as I scratched the back of my neck. I laughed, quiet and shaky, as I turned my gaze down to my feet.
"No, it's okay.
I'm not even sure why I even kept the thing. Tolly Sarah laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry. You don't have to. I don't want to force you to do anything. Unless you want to, that is. It's just, I think you'd look so hot in it. She covered her mouth and looked away, as if she had just confessed her deepest, darkest secret. Like a teenager mistakenly revealing her crush in front of the whole school. For an infinitely long second, everything just stopped. My brain scrambled for a response. It hit me like a hammer as I tried to parse what it was she just said. Just when Tolly Sarah looked like she was going to sprint off in a direction far, far from here and bury her head in the sand, I stood. And, after a quick glance to make sure that neither Bob, Ronnie, nor Lutho were spying on our conversation, I started unequipping my gear. Tolly Sarah's eyes searched mine, wide and uncertain, like she was trying to figure out what was going on. I hesitated for only the briefest of moments. I was down to nothing more than my boots, pants, and chest armor. Then, I dragged the dress, which had the cringe-fest name of Vestments of the Crimson Mistress, onto my armor slot, where they appeared on my body not a heartbeat later. The dress was paradoxical. It was like I had nothing on, yet at the same time, I felt the dress hug and accentuate each and every curve of my digital body. I gave Tolly Sarah a brief spin. The sorceress bit down on her finger so hard she probably drew blood. Then, as quickly as I put on the dress, I opened my inventory and swapped out of it, changed back to my normal attire, and sat back down on the log next to her. I waited for her reaction, my gaze fixed on the campfire. That was, Tolly Sarah said, breathless. Magnificent. Yeah? My voice quavered. My body trembled as the adrenaline wore off. She opened up her menu and upheld her end of the bargain. After sharing her friend code with me, she gave me a hug. You're amazing, Kalinestra, she said. Thank you. Then I watched as she headed off to where she had pitched her own tent, glancing back at me over her shoulder once before disappearing inside. As soon as she was out of sight, I exhaled and buried my head between my knees as the panic, terror, confusion, and exhilaration of the last 30 seconds collapsed in on me like a dying star. What just happened? Why didn't I protest in the slightest when she asked me to wear that dress? And why did it feel so amazing? Was it because of the way she reacted? Or was it from the charisma bonus it offered? Was this what it felt like to just be yourself? I managed to slow my breathing and bring my digital heart rate back down to normal levels, then straightened up and turned my gaze upward, toward the stars beyond the forest canopy. Did it make me feel this way because I brought my gaze back down to my body? I'm happier in this body than I've been in a long time, I muttered. A weight I hadn't realized I'd been carrying began to lift. In that moment, I felt somehow lighter. I already felt light as a feather in this digital form, but now it almost felt like I could fly. I breathed in deep, exhaled, and smiling, called it a night as I headed for my tent. 26. The vast, endless horizon. I never considered myself an early riser, or a morning person for that matter. My job didn't dictate that I'd be there at the crack of dawn. Some of my coworkers didn't even arrive until noon, and even then they staggered into work as if they'd just crawled out of bed. I was not quite ready to break down the physio-psychological existential quandary that was how Aiden and his team of developers determined how players sleep in this digital realm, so I crawled out from my bedroll. I just wish I had brought some coffee with me on this mountain excursion. The pale sky greeted me as I climbed out of the tent. A heavy fog blanketed the valley, so thick I could barely see the castle across the lake. Heavy beads of dew covered my tent, cold and wet, as I brushed my fingers across the canvas fabric. It was all too real. Days spent in this world, and I was still in disbelief by how uncanny it all was. I've yet to find any kind of visual flaw in its design. No glitches, strange clipping, nothing. I opted not to get fully dressed, and instead of my full armor ensemble, I put on the plain clothes with my boots and wolf cloak. Then things got a little too real when something foul wafted across my nose. I glanced around, searching for the source. Did a skunk roam through our camp during the night? Could it be the lake? Or maybe the cloak? Oh no. Slowly, hesitantly, I brought my nose to my own body. It was me. I smelled bad. I had fucking body odor. Wanting a little bit of privacy, I took a little stroll and found a large boulder on the shore of the lake. It was situated within eyesight of the camp in the other direction from the bridge. I surmounted the massive stone with ease and found a flat spot to sit and summoned the hefty player's guide. The Life of an Adventurer, Your Guide to Living as Your Character, was a hulking tome with a friendly welcome page that tried to put the player at ease. Also included in the front matter was a note stating that the guide was updated regularly. I had skimmed through the book only briefly prior to Aiden's announcement and the grand reveal of the prize. Since then, I have taken a more active interest in the guide, mostly to answer some rather pressing questions regarding not just being in a woman's body, but a digital one for a possible 6 months. Apart from that, I hadn't really taken the time to read through it from start to finish. And with nothing on the schedule today except a likely descent down the mountain, I figured now would be a good time to catch up on some light reading. I browsed through the table of contents, skipped over the entire chapter that was devoted to intimacy, still wasn't quite ready for that, and instead chose to read the comprehensive notes about the physiology of my digital body. The fucking thing read like a college textbook, but thankfully there was a short abstract at the beginning. While we at ST Studios made some deliberate choices for the players regarding the internal bodily functions of their characters, we decided as a whole, in order to allow for a more seamless transition and to reduce the chances of breaking immersion, that player characters' virtual bodies should perspire, and therefore generate body odor. If a player rolls around in the mud, they'll get dirty. It'll stain their clothes and make them smell. Simple as that. Character death also negatively impacts hygiene. We did not make this decision solely based on how amazing a hot bath feels, but it was definitely a factor. I looked up from the book at the thinning fog.
A hot bath does sound really nice, actually. Though that would require me to be...
I trailed off as the image of my naked form filled my mind's eye. It's not too late, I reminded myself. I could still change up my form if I wanted to, before the 7 days were up and my design was, for lack of a better term, finalized. The castle raid had, for the most part, distracted me from the more personal introspection. Who would have thought a fantasy video game would raise questions about your own personal identity, and whether or not your current gender expression was the right one? I continued reading. We also decided not to encode for other natural bodily functions like hair and nail growth. Should a player decide they want to change up their look, specialty non-player character vendors are available in major cities and towns that provide services related to hair, nails, and other forms of cosmetic alterations. This includes piercings and tattoos, which, if the player chooses, can be instant and pain-free, as well as interchangeable. What you reading? I glanced back over my shoulder to see Talisera approach from the direction of the campsite. Like myself, she also wore what I considered to be her pajamas, a cut-off, off-the-shoulder shirt, and pants that made her boots look comically big. I made a mental note that next time we're in town to find a tailor and buy some traveling and other casual attire. As awesome as my armor was, it was not the most comfortable thing to wear when lounging about. I lifted up the player's guide for her to see. Some light reading. Oh, right. I've been meaning to go through that. Anything I should know, besides not having to take a piss? I shrugged. Well, you won't get your period. Oh, fuck yeah. Sarah shook her fist and pointed down at her groin. Fuck you, you stupid uterus. Then, after a moment, she gestured to the boulder. Can I join you? I waved her up. There was definitely enough room for 2 or 3 people to sit comfortably atop the massive gray stone rock. What other fun facts have you learned? She asked as she rather effortlessly scaled the boulder. She remained standing as she walked up to me and glanced around. Nice view from up here. Well, our hair and nails won't grow like they do in the real world, but the game does offer cosmetic services if you feel like changing it up. She sat down. A mani-pedi is always nice, but does that also include things like tattoos? I nodded. And piercings. The developers also made the executive decision to let these bodies get dirty and smell, so sorry for the stank. Sarah chuckled. Hey, I wasn't going to say anything, but that makes sense. A hot bath really does sound nice right about now. She glanced over at me. You haven't been naked yet, have you? I shook my head. Not if you count during character creation. I'm surprised you haven't yet. What? Seen your character naked? I know for a fact you're not the only dude to play as the opposite sex, and I'm sure most of those guys have already fondled themselves, and, well, she gestured, discovered the pleasures of the fairer sex. I sighed and closed the book. It vanished, leaving me unsure what to do with my hands. I've been afraid to, honestly. I'll admit I did touch them, but I haven't gone that far. Can I ask why? And if you're not comfortable, you don't have to say anything. It's okay. I've told this to Lisa, the 8-foot orc back in camp, but something sorta clicked after I entered the game in this body. I mean, if you ignore the male-female thing, this body is faster, stronger, and more flexible than my real one. I'm not fat or anything, but, it's a huge upgrade. I've always played female characters, but being the body of one is something else. Yeah, I've thought about playing a guy, she said. I've played a lot of male characters in online games. Helped me stay anonymous. People treat you differently when they find out that you're actually a woman. Left a couple of guilds over it. Really? Oh, yeah, she laughed darkly. I would get all kinds of messages, most of them creepy. So when this game got announced, I figured being a dude would be a safe bet, even with the privacy filter. But when I was in the character creator, I just couldn't do it. I didn't want to hide who I was, especially for this game. I mean, look at all this. She grabbed a small pebble and tossed it into the water. We watched the ripples in silence for a few moments. Can I be open with you? Sarah held another rock in the palm of her hand. Is having the body of a woman making you question your identity? How did you? She glanced over at me. I have more than a few trans friends, most of whom I met online, but my roommate from freshman year of college transitioned. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with the orc back at camp, but I want you to know that you can consider me not just a friend, but an ally. What you said back in the castle when you defended me, it's not something easy to admit in front of an otherwise complete stranger. I want you to know that you can trust me. Don't hesitate to ask me about anything. I said nothing. I couldn't really find the words to say, to express my gratitude and how nice it feels to make a connection with someone new. So I did what I could and nodded. She handed me the rock, and I tossed it into the lake. So, have you made your choice? About what? I asked. Your character. You going to stay as you are? Or change it up?
I don't know. This body is amazing and all that, but
But what? Tali-Sarah searched for another pebble.
I feel like I'm doing something inappropriate.
What are you, fucking 12 or something? You think it's taboo or perverted or some shit? But your friend in the 8-foot meat sack isn't? You don't think she's already spanked the monkey already? Wandered off into the woods alone? Cal, think about it this way. Aiden told us all during the big announcement that this was a vacation, right? Apart from your friends back in camp and myself, no one else in the entirety of the game knows who you are. Besides, it's not so bad being a woman. I think it'll do wonders for your self-confidence. And when you're ready, I can show you some of the perks.
Perks?
Tali-Sarah said nothing. Instead, she placed her hand on my thigh and let it linger, just long enough before she slid down from the boulder and headed back toward camp, where Lutho had emerged from his tent, yawning and stretching. I looked down at my hands, flexed my fingers, wondered what my nails would look like if I painted them, what a mani-pedi actually felt like. Should I get my ears pierced? What else could I get pierced? Then a thought crept into my mind, and with it came a growing, gnawing sense of doubt and uncertainty. I glanced over briefly toward Tali-Sarah as she walked back toward the camp before bringing my knees up to my chest and resting my chin on them. While it's somewhat painfully obvious Tali-Sarah has been flirting with me, what I'm not so sure about was who she was attracted to. Was it my digital avatar? Or me, the guy piloting the neon blue-haired lady elf named Kalinestra? Or perhaps I chewed on my lower lip as a different option presented itself. Was Tali-Sarah attracted to my budding trans identity? The woman that was emerging from buried deep within my subconscious, set free by taking on this digital female form? My cheeks burned at the thought, at the possibility, at what this could lead to down the road. I turned my gaze upward and, smiling, made my decision. Lutho had reignited the campfire by the time I returned to camp. He and Tali-Sarah were chatting about coffee when he turned to me and said,
"You two were up early."
"I'm surprised you're even awake." I glanced at the in-game clock. "It's not even 8. He shrugged.
"Slept like a rock last night. You two also sore?"
I rolled out my shoulder. "Yeah, I'm surprised because you'd think we'd also be sore from hiking up here." "It's from dying," Tali-Sarah said. "One of the negative side effects. Learned that one yesterday." "Lutho!" Ronnie drawled from inside his tent. "I need your healing powers." A moment later, Ronnie wriggled out from his tent, moaning and groaning.
"The hell's the matter with you?"
Lutho asked. Ronnie climbed to his feet and limped over to the fire. "I'm so fucking sore. Why does it feel like I went 10 rounds in the octagon?"
"That's why."
Lutho gestured to the castle.
"Because apparently, dying in succession has repercussions. Also, what the fuck smells?"
He fanned the air in front of him. Tali-Sarah and I shared a glance, but Ronnie took the blame. The bard sniffed the air and then reeled back after getting a whiff of his armpit. "Oh shit, it's me," Ronnie grimaced. "When did that happen?"
"According to the handbook," I said, "the developers thought it would help with immersion if we had to maintain personal hygiene."
"I think we could all use a bath," Tali-Sarah said. "I'm a bit rank as well." "Might be one back in that town," Ronnie said. "These old bones could use a soak. Would definitely cure the aches and pains."
"Old bones my ass,"
Lutho said.
"You're the youngest one here."
"True," Ronnie raised a finger. "But I am the only one of us who served in the military." "Army?" Tali-Sarah asked. "Marines," Ronnie said. "Don't worry, I don't look back on my time there fondly. Tali-Sarah nodded.
Hold up, I said. Why are you both up so early?
Ronnie shrugged. Figured we could get an early start to head back down the mountain.
That's a surprisingly good idea,
I said. Hey now, I can have those once in a while.
The question is now,
Lutho thumbed behind him at Bob's tent,
who wants to wake Sleeping Beauty?
So, what's the plan?
Bob yawned and stretched. Once again, he decided to wear nothing but a loincloth. Tali-Sarah raised an eyebrow when she saw him emerge from his tent. Then she glanced over my way and gave me a knowing wink. I groaned.
First, put some clothes on,
Lutho said.
Don't really have a plan besides heading back down the mountain, resupply at Oakenfort, and then decide where to then.
Do we know if there's another way out of this valley?
Lutho asked. Why not just use your beacon stone? Tali-Sarah said. Unless... She glanced at each one of us before shaking her head in disappointment.
Yeah,
Lutho said.
Those idiots didn't set theirs, and we didn't realize it until we were more than halfway up the mountain, trapped in a blizzard.
No point in arguing about it now, Ronnie stood. That leaves one last order of business. I tilted my head as I watched Lutho and Bob, who had since put some clothes on, stand and join Ronnie as they gathered before Tali-Sarah. She looked over at me for an answer, but I was just as lost and confused.
Tali-Sarah,
Bob began.
Let me first say, I truly am sorry for how I treated you yesterday. I should have been way more respectful and not treated you with such hostility. Despite all that, you proved yourself to be not only a total badass, but a trusted ally.
With that said, Ronnie continued, we'd like to formally ask you to join our party and guild for as long as you'd like, should you desire to. Oh, shit, for real? Tali-Sarah said, slack-jawed. She looked over at me. Don't look at me. I raised my hands defensively. I didn't know about this.
We assumed she would be okay with it,
Bob said, winking my way.
And that it would mean more if it came from us.
I was blindsided by the gesture. I figured if anything, they would ask if she wanted to hang around a bit longer before going our separate ways. But I didn't expect them to invite her to join our illustrious guild. Also, when the fuck did they have this conversation? Was it last night after they supposedly went to bed? I should have been insulted at the fact that they didn't ask me for my input, but at the same time, Bob was right in assuming I would be okay with her joining us. Despite our conversations, Tali-Sarah hadn't really indicated to me if she had any desire to stick around or not. Well, how would you like to become an esteemed member of Suckset Gaming? Ronnie smirked. No hard feelings if you don't. We just ask that you keep in touch. Tali-Sarah stood and glanced my way. Her lips curled into the slightest of smiles before turning back to the other three. I would be honored. As nice as it is exploring this new digital frontier solo, everything is better with friends. Huzzah! Ronnie exclaimed. Welcome aboard. Being the guildmaster, Ronnie did the honors of extending the formal invite. Once that was out of the way, we dismantled the campsite and said our farewells to the castle. Bob lamented about not walking out of there with a dragon egg, but I reassured him that if there had been one, there was no way he would get it before me.
Why didn't you tell me you felt that way about Anne? About Tom?
I asked the orc after the rest of the group had started off.
I was afraid you'd call me psycho or something, he said, looking away. That you'd chew me out for being so paranoid.
Lisa, look at me, I said. You're not just one of my best friends, but you're my oldest friend. You told me that you would be there for me, that if I needed anything to come to you. Well, that goes both ways, my ginormous green friend. Don't ever feel like you have to hide things from me, because I care deeply about you. About Tom, Mitch, and yes, even Dwayne. Just because I've developed feelings for our newest member does not change the fact that I would take a fucking bullet for you. Got it?
Bob nodded, eyes watering.
Asshole, you're making me cry.
My own eyes watered.
We'll always be friends. I'll always be there for you. So, now that that's out of the way, let's go explore this digital wonderland.
Bob wiped away the tears.
Let's tear shit up.
As we made our way toward the valley exit, we crossed paths with another group of players. We had spotted them from afar, but their leader, a human male who, based on his mix of robes and plate armor, was some sort of paladin, waved us down. There really wasn't any place to hide. We were in the middle of the grasslands. Not much cover among knee-high reeds. They were indeed a friendly and affable group that, in addition to the paladin, was comprised of a male dwarf barbarian, a male elf ranger, and a female human fighter. The dwarf was like a smaller version of Tom's character, and their fighter was a tall, beautiful woman with short blonde hair and bright blue eyes, modeled after Brienne of Tarth from A Song of Ice and Fire, whereas the ranger looked like any other Legolas clone. We exchanged pleasantries, and when they asked about the castle, we opted to give them some tips, but made sure not to spoil anything, especially the bit about the mimic. They looked like an experienced bunch, despite their levels hidden, so I'm sure they could handle themselves.
Just be wary of patrols, I said. There's a lot of them.
Bob couldn't help but show off his new shield, which the fighter and the barbarian fawned over. Lutho talked shop with the paladin, and Talisera and I chatted it up with their ranger, who reiterated that despite his appearance, he was trying not to be another Legolas clone. We did have a good laugh about my terrible skill with bows, and he offered some suggestions on how to quickly level it up.
You realize he was flirting with you?
Talisera whispered to me after we parted ways. I just smiled as she playfully elbowed me. We followed the trail up toward the mountain pass, stopping to look back one last time. I opened up my map and made sure to pin this location with a note, just to make sure we could find our way back here someday. Even if we become way too high level for this castle, I want to remember this place. Talisera had taken the lead as we entered the mountain pass, walking alongside Bob with Lutho right behind him. Ronnie slowed his pace down to walk beside me in the rear of the group. So, anything happen between you and you-know-who last night? He said, his voice low. I smirked and shook my head.
Nah, just chatted, that's all. Well, that and we exchanged friend codes.
Oh shit, nice, dude. He tapped his fist on my shoulder. I'm really happy for you, my man.
I didn't know you were dealing with that stuff. You know you can talk to me, right?
I sighed.
I know. It's just...
Say no more, he said. I'm here for you. Whatever it is. Just promise me one thing, okay?
What's that?
He grinned and leaned in close to whisper,
I get to befriend the next hot elf chick we meet.
I laughed, maybe a bit louder than I expected. Enough to draw looks from the rest of the party. I patted Ronnie on the shoulder.
All yours, my man.
After some time, we came out the other side of the pass, and what we saw took our breaths away. I realized at the time that when we made the climb up here, we didn't even turn and look back. We just went headfirst into the pass. I'm glad we didn't, 'cause then it would have dampened the effect this time around. None of us could really put into words the view from up here. It was like we were atop Mount Everest, privy to one of the best sights in all of Astroblade Eternity Online. From up here, the entire planet was laid out before us, as far as the eye could see. Fuck, I said. Exactly, Talisera said. Guys, Ronnie wiped a tear from his eye. I think we'll need more than 6 months to explore this place.
More than a year,
Luthos said.
Try a decade,
Bob said. I wish I had a glass of champagne or something to toast with, Talisera said. This moment feels special.
I, for one, want to get back down to town,
Bob said, starting off.
I'm starving.
We don't need to eat, remember? I called out to him.
Don't care,
he shouted back. Wait up, Ronnie said, following after Bob. Luthos shook his head as he walked past Talisera.
Sorry, but you joined a group of idiots.
I laughed. You're not going to teleport and leave us all behind, are you? Nah, Talisera said. But it is tempting. Would give me a day of just relaxing while I wait for you. Come on, don't want to get too far behind now. Besides, you guys don't even know where the trail is. She shouted after the rest of the party as she made her way down. I hesitated for just a moment, just to take in the view one last time. I breathed in deep, wiped the tear from my eye, and sprinted to join up with my friends, both old and new. End of Book 1.